Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challenge Elite in Europe. This is day 2 of week 1, and it has been pretty good so far. Joining me, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yes, Pressy, yesterday was very interesting. Some surprise results, which I'm sure we're going to go through. But today's games look even spicier. The standings tell a story that I wouldn't think I'd be telling in that Omit EU sitting at 1-1.
Yeah, that's kind of the big story from yesterday. Maybe just a bit of a slow start or something went a little bit wrong. Very not used to seeing Omid EU even mid-table. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how their opponents Exceptional go on to do. I mean, there's plenty of other teams that we can't talk about, of course, but in all credit to Exceptional, some very, very good players on that roster. Let's see how they do as things do go on, but it was the fact that it was a 3-0 as well is the crazy part of it. So interested to see if Omid can bounce back. As you said, could it just be teething problems as the new season starts on? Had they maybe just had a little bit too long of a rest? No one Vortex, that probably wasn't the case, but we'll see how things go for them today. If they've got a couple of hard games coming into that one, I believe they're going to be taking off Falcons, who are also sitting at 2-0. On the other side of things though, Bryce, a bit more of a simple and expected turnout so far.
Yeah, we're going to kind of see how they all get along. But one of the key things for everybody to really remember at home when you're looking at this is just the beginning. We've only had one day. We've got today as well as the next 2 weeks for any teams to make that adaptation to get themselves further up the board. And that's really what they've got to do. One of the highlights, though, we have been looking at recently is this Clutch Rain X War Team Ton.
Yeah, look, they look like a good roster at this stage. It's one of those things where, you know, you sometimes just put two different teams together and it will work out, but so far so good. Finding some decent wins. Notorious were not an easy team to get rid of. Twiz, of course, being previously part of Clutch Rain, so some very, very good players on that roster. It was a good game between these two, back and forth all of the way, but it will be Clutch Rain taking this one away. Interesting game though, and I'm curious to see how Notorious going to do as well, but Clutch Rain, very, very good start.
Yeah, really have, and now kind of one of the favourite teams for this moving forward. They had a recent great run of event. Obviously, a lot of it's been said about the Clutch Rain X War kind of team up, the mashup between these two, but realistically, from winning a cup to now doing very well in the Elite, it's certainly a team that everybody needs to keep their eye on for the foreseeable future. This combination has certainly increased both teams.
100%. I think, you know, when I look at how the roster played yesterday, the standout, I mean, Cobra coming into the lineup was obviously a very, very good pickup for them, but Harry, or Lucifer as his tag is going these days, was absolutely incredible in the game yesterday. He ran the whole entire lobby from the AR front, was just relentless on that roster. So we'll see how things go as things do continue on throughout the season, but they've got quite a difficult game in our second slot. Spricey Clutchwork taking on 5 Media, Clan and Funhouse, and 22 Esports will be the secondary game there, but looking over towards our first game this evening, Omid against Falcons. Banger, and a big game for Omid as well.
It certainly should be. Obviously they started slow, but Falcons take it to the wire in their game yesterday. It's kind of what we're expecting from them now. It may be not always the cleanest of games from them, but they do fight to the bitter end, and when they get confident, that's when they're at their most dangerous. They really do make some outrageous chows, but they've got the skills to back it up, and you'll see a lot of these in this highlight package.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about it for quite some time, since last season at least anyway. Xned just blows my mind some days. Every single time we get on these POV, I'm like, right, what's he going to do next? I mean, just call it. We see pop-off moments from them time and time again. They all have a lot of talent. Are they going to be able to make that talent put to good use here? I mean, going up against Omid is going to be a really good litmus test. Obviously, losing out to them last season, you really want to try and come in there, see if they're a little bit wounded, but sometimes that can work out in the other way. But let's see how Falcons do. I think it's going to be a good barometer of where both teams actually are as we head into the rest of the season.
Yeah, if anything, I just want to kind of find out what's going on with Omid EU. Like I said, there was kind of a shock yesterday for the season 3-0'd, but Falcons we know is going to do well, right? Like that's one of the things I'm always going to expect the Falcons to be, not only to make the playoffs, but have a good time in that playoffs and be pretty high up in the Elite regardless. Roxas, King of Bodhi, Xnid, and Khalid are the team for it, but yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I mean, we've been talking a lot about Omid EU and the surprise, and I suppose it's because we've been doing this so long now, and especially this season, we knew Omid EU were going to be the kind of the big challengers. This is where it all went wrong for them yesterday, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see that they find themselves 2-0 down. You're in the control. You're defending well. Only one tick gone. 8 seconds to go. No problem. get wipes. Okay, nothing too much to panic about here. Weeman gets caught. The rest of the team now on their way out. Just a devastating way to lose it. You had 8 seconds just to defend the point to win the map. Then all of a sudden, we can maybe have a bounce back from there. Then you don't win a gunfight for what feels like a full minute. 3 players just jump on it pretty much straight away. Force the issue. Omen have to get out nice and quickly. Henry doesn't necessarily do a load of damage from that angle, but just slows them down as long as he possibly can. And that is pretty much the game. It can happen so fast in Control. You can literally have a stranglehold on the map the entirety of the 5 rounds that you potentially could go to and still lose it, no problem. That's exactly what happened to Omen in that final round. Let's see if they can bounce back, though. This roster, back-to-back champions here in Europe, they will be wanting to go for the 3-peat. Not the best of starts to do so, though.
No, it certainly isn't, but we will see just how they actually get on. Over to you and Falcons, both looking to take this one. Obviously, for Omen trying to get further up, and Falcons continue a bit of a winning streak. Maps and modes for this one, though. 6-star, hardpoint, 6-star, search and destroy, high-rise control, sub-base, hardpoint, and Rio search and destroy if we get there, Ton.
Yeah, looking towards it, I would say sub-base hardpoint has typically always been good for Omen. From the times we've watched them on it, at least anyway, it's always felt like that's been a comfortable pick for them. 6-star coming in. The maps 1 and 2 should be interesting. Very, very mixy. So I think if you're either one of these teams, you're relying on your SMGs to be able to find those opening kills, find those breaks potentially on the hard point as well. So should be an interesting one, but we go back to a high-rise control, and I think that kind of alludes to what I said in the sense that Omen were in control of that final round, and then unfortunately losing out by just a couple of different gunfights that didn't go their way, and then struggled from then on out. So let's see how they go, when we do eventually get into the game. A bounce back here against Falcons would kind of steady the ship, I think, but you know, still having that loss on the board already is still quite a surprise.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you are worried about our second game, here are the maps and modes for that one as well. Maestro Season versus Nocturne Esports will be going on Bravo. Karachi Hardpoint is where we start, then High Rise Search and Destroy, High Rise Control, 6-star Hardpoint, and Karachi Search and Destroy to round that one out if we get to it. Of course, we will be jumping back and forth between these two games whenever we get the opportunity. Primary will be our primary focus for obvious reasons, but Bravo will always have this game on. So we're going to jump into it now, but if you want to make sure you keep up with it or you are interested in how it goes, it will be on the Bravo stream of COD Challenges, so you won't have to miss a second.
Interested to see what Noctem can get going. They always seem to find themselves in challenges, but very much struggle as things do kind of continue to go on. But going up against Team Maestro, it's a game they will fancy trying to take away, and for both these two teams, it's about trying to fight for those top 6 placements. Get yourself, of course, in that fantastic spot heading into the playoffs, but they need to start finding wins very, very quickly. Sitting at 0-2 at least for Noctem, at least anyway, so let's see if we can turn this around.
Oh, looking for it back and forth, and they're on board. Gilly just looking for the pixel. They'll get him a little bit of scrap time. Gonna find that player as well. Somehow just losing track in midair. And once we go over this P2, you can see the Taint just going to lock it down for them for a second. Noctem are in here. They're in the lead. They're looking pretty good.
Good amount of time on towards P1, but P2 rotation, that more important. It's a hard push from here as well. You really need to send somebody in the flank, but it's actually deep inside of the alley from Killy. He's going to be holding that down from the backside. Now, all of a sudden, Noctem can start to extend over towards red. 40 seconds remaining here. Not flirting with the idea of rotating over towards P3 as early as you want. Still a little bit early to do so, but holding it well at the moment.
And now just making sure nobody gets through red. And they are just trickling through. There's not really any heavy pressure here from Maestro. Nile almost gets another one, but will be beaten down. One last swing here for Maestro. They're trying to get into it, but they haven't managed to really find anything. A full 60 here for Nocturne. It's been completely locked up for Maestro. They're going to have to do the same thing on this rotation. They are here, they are set up, and they've got time.
Perfect hard point. That's what you want. Straight out of the gates, Nocturne Esports, you're going to find yourself in, what, a 70-point lead or so, 65. By the time we do get over towards P3. Setup does look good here, though, from Maestro. They could do with somebody get inside the point, though. That's always quite important. There you go. 6 seconds gone. And wasted, unfortunately, but still in a good position. Can they hold this down? They give it a little bit of presence, I want to say, over towards top 3 here. Now Maestro can have to lock this one down. Namesake for the team. Can he find the gunfight? Absolutely not. D10's going to be the first one to find a potential break on the cards.
That's a good job from them so far. They're really not letting anybody through. And a little bit of break now. As I say that, they just get straight to Terra, goes straight back into the point, but no! Doesn't get the kill, gets shut down as well. Maestro trying to rescue it with a two-piece himself, but Killer will end up getting that one. It has not been a perfect hold for Team Maestro. Nocturne Esports have got back into it, and realistically, Maestro will have to probably give this up and try to get a little bit of control around next. Not a ton of points usually on offer there, but at least it's more than they can get now.
Push going to come in here for the final few seconds. Gunfight's going to go his way as well, so Terra managing to find that, forcing the spawns back over towards Junk. So if you knocked him, you are very far away from even getting a touch on this next hill. You can see Killy's starting to make the move anyway, so we'll try and close this gap. Doesn't want to try and get the spawns towards the back, but will not find the break as the kill comes in from the side. No trading. Good hold from Maestro so far. It's a hold they need.
Bleeding time. And now you can see Kessler just trying to be careful, and it's a good fight in the end. They get a couple. They are going to clean them off here for a few seconds. Maestro might be alive, but not really in a position to take this on quite yet. So for Nocturne, they're going to have a few more points for themselves back to try to make sure that lead stays where it is. Now, big fight, but unfortunately got damaged before he could get into it. And now both teams will just posture for position for just a few seconds. They do not want to give this one away.
Good play from Nocturne, though. They stopped them getting any points, or that many at least anyway, and well, go for the rotation, which they've now lost. Big gunfights going on here. Keza could do with finding at least one. Tim is just being gunned through his right-hand side. Have to watch out for Snape, though. Over towards the back right. He's going to be the one that's really going to be holding things down here. Spinning towards the back, though, for Nocturne, and they will find a break on through. Now can they hold the push from the front?
Well, they managed to do it so far. Keza will be looking just to get into the right angle for this one as well, but not going to be able to do an awful lot as the team just flood in. And will be Nocturne will now have the lion's share of this time. I have been told, though, that our primary game is ready. So if you want to continue on with this action, make sure you go over to the Bravo stream as we jump over and take a little look at our primary game of the evening. It should be Omid EU versus the Falcons. And we'll find out this Battle of the Titan, who comes out on top, Tom.
Should be. I hope that's who we're loaded into. We've been prepping it for a little while here. So, Omid, look, I mean, we're not quite writing them off by any stretch of the imagination. It is a tough start, but maybe should we be talking about the team that beat them a little bit more? Well, we'll find out as the season does go on, but this will be a huge challenge for them. Falcons, a very, very dangerous side. We know what they're like. They're very, very streaky. They can find moments out of absolutely nothing. Sometimes if you're going up against a team who rely on fundamentals so much like Omid do, these can be tricky games.
They really can. Well, Roxas just holding this at the moment. They have got a little bit of control over P1, and maybe a little bit more important now considering they have cut down majorly the amount of points on this game. There are only 4 hard points now, so you can't really say, oh, P1, we can give it away a little bit, or not afford to kind of bleed time on it.
I think when it comes down to this map, though, any time that you can soak up a good amount of time is a great opportunity to try and take, just purely because how mixy it can be. P2's a good rotation into, as is P3, but P4 very, very chaotic, I want to say. Right now, though, it is going to be a decent setup coming in here for Falcons. In a good position, locking this one down. Have lost a couple of gunfights towards the middle of the map. This is going to be watched, though. Hixie going to find one, doesn't find the second, but does the break come in through the front? Yes, it does. Vortex is there to find the trade. There's Weeman for the cover. Nice break from Omid. We'll take the lead here.
Just looking for it, but here we go. Bodhi, it's looking for a big 2 because he isn't going to be able to get it. Both teams just throwing bodies at this left, right, and center. Xnid trying to get one as well, but still more trades flooding through. Both teams threw everything they had at it. Right now, Omid EU will be inside, but they are outnumbered as the rest of the team has gone for the rotation. So Falcons will get scrapped.
Vortex seeing what he can do on his own. Finds one, gets traded. We'll spawn behind them now as well, so they're going to have to hightail it over here. Spawn's not working out in the favor of Omid. They did go for this early rotation, but they found the first gunfight. Can they continue to hold this down?
Next, need to be careful. You can see now, Omid, they just want to hold this for as long as possible. The Falcons are looking for a way through. They're going to go through the mid as well, finding Vortex. Vortex will get one, but he won't get away. And now the pressure really mounts for Omid EU. They know they have to fight 2 different directions. Hixie will find one on the flank, though. Got to be a bit careful. They haven't actually got the stairs at this point. They're just using the cover to cut down the angles. But Roxas is now here. We'll try and dive in. Hasn't got it, but Nate's flied through, and the Falcons have been rebuffed.
Spawns are not too far away, though. Xnid on his way over, and as he's picking up the AR, Hixie gets cut down. It's been difficult holding a certain kind of way, but they have been managing to get the points on the board. Falcons have been very close to finding a break, but haven't quite managed to find it. So now can Omit transition this into a rotation over towards next? Those final 13 seconds, you soak up every single one of them. That was nearly a full 60 for a moment.
That's what they want, really, when you go from this one. If you manage to get into a position like that, take everything you can from it. Speaking of which, Falcons are going to try and do the same here, but they've already lost 2 members. The hill has popped. They will get some time. But Omen EU, they're waiting for reinforcements. Give an opportunity for Falcons to get their players back in. Hixie has been spotted by a Bodhi. That's a huge kill to get to the flank. Gone X and take down Wee Man. Mythics will get one back in. Mythics gets a second. And this comes down to a 1v1 on the point, but Vortex is just off angle. And a Bodhi cannot find him.
That's a second as well. Will get taken down. X did. He gets traded, as does Roxas. And there you go. Omit, really, really nice break coming on through. The SMGs doing their work. Vortex staying alive. Big shout out to Mythics as well, who finds 2 towards the backside. Looking towards the scoreboard, though. 13-6 from Mythics. He's been one of the most, if not the most impressive player in Challengers era EU this season so far.
Yeah, a lot of players talking about it. And it is very much a deadly combination. Wee Man and Mythics do combine to really shut down points over and over again. And speaking of which, Omen at the moment just waiting for this hill to pop. They have spread around. They're going to try and hit it from every single angle. If they get the trades, it could very well go in their favor. Hixie hits it as well. There's going to be 3 there. It's just going to be a Bodhi left on the side, but that's a huge 2-piece from him. Wee Man will eventually get the trade back, and it will be Omen EU just for a few seconds as Falcons continue to pile the pressure on.
The Bodhi just had Hixie's pants down there. My God, that was an absurd gunfight to win. SMG in hand, he's getting the job done here so far in 6-star, but his team are well behind. 70 points or so is going to be the difference by the time we do actually seemingly have a break here coming in from Falcons. They are going to manage to get a hold of it. Vortex is going to try and prevent anything from going on. It is a hard one to sit inside of because you can be picked out on the outside. Push starting to come through now. Vortex has a little bit of backup. We will find one through the front door. Can't find anything else, but they want to make sure they keep a hold of the spawns. Have to be careful because now players are leaking through from the pool side. All of a sudden, Omit in a really dangerous position. They're going to go for the scrap time. There's only 3 seconds of it. They know they lost the spawn, so they're going to have to go from the front. Not ideal for a moment.
Well, this is where they're going. Vortex is going to be in, though. Going to cause an issue. He has. That's a huge 2-piece straight away. Bodhi will eventually get him back here, but you're going to see Omen EU try to pile in. They know they don't have the spawn that's as close as Falcons, but it's no longer as far away, but they have got bodies. And what they'll do is shutting everything down. Mythics is not letting them through. Bodhi's going to be left alive here, and even if he gets it, there's no opportunity really to get another trade going.
I mean, those 2 kills from Mythics are ridiculous on the outside of the map. Finds 2 just completely locks it down. Mythics, Hixie doing their job. They're defending from the back foot, if anything. Omit now on the rotation for the spawns that are coming up. They're going to give up this 20 seconds. Mythics is going to be there to try and shut it down. Good shots coming in from a Bodhi. And now all of a sudden that will give them a little bit of time to get this rotation in. Spawns are still crucially over towards the bar area, but one player's going to spawn out. Vortex. It's momentarily going to be a 3v3 on the side here.
They're waiting. Every single angle is very, very important. They've cut it down. Omen EU have cleared the lines. Only a Bodhi left alive. Decides to try and go through mid, but Vortex has been waiting for that push. And for Omen EU, this looks very clean. Every hill, they're getting into the right angle. They are cutting down the Falcons, and it seems to all be 1v1 gunfights at the moment for them. The Falcons just cannot really find an entrance.
P2 to P3 has been quite flawless from Omit both times around. I don't even see a third rotation in hills, which is quite a strange thing to say when it comes down to 6-star. Really good performance from Omit so far. They've broken 200 points. They have 30 more seconds on a hill that they've picked up a full 60 on. And they will be within 10 or so, Brycey. Very, very good performance so far. Can they close it out?
Well, would say yes. We've seen stranger things happen even just yesterday with massive comebacks. At the moment, all good. This is all about the rotation again. Omen EU were able to grab this off Falcons pretty quickly last time, but they have lost the first flurry of trades. They have not got into this point. This does mean when it pops, Falcons will have about 15 seconds at least.
Excellent working on the cruise missile. 2 off it. They need to make it count. Colin will find 2 in the middle of the map, so some good time on offer here now. Axned will get taken down though. Roxas will have to come back over from the other side, but a big push going to come in here from Omit. Nice hold from Falcons so far though. There's 20 seconds underneath their belt. Pretty much uncontested. Very much uncontested. 3 kills flying on through. All of a sudden Hixie left on his own. 30 seconds up for grabs yet. If they do manage to keep a hold of it though, Brycey, they're still going to be 75 behind.
Yeah, it's a long road for them. It looks like OMEDU are going to swing as well. They've really stacked towards the mid, though. They're going to have to wait out the tacticals. You can see the trophies already going down. They're going to try and go for this, but Khaled and Exnid just combining. Only Wee Man left alive. He cannot get a two-piece either. That means Falcons will get the range of this time, and what it has done is put Omid off the pace. They are not ready for this rotation.
Awkward spot to be in. But the problem is for Falcons is that this is one of those hills that is very hard to lock decent time down on unless you start to find all of the kills here. Now, that's 4 dead momentarily. Omid seem to have stopped shooting their guns. I think they've seen themselves past the 230 mark and start to relax. That gap that was, well, once 120, 130 points is now down to, well, only 75 or so, but that could change now. 4 dead. That might be the game.
Well, one swing might just do it, and it looks like it. Khaled is calling in the cruise missile. Gonna have to thread the needle perfectly here. And I don't know whether it's hit. It's just lag for a second. He gets 3! Oh my goodness! Well, that needle was threaded.
And that's the difference maker. Can you manage to find a break over towards P2? Good job from Falcons to close the gap as much as they have done. But they've got the hard job to do now.
And unbelievable. It manages to get that in completely. You are right. This is another swing.
Big kill.
Falcons, they might just be a little bit too far away. Only one person going to be in here, though. Just Vortex. He's not even going to sit in the hill. He's going to wait for reinforcements. The hill has popped and nobody is home. Somebody will have to get in. It's a fight mid-map for this one. Already Omid now have bodies back connecting. Hixie's waiting for it as well. The Falcons will be swinging into an action. Khaled gets one. Vortex goes round for it, but not able to get it as well. Rox is alive in the hill. Down he goes. One more with the Renetti. It's going to be Mythics to get it, and that'll be Omid EU to take the win. A little bit closer than they probably would have liked, Ton.
Yeah, considering they were in control the majority of the game, it's still a relatively comfortable scoreline. But it's sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword when you take away the game like that. You really did let it slip over the last 2 hills, but because of how well they played previously and because of how well they played overall, they had that buffer to kind of rely on, and it does make a difference further down the line. It's always difficult to bring it back. It's still a 70-point game. It's still relatively comfortable. Those last couple of hills were not, however.
No, it could have gone a lot worse for them, of course. You know, we were talking about that kind of rotation into P1. If they hadn't have saved it, obviously, with the cruise missile, it could have been over. But also, on the other side of it, the Falcons, if they had held it, it would have definitely been a little bit more scary for OMED EU. I don't know what it is with the Falcons. They love fighting from the back foot late into the game. If they had fought like that the most of the way through, it could have very easily gone their way. But, hey, sometimes you just got to be a little bit better on the rotations early game.
Honestly, I just want to probably give more credit to OMED EU rather than say that Falcons. Like, look, they always seem to find the kills. They always seem to find the moments, but they nearly got themselves 2 cruise missiles that ended up locking one in towards the backside. But it's Omid's rotations from 2 to 3 were so good both times. In both times, they were pushing from the pool side. They were not doing it from the more favorable spawn, so to speak, for P2. They were holding it from the front. Here's the cruise missile that we kind of missed. It gets itself in there, and that makes the difference. But yeah, Omid from 2 to 3 were fantastic the entire game. What they picked up, probably about 120 points from P3, the 2 times that we got to see it. That's huge. Managing to do 2 back-to-back perfect hills on the same hill in 2 different rotations. That spells trouble for the other side if they can't do anything about that. That's a big deficit to try and come back from. Difficult for Falcons. They did show some life towards the end, but their task was just far too difficult. We stay on 6-star for Search and Destroy coming up next, and then High Rise Control if we need it. So Base and Rio close us out, but I don't know. It's difficult now for Falcons. Still a lot of a way to go in this series, but that's a good start for a moment up against some strong opposition as well, trying to put away the demons of yesterday.
Certainly are. And speaking of demons, on our secondary stream, I've been told we can take a look at the end of the hard point just to catch everybody else what's going on. You can see Nocturne 216 in a good position. Right now, it's Maestro in the hill. Just taken out. This could be over.
30 seconds to go on P1. Yeah, you can get it done. Already thinking about the P2 rotation as well. When we left this game, it was a pretty convincing performance from Nocturne, but actual Maestro from Team Maestro 13-18. The fact that he's dropping those kind of numbers, you find yourself 50 points behind and seemingly going on to lose the game. It's not a good look, to be honest with you. Yeah, they're going to lose it at P1. They haven't gone for the challenge. They know they need to set up a P2 and they need to do something about it. Not going to happen. Just bleed out points towards the end. Knocked him. Good map. Number 1 win. Going over towards High Rise Search and Destroy and staying there for control as well. But we are going to stay with our primary game, Bryce, because it is advertised to be a potential banger. Omit with a good win in map number 1. But if you want to keep it up with that other game, head over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. Keep an eye on the Bravo stream. That's where things are going down there.
Well, we're back into 6-star, but this time Search and Destroy. And that first round is always a little bit different. Got to be very wary of the grenades. The Falcons are going to try now. They are clearing house, and they've got Hixie. That's what I said. Be careful. First blood. And they're going for the plant, and Wee Man almost drills him, but the shot just veered ever so slightly off.
Vortex finds a way through, though. Makes it very, very difficult now for Falcons. Wee Man cuts another down, and another as well. The Renetti coming out. It's better than my SMG, that thing. I swear to God. Omit,
What a wild retake. Just looked casual. What is Pop the Smoke? Ran straight through. Obviously, we can see the other player in the smoke behind him, but he just knew exactly where to go. And Wee Man backing him up. They didn't miss.
The smokes create a certain amount of chaos on this map, a little bit more than they do so on some others. I know they're always chaotic, but when you throw it down in that transition from bar to the A site, it gets mixy, mate. It gets very, very mixy on the entrance. Auto aim all over the shop. Never ideal. Anyway, Vortex making a big push over towards B side. Can find the first blood and the second coming in from Mythics. Answering back with a grenade, though. Will be called from the grave. You remember what the challenge was called? Or what was the perk was called, Bryce, way back in the day? Martyrdom. There you go. A little bit of COD knowledge.
Thanks for asking me that question.
You're welcome, mate. You know, I just didn't want you to embarrass yourself if you didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you gave me literally milliseconds to answer and then answered it yourself. But never mind, this game is still ongoing. Exnid in a 1 versus 3 actually finds the first. Problem is bomb down.
Wee Man on a 3-3 as well. You really don't want to give anything else up. I mean, he's going to try. It's a 1v2. You got to give it a go. There's no way you're not. I mean, you're checking the deepest, darkest corners yet.
This might be a time issue again. It's a long flank and...
They both span. The right time. No, they haven't. Oh, the shots were good from Exnid. They were better from Wee Man. 2-0 to the good for Omit.
They're kind of casual for them in the end. Just those opening kills have made a bit of a difference. And once they're in, they're in. And you were right. I thought maybe he was gonna leave it, but yeah, you're right. In a 1 versus 2, you go for it. He was just checking every single angle to make sure where they were. Unfortunately, didn't find anything in the end. But now I'm going to you 2-0, and for me, I was gonna say, the Falcons start feeling the pressure now. You know, after a very good hard point from Omid to go straight into this one. But then again, it's the Falcons, and if there's one thing, I never count them out.
Never. Just takes Exnid or call it to go on a 6 spree, and all of a sudden they're back in the game, right? We can see it happen. I'm going to go down here for the side of Falcons over towards B side. It will be a 4v4 retake. I don't mind the setup, though. 1 in water, 1 close to it. And it's somewhat one-dimensional at this moment in time for a moment. We're going to try and find the pick on a Khalid. You don't want to take that gunfight if you're Wee Man, especially on a 4 spree, but here comes the initiation. Wee Man will now find his 5th. He's going to take his time, try and get some time in down the pool side to see if he can find number 6 as well. Jumping on the bomb of 60. They've got it. They've got it.
They have to concentrate on it as well. That nade isn't going to be enough. And there's the Ninja Fuse in the face. And nothing is going right for Falcons Ton. They just cannot get a break on this map.
Lose the sight. Wee Man gets his cruise missile. Worst case scenario. I don't mind the idea, but when you planted that side as well, it does just make it a little bit more difficult to defend it from back towards P2 or the pool. So there you go. That bomb went down and got defused pretty easily. Wee Man, 6 spree attained. Cruise missile in the back pocket. 3-0 up. You could not be in more of a comfortable situation if you're on it.
Let's see how they play this one. It looks like a big hit. The call has been made, and Khaled almost pays with his life. Aggression here from ONU. They're going to go straight for it. Hixie is right if he's weak. Oh, Chow. A boat is going to get cut down as well, and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 4.
Right now, this is men against boys. Omit are dominating this game. Every gunfight looks one-sided. Falcons look devoid of ideas and confidence at the moment. Mythic's going to hold down the middle of the map. Just back on up. No need to overchild this. Full spree for you. 2 cruise missiles and this round win might just solidify the game. Goes for the second shot whilst on a 5 as well. That's delusional confidence from Mythics. And that's that kind of moment when, you know, you need that little bit of experience. Back on down for it. You'll get your 6. The round will inevitably go their way. Yes, it will. Exton eventually gets taken down. Mythics probably could have held back there. If I'm picking massively, but they're 4-0 up.
Yeah, it's been pretty one-sided. I did like the fact that Omen didn't plant straight away, though. They were kind of waiting to see who pushed. They didn't lose anybody else. There we go. Hixie knew he was weak. Straight in for that first blood. And then Mythics just waited. A Bodhi it kind of jumped out a bit wide, and Mythics was waiting. This is where the overchow came in a bit, though.
Yeah, it was just
maybe a little bit of an overheat.
It's one of them, though. You're about to go 4-0 up. You found 2 in the round. You best believe I'm challenging them. Like, it's just inevitable. Weeman, though, does have his cruise missile, and that is going to be dangerous for the side of Falcons. A-side complete control here for Omit, but all the eggs very much in the A basket. Team Falcons seem to still be pushing it.
Backed off a little bit. B will be open. Exeter will get first blood onto Hixie as well. Vortex has found a way through. Finds the first. Will now try and stay alive, but they have lost numbers here over the U. For Falcons, this is a great opportunity to get something back on the board. Down to a 2 versus 2. And the Bodhi will get Vortex. This does mean Mythics will now have to try and clutch it up and almost takes them down. They're going for it. It's incredibly aggressive. Super weak Mythics at the moment will be cut down for it. And Falcons will get one on the board.
Yeah, really good job. Really good job from Falcons. They're patient with it. You see that. Omen get complete control of the site. And just kind of pick them apart from there. They won't find one gunfight in the middle of the map. I think it might have actually been a Bodhi to find the first one and the last. And then they just make the numbers work for them. Really good job. They've really struggled with these initial opening breaks. Now they get something going. It's 3 in the round for a Bodhi. Talk about the cruise missile on the side of Omit. You may well find another one here on the side of Falcons, which will turn the game around very, very quickly.
Let's see. Omen again, same pressure, same place. This time, Falcons not looking to lose that first blood. Oh, Weeman's going to open up, but they have. Hixie's going to go down to Khalid. Trying to throw this one in the right place, and he's going to get his teammate as well. Got to give credit to Khalid there, getting into a position that made it difficult for them. Vortex trying to stay alive. Back down to a 2 versus 2, and they have made the call for Weeman to rotate.
Yeah, the buffed cruise missile not necessarily working out the best way for Omit. They've rotated around nicely. Vortex is on his way. He's going to be covering over on the mid-map side. Weeman is just going to be able to back it up. You can see Falcons now on a spin. Oh, is Vortex going to get some terrible timing? Yes, he is. 1v2 here now for Weeman.
They should just hit this at the same time. Weeman's pushed out. Oh, the timing is terrible. And Exton gets the easiest kill of his life. Falcons, another round.
Another round of the cruise missile gone. That is a huge bonus for Falcons. Sometimes when you got the cruise missile, you pretty much, well, I mean, maybe that's dramatic, but you can nearly choke up a round, right? Things can change very, very quickly when a cruise missile is coming down. You can see Weeman does manage to find one. He's trying to bend around so he doesn't take his teammate out. But yeah, look at the distance to Mythics, who is number 8. These cruise missiles have some radius now, Bryce.
Well, I mean, they are giant missiles.
Well, no, I know, but more so than usual.
Well, it's something the teams will have to adapt to a little bit. I mean, they have been buffed a few times here as well, but Mythics, that is a double nade off the rip, and this is probably already done. We're looking for Mythics, and he's going to get one back as well, but Omen are all around him. Got to be careful. This could go their way. Look at this. Roxy's in a good position. Sees a gun barrel. Sees it as well. He's going to get a 2. It's a complete reversal for them. Hixie, it's like, where have my teammates gone? We get a double nade off the start. That is the only kills they've got this round. Hixie finds the first, though. Down to a 1v1, and the pistol for the win. Omen you get a very unlikely round.
Looked very likely, then very unlikely. And then Hixie finds the 1 versus 1. Great shots coming in. Both Renetti's out. Still, the weaker guy finds the gunfight. He deleted Collidy. I think he had already put some bullets in before that point. And then the second shot. Oh, we're going on me already. Oh, look at that. Plant in the background and everything. Yeah. It kind of blended in with the green screen, didn't it?
It did. It did. Well, here we go. You're going to see Tun's wonderful face occasionally now.
Nice.
Nice. Anyway, we're looking for this one. Cullen will get first blood. That's what the Falcons need to get back into this S&D.
I just want to clarify. I was saying nice to Hixie's stun, not your comment about my face.
Oh. Well,
because his stun is terrible. But besides the point, here we go. The aggression coming in over towards A. We might have to back up. It doesn't like the position he's in. They are a man down. And that man is Mythics, who has been flying so far, but in a really comfortable position here in the search and destroy. Pressure coming in. Vortex, he just had to get out. Abody's put them in a really awkward spot, and now all of a sudden you just start to stream through. Can you find anything? Yes, you can. Wee Man with the grenade. And now 2 versus 2. Should be able to recover that bomb. What can Falcons do about this?
I think he really wants to get it. But he's so aware there could be somebody here. Gonna go for it. Try to get across. Did Falcons see him, though, is the question. There goes the trophy. And they have. Will might have to get out of it. Wee Man is just trying to cover as much as he can. Eventually goes down. That means Hixie's all alone. They will chal him. They're going to go behind. Easy kill in the end. Exnid smells that blood in the water. Jumps straight on it.
5-3 now. Good job from Falcons. Not going quietly. It's as close as they have been, I think. And to put themselves within 2 rounds. Still have to find 3 more in a row, though. For all I don't doubt their ability. But I suppose if you're going to go back to the close of the hard point on 6-star as well, they did start to bring it back, make it a little bit more comfortable. I'm not too sure if they'll be able to do it here in the search and destroy. The 3 rounds is a tall order.
Well, can't put it past them. They just need a couple of first bloods. They just need to play correctly. And OMNIU have committed towards A in massive fashion. The bomb, though, is going to be, and it is going to go. No, wait, it's not going to go down. They're waiting a second.
Expecting a push to come through. Thinking the players are going to be there to stop it. Grenades came over. So maybe they're waiting for the utility to come in. It's made a difference because they have been able to get the bomb down, though. But what's the retake going to be like, Colin? Lingering out over towards the backstairs. We'll find a pick onto Wee Man. So there's a lot of your punching power gone. This would make it 5-4 if Falcons can hold this down.
Well, looks like they're going to, because Abodi has found a flank, and while they get one, it's not going to be enough. The Falcons continuing to roll back into this S&D. I really don't put it against them.
It's just really smart play. Sort of, waiting for the nades to come in, wait for the utility, because, I mean, as long as if you are pushed over towards A, you don't see anything, you get a little bit of information. If you roam it, you're going to get some nades on there, expecting the bomb to be going down. They wait for them. They then plant. They close the round out. 5-4. 2 more rounds for Falcons.
Let's see. They're on the defense here. If they can call this correctly, maybe they can bring it back. Roxas already finds Wee Man. They take a bit of control of the A site. They're more aggressive on B this time. And maybe Omit playing a little bit hesitant now.
I mean, you know what it can be like, right? Oh, you're waiting for the aggression, though. They've read them so perfectly. Abodi will find Mythics in the end. Is not going to get traded. But if you are playing it against Falcons, you expect some aggression to come out, and that's what they did. They find a pick for it. It does get traded. Oh, excellent. Aiming down sight and gets wiped out pretty much straight away. Vortex with a long-range rival 9. Abodi is there to pick up with a close-range one. This bomb won't going down over towards A. The trophy system will stop it. Wee Man will find 1 versus 1.
Hixie versus Roxas. Roxas is waiting, and Hixie will just see the sliver of body and goes for it. And that is Pika's advantage for Hixie, and that'll be the end of the S&D. OMNIU walk away with it in a 1v1.
And again, look, they put themselves in a really good position. And Falcons just start firing a little bit too late. Hixie gets himself his 6th kill of the game with that 1v1. Found another clutch there as well, so Hixie coming to the rescue, but Mythics and Weeman really doing a lot of damage throughout. That's a 2-0 lead now for Omit. And considering some of the results yesterday, you would have thought that this game could have been a bit closer. I think, you know, map number 1, even though the comeback was there, it was still relatively comfortable for Omit, right? But you look over towards the Search and Destroy, that was not quite as comfortable. But they are still finding the win. They're doing it the right way. They are having these close moments, but still finding the dub. And that's important for Omit. 2-0.
Yeah, it is as well. And that's what they kind of want for this one. But again, I don't know why this is just such a theme with this team. The Falcons always find a way to fight back. Now, they've done it in both the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. They did it yesterday as well. I'm wondering, do they fight back into this series time? Do they manage to get themselves right back into it, maybe take it to another game 5?
I think the problem is that, I'm not going to say with that theory, but more so with the way that they played this one is like, oh, okay, they're fighting back. Yeah, that's great. It's all very well to have that toughness, that so much, it'd be difficult to beat. But you're putting yourselves in the position where you're going back-to-back 60s in a hard point and you're still not really within touching distance. You're finding yourself down 3-0 in a Search and Destroy within the space of a minute and a half. It's not setting you up for success. It's all very well having these moments here and there, but if they could start the games as well as they end them, then bloody hell, they look great. But I mean, that's half the battle, right? It's very, very difficult. Omit a very good side, and they're just kind of adapting as the games go on. Potentially Falcons. Cruise Missile was kind of wasted there. Mythics kind of blew one as well. He had a potential to get a hold of one. Falcons put up together some good plays. I'd just like to see them do it maybe a little bit more consistently.
Yeah, I think that's probably just a little bit of a timing here, but for me, I think the Falcons have to. I think they're like a little bit of a momentum team, if I'm honest. When they're feeling good, they look untouchable. It's just that kind of that rough moment. If they have a bad start, that seems to last a little bit longer than maybe it should.
In fairness to them, there was a couple of 1v... Well, there was a 1v2 that didn't go their way and a 1v1 over towards the end. Big difference maker. All of a sudden, you win both of those. You've just won 6-4. Doesn't happen, though. In the end, we are going to head over towards a high-rise control, which is where the nightmares ended yesterday for Omit. So, can they right the wrongs of this one? They looked like they were in a really good position yesterday, Bryce. Obviously, we didn't get to catch all of it. We were over watching Alpha. But on Bravo, they were 2-2 in commanding position. 8 seconds to go on the defense. Nothing as far as ticks at all for the opposition. And they lost the round. So, for Omid, tighten up towards the end. You should be good here for number 3.
Well, here we go. Weeman just being careful. Checking the angles. Every single one of them doesn't touch the point. They don't know he's here, but they also don't know that Roxas has made a deep run into the spawn.
Start. Getting some... Oh, damn. Excellent. Absolutely guns Weeman. All of a sudden, welcome to the spawn trap. You're going to have to fight their way out of this one. Really good job from Falcons, positioning themselves well. Great opening breaks. All kills falling their way. Roxas already on a 3 spree.
Falcons have basically managed to put themselves in perfect positioning. It's only been going 15 seconds. Vodek finds one, but it's about finding this second and finding a gap. Hixie's not going to be the player to do it. Mythics and Vodek, though, combined, they still have to get past Exnid. Exnid will find 2 as well. It is going from bad to worse for Omid EU, as Hixie is cut down by Vortex, and while they have one player out as well, Vortex says, all right, I'm out. We've got this. I am just not going to stay down at all. Bodhi is looking like it should fall, and Vortex will literally throw himself off the map to get the kill. Problem being is that Omid EU have not found a second.
I respect the heritage of somewhat skill shots off the side of the map in high rise, but maybe not the best time to do it, Steve. Shots coming in from Khalid. This should be the round. I mean, this has been a really, really good defensive hold. They're going to get a touch here with Weeman. One last opportunity. Weeman's going to find 2 in the middle of the map, though, and all of a sudden the pressure is indeed on. Weeman's found a 3rd. He's just going to do it all on his own. Roxas trying to make a push. His teammates coming in off the respawn. It's very, very similar to what happened to Omid, but on the other side of things. Are they going to be expecting the flank? Roxas still in a good position to cause some hurt here. The rest of his team now off the respawn. 2 ticks are in.
Oh, Roxas should be able to do this. They're about to hit them from every single angle. Hixie will find one. They're just trying to stay alive. Vortex going to get him as well, and somehow they've cleared it. The B has been gotten, and all of the Falcons are back into their spawn, but at the moment, Omid haven't gone for it.
Just taking their time. Not getting overzealous in that situation. Sometimes, you know, you can get a little bit excited, but you might start getting more excited if Hixie keeps hitting shots like that. A little bit of bad timing. Weeman should be there to clean it up. Looking for the second. Not going to happen. There's a huge kills going in from Falcons, and that's that moment where Mythics maybe just needs to slow down a little bit. Try and keep some control of the middle of the map, but all of a sudden you've lost a couple of gunfights. The pressure is on.
All right, well. Hixie just waiting. This is so tight. It is so difficult to get anything from here. They only have 3 lives now as well. Bullets will find one, but they are outnumbered. They are outgunned. They don't have the time, and it's now a 1 versus 9. Isn't going to be it. Just the Falcons to win their defense. Benefit from it, is getting 3 ticks.
Yeah, just getting 3 ticks. I think they had a few seconds left by the time they did manage to get a touch on that one. Weeman popping off, finding 3. Secures 3 ticks. At least gives you a, well, not even mediocre round, but here we go with Vortex. Off the side of the map, is it? Yeet.
Hey, you got the kill. That's,
you know what?
that's the trade. Gravity was the trade.
I thought he actually fully jumped off and went for it. Oh, what was it? There was once. Do you remember that jump off the map kill? What was it? Jake way back when? Am I remembering? Yeah, you see, good memory. We've been doing this a while, mate.
We certainly have. Speaking of doing things for a while, Omen EU are veterans here, but they haven't had a great time on high rise.
Not too bad of an attack, though. You take it, but you have lost all control pretty much off the rip. Love to clear them out. Falcons doing everything correctly here, just making sure you stay alive, finding the gunfights, working out in their favor so far. Cruise missile attained there, by the way. One of the players, I didn't quite see who it was. I believe it would have been a Bodhi, right? Or was it Exnid? Not sure. Hard to tell with these control scoreboards. They're still broken. Here we are, though. 3 ticks about to be nailed in here for Falcons. Fantastic job from them. Omit have choked this one. By the looks of things, it's already gone. Vortex gets in there. Just an iota too late. So, ticks completely even from both these two teams. Big gunfights coming through for Omit, though. Can they force them back?
This is all about this defense now. Omen EU really don't want to let it go. Haven't had a great time yesterday on this high rise, and they are looking at maybe a little bit more lost than I was expecting. They really are struggling to keep a lid on the Falcons, still who have map control. Bodhi's going to try and go for this in the spawn. Hixie just finds him before he can do too much damage.
Wait, I was calling that broken. Are they fixed?
I think they're fixed.
They're all correct.
He's going to be careful, and he's going to go down. This is where it gets a little bit dangerous. You are trying to pin them back into the spawn, but you get a few gunfights go wrong, and all of a sudden you can get pinned yourself. That's what happened to them yesterday. Weeman, though, staying alive in the middle of the map. Bodhi back into the spawn. That's the second time he's done that. Weeman says, all right, I'll clean it up for you. The Falcon's still trying to swing into this.
That's a massive win from Weeman. He can keep that presence in the middle of the map, which is now just being lost. Lose a couple of gunfights, all of a sudden the pressure will be on. Dixon and Hixie combining well, though. Steadies the ship. 12v11 in terms of lives. Ticks dead even. What has been these 2 rounds, although this one for Falcons is not done. The opportunity to find more is very much still there. Big hit coming down the B side, though. Trying to gain some control over here. And they find a couple of kills from some awkward angles for Omit to deal with. Vortex with the first blood. You can see Roxas has actually managed to find a way through here onto the point. They get taken out. And the untraditional way of pushing has not quite worked. Weeman will find another Hixie alongside of him. Looking good for the win here, Omit. One more opportunity for Falcons.
Hixie just trying to stay alive. 7v7. The Falcons will have to move. Everything they need every single gunfight to go their way just to get onto this point. But at the moment, Weeman hasn't found a kill. Exit will find one as well. Hixie's going to go down. Vortex waits! The timing almost goes against him. The Falcons will get onto the point for a second. Mythics finds one. Exit and Calla will combine as well, though. Weeman finds the last player on the point. Desperate to stay alive. Down they go. The rest of the Falcons just have to sprint to try to get to this point in 2 seconds. They shouldn't be able to do it. There's enough guns against them, and Hixie will find 2. And Omen EU hold them off.
A little bit of a different round to what we've seen in the first. A little bit more commitment from Falcons in terms of getting a hold of that B side, not losing out in the first couple of gunfights, which can really be a nail in the coffin when it comes to an attacking round if you lose that opening salvo. So the fact that they win it, can then push forward, get a hold of B, go from that. Really good job from Falcons, to be honest with you. A good attacking round. They would probably be a little bit disappointed not get a bit more. 3-3 on 6, I believe. I don't think they've got anything over towards anything concrete, at least anyway. But they do still have a cruise missile. Hixie is 3 off himself. But ace in the hole potentially for Falcons if they need it.
Well, just trying to be a bit careful, and this time they're going for a very big attack. He rounded up the rip here. Over to you, straight to the point. That is all 4 down. That is a wipe.
Oh, Vortex going to get the call here as well. They're all spawning in front of him. He doesn't want to have to necessarily take these gunfights. Staying alive, get up top, helicopter. That would be great. But the indication is there. I don't know exactly what's going on. Hixie found his 5th as well, by the way. If he can find a 6th, that would be huge. But Vortex is playing with him from over the top side. Can't find anything else. Hixie's still continuing to survive, I believe. In the spawn. Give for one more. Call it. Spots him. Hixie goes for the child. Gets taken down. That was for the 6th. That was for the cruise.
It was, and they have managed to push them back here as well. From what was an incredible break from ODU, they only get 1 tick, and now they get punished for it as well. Mythic's just staying alive. I don't think he'll be alive much longer. They are not going to let him out of this gap, surely. But reinforcements have got here. Next thing is going to... Wow. Mythic somehow stays alive for a few seconds. Unfortunately, they are not winning any gunfights. A team kill might give them a breath.
It will do. That's 2 Falcons players off the map. The other 2 over towards this B side. The mid-map push going to start coming on through. Vortex can't find the shots. Bodhi is there, but Weeman can. 28 seconds remaining now. Let's try and get something. That clock is stopped as they are inside of B. Second tick coming in. Even just a full capture onto B would be a decent enough result, but Vortex is going to fall down. I think Falcons might have a look at this now.
Well, they're going for it as well. Hixie now staying alive. Knows he just has to get out of there. Vortex gets his trade. He's just running. Hixie's just running for his life, trying to play it as best he can. Opponent goes for the chow. Will get it as well. Vortex looks for the player in here. It's an awful gunfight. Anytime those poles are involved, you could be in trouble, but Vortex calls it correctly. No 3 for him, though. They are desperate just to get their time again as Mythics goes into a corner. Hixie backs him up. And the Falcons really don't want to give him this time.
So they're trying to look for the flank. Not going to happen. Oh, they've called in the cruise as well. Doesn't find anything. Are you kidding? How has that not hit anyone?
I mean, have the advantage in lives now. With a minute to go. The Falcons have got to be careful. Exit has been spotted and down he goes. That's 3 players here for a moment. Straight onto the point. They're going for it. Vortex diving out. They know where he is. Hixie ended up getting it as well, and this is crazy time. This could be over.
This is a disaster. They called in the cruise missile. It didn't work. It didn't land. I think he must have landed at the other side of Propane. That doesn't blow up anymore, and that is the round for Omid. Oh my god, and Hixie finding a cruise missile towards the end, or at least one of the players from Omid. That potentially could not have went worse for Falcons towards the end. Here you go. Hixie was the one who finished it. It was a 6-3 towards the end. Went on a 5 previously. And there indeed is the round. Right, now let's see if we can see the players as he drops this in. Where's he dropped it? Hold on a second.
Oh, I would have thought that would have got the guy in elevator. I didn't.
You thought. You thought.
Well, stays alive, and the round goes against them.
Swear they got buff, Pricey.
Well, we will see. Because right now, they're not feeling it. What they are feeling is the pressure of having to win this attacking round. The Falcons now have to make sure they get this. They do not want to be locked into spawn.
Roxas could have done with staying alive. There has been one player who has slipped the net somewhat. He's come back to help his teammates. It's all very well trying to make the hero play, but you'd rather just help your teammates get out. Because he does have that insurance policy, though, in the form of the cruise missile. Hopefully for Omid fans, it works. Demon will find one on Exnin. Now start to force their way out. That's absolutely huge if they can find it. And they've actually won like chips in the night. A Bodhi kind of gets spun on by Mythics. And you're in a tough spot if you're Falcons, especially if you lose these next couple of gunfights.
Oh, here they go. Can they break out? It's not full lock yet. It is not all lost. Vortex trying to stay alive, play his life. The rest of them coming off the respawn, though. There is an opportunity. Hixie does not get Roxas. Vortex looking for the kill as well, and Falcons have broken out. They will now attempt to get onto this point with 16 seconds left to go. Mythics knows they are about to put the pressure on him.
Just has to stay alive. Here comes the cruise missile. That's going to be locked in. It doesn't find anybody either. So we go 2 for 2, and cruise missiles absolutely not working. All of a sudden, Omit have been wiped off the face of the map. B control is now there for Falcons. They do not have time to make a misstep. The nades land. The game ends. Omit EU, a comfortable 3-0 win against Falcons out of absolutely nothing. It's the previous round that does the job, but 3-1 in the control. It's a comfortable game and a big statement game for Omit to put themselves back into that conversation after a disastrous start yesterday.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary. A little bit scary for them at points, but yeah, the double nade straight in to the point there eventually means Omit EU walk away with the control. They take down the Falcons. And yeah, maybe it was a slow start, or maybe we've got to kind of figure out exactly what happened in that game number 1 with Omit, because they look every bit as good as they did last season.
Yeah, they look fantastic. I think it's more giving credit to other teams here who are like packing the boys look fantastic. Obviously beating Omit 3-0, because that looked like the Omit I watched all last season, right? They looked like the team who looked like they can be beaten, then all of a sudden they very much can't be. Very resolute all the way throughout, talented. They're very, very good squad. It just boggles my mind that they haven't done better on the international stage, but that's how things ended. All that is tough. 30-20 coming in from Exnid for a 3-1 loss. Khalid not necessarily having the kind of game you would expect, but Exnid very much up towards the top of things. Mythic slow on that one. I actually would have expected him to dominate, but Hixie found himself the cruise missile towards the end. Went on the 5-3. Nearly held himself 2. Really, really big game coming in from him. 3-1 for Omit. And deserve it, if anything. You know, they didn't control the majority of the series. Bryson, they win the lead from the get-go. And deserved the win in the end. 3-0. Doesn't necessarily flatter them whatsoever.
No, it really doesn't. And I was trying to kind of think about what happened there realistically. The Falcons did everything kind of right in that one. A trophy system would have completely changed that round away, because I think Falcons overcommitted to the spawn trap, and you just saw the nades fly in. That's why they couldn't get back on there for time. They kind of didn't commit to it fully as well, if you know what I mean. Like, they hadn't got the positioning where, if you could put 3 or 4 on maybe, but they thought, hey, we'll go for the win here.
Well, they had to, right? They had to win that round. They were 2-1 down, so they've got to go for it. Got to try and get everything going. There's no good getting a hold of B, finding yourself with a singular minute to try and find a push over towards A. I suppose if you've got that pressure, you've got to kind of go for it. And there's the nades coming in from Omit to solidify the game. There you go. 3-0 for Omit EU. That's a little bit more like it. Good result on 6-star. Very convincing. That really was a more comfortable game than even the 70-point win does suggest. 6-star were very, very close on the Search and Destroy. High-res control, though. Bit of a mixy one, but they get the job done where needed. Good job from Omit. That's us done on Alpha. I believe there's still a game going on in Bravo, though, Ricey.
I believe there is. This is going to be the control. So replay for us as well. There's Maestro just trying to lock this one down, and it's very close for actually Nocturne, who are leading 2-1 in this control, to get A, and that's probably what they're going to commit to.
Looks like it is going to be the way. Terra cannot find it. Onto the point you go. Solo Doa. Can you manage to capture it? You got the cover from the mid from Nile. And B control there as well. 8 versus 9 on the lives and no points captured. Absolutely live for it. Kill each other over and over again. Here we are. Nile locking down inside of B. I mean, it's just so tough, especially when you're going to try and push up from this side. Everybody can kind of watch you for it whilst they're here. Here's myself and Maestro.
Oh, it's not going to hit in time.
Oh, pain. He's had that for a while as well, surely.
He has, and that means they're going to end up losing that control. Going in a 6-star hard point. Nocturne will lead the series 2-1. I'll be feeling pretty good about it as well. And speaking of which, they're in.
A seamless transition straight into the next game. The replay just timed perfectly. Colton, the boys on point as per usual. Here we go from Nocturne. Can they manage to close this one out in a 3-1 victory? We've seen very similar maps all night, Brycey.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of enjoying the new 6-star, so people are kind of thinking it as maybe not the worst option. At least it's not getting vetoed as often at this stage. So it certainly seems to be a safe map for a few teams.
It's just a mixy one, right? And I suppose, you haven't got many hills to... well, I mean, this is me theorizing the top of my head. I suppose it's maybe in a bit of an easier hard point because you're not got any hills to worry about, Brycey. I don't know if that's the case.
I just think that the rework has made it a safe map. I think realistic with the rotations where they are now and the spawns, things are able to kind of more predict it, and it never really feels like anybody could have a bad map with a mix of close and long range gunfights you can have.
But you live and die on 2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
Because one's really tough. 4 is not necessarily one you can get a load on. Looks like the break's potentially going to come through here for Noctem. Still, the spawns aren't going to be there for Maestro. Snape from behind. There will be Harry Potter jokes later on in the season, but not right now because I can't think of them.
Well, at the moment, Maestro just holding this down. They will have the scrap time. You can see the rotation coming in from Nocturne. They've got a bit of mid-control. They've got players already sitting in this hard point. They don't want to give it away. But here it comes Maestro, just so slowly. Kelly's going to be there. A bit of pressure. Needs reinforcements, really, but he does find Snape already. This is a huge thing. All 3 players are stacking this one. They're using the trophy to try to get through. Here we go. Maestro jumps in. Going to be stunned, though. Niall already finds the first. They're going to try and stack this. A little bit of a problem, but Detain has found them behind and goes for the second. We're not going to get the third. Kelly will end up beating him down. But they have got the back spawn. Reinforcements from Nocturne will now have to flood back.
They obviously didn't hold them very well, Nocturne. But still, it's a small choke point you've got to try and go through. You haven't been able to catch them unaware. Maestro last alive. He falls. Good hold from Nocturne. 22 seconds remaining. Still going to be spawns towards the backside. But the fact that Nocturne actually hold that down initially, not the end of the world that you lose the spawns. It's typically a transition from 3 to 4 is more favorable if you do have the back spawns, but not the end of the world for Nocturne because they will get nearly every single second.
Keza just being careful. Trying to get in this in every single direction as this hill pops, but Maestro doing a really good job at the moment. They have managed to push them away from this, so they should get a bit of time. For Nocturne, it becomes a much harder push. They will now have to spend some time checking the corners if they wish to split the map. Snape, though, going to go down. That's a huge kill. Originally, that opens up so much. Keza will get a second. They are piling through. Maestro stops the bleeding for a bit. It just managed to get the first, but Detain comes through, gets 2, and that is a break in 15 seconds.
Like a knife through butter. They're just far too easy for D10 and the boys. 11 and 5 from Jed. Can he continue this going? 3 spring. Doesn't find the 4th. Will just dip out. The damage is potentially done here. 23 seconds remaining. P1 control is going to partially be there beside of Maestro, but it is just the worst hill to try and lock down. You need a 4 dead. You need spawns. You need, well, everything in the back pocket to be able to do it. After 1 rotation, albeit only 4 hills, that is going to be a very solid lead of around 80 points already. Oh, no.
They are firing. This is everything for them at the moment. Every gunfight we see, Nocturne taken. They are missing. Detain on a 4 streak. 4 health in a dream. Let's have to come back, and we'll have to back off for just a few seconds. Killing tries to give it as well. Detain will want a cruise missile off the back of this. There we go. There's 5. Low health again. Reinforcements piling into the point. Yeah, Detain's going for it. Detain just wants his 6th.
Adding to the arsenal, if anything, I believe it was actually Killy who managed to pick one up as well. Something at 16 and 9. It's unsurprising. 4 dead. And all of a sudden, there's a cruise missile on D10. I believe Killy's got one as well. This is a disaster now for Maestro, who was just getting gunned off the map. Snape eventually turns around and says no. We'll get some control over towards this P2 side. I say that, but it's only momentary. Killy towards the back. Starting to lose a couple of gunfights, but they're going to get the favorable spawns here for P2. Kind of went in a little bit blind. Stun. Doesn't work. Push could potentially be here. It's a bit of a mixy spawn. I don't think either team knows who's got control. But ultimately, in the end, it will be Maestro. It's still a mountain to climb.
He gets caught off, looking the wrong direction. Detain stays alive towards the back. They're going to have to deal with it now. Maestro looking everywhere. They are spread out across the map, and so are Nocturne. This is chaos. Nobody has a solid battle line. Nobody has solid control of one direction. However, Detain somehow finds a second. A complete wipe after the cruise missile comes in. And now they're like, all right, we've got this hold here as well. They know exactly where they're coming from. Maestro, though, do get the first 2. Detain looking for it. He's not going to get that. Snape takes down his teammate. Detain with 4 life again. We'll go out towards the back. They're looking for him. They know he's got to be here somewhere. And fine spell, but it's not going to be enough. This is just chaotic the entire way through.
It sometimes can be that way on 6 stop. But it's why I bloody love it. Some of the players sometimes struggling with the pace that can be set. You've got to be a team who can deal with it. Samber's going to find himself around the corner, searching for a D10, just chilling behind the bar, waiting for the cover to come through. They will find the kill, but this is a hard break. Not so much if you've got a cruise missile.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for. Here they go. They're going to strike on this afterwards. You can already see the rest of the players backing off, and he'll find Maestro on the point. They'll get into it as well. And now they've got to hold the choke points themselves, and Killy wants to try and take down Terra. Keza will get sniped. This flank is secure, but this is a horrible hill to fight over for both teams. Realistically, Maestro do have the advantage.
T10 sitting at 18-9. Honestly, I feel like I'm back in 2019, Bryson. Singularity on the main stage. It's crazy scenes coming in. Keza finds two. The break coming in. Knocked him. Trying to get something on the board here now. Terra, what can he do? He can't find the kill. The rest of the team now starting to filter through. They do have a hold of the spawns, but they're all dead. There you go. Break in. It's a 105-point lead. Knocked him. Running away with this game.
They're trying to get to the next one as well. Kelly's just found two as well. Only Maestro on this point will be able to stop the bleeding, and they've done it. They've got the spawn here as well, and Killy looking for Maestro, and he does find him. Killy is making some outrageous kills. On a 4 streak, not going to get the 5th. Maestro to hold.
It's going to be perfect from here on out. Maestro's putting the numbers up, but it's just it doesn't seem to be... And I don't want to criticize because he's obviously like playing well. 21-17, he's shooting, he's going very straight. You still find your team 100 points behind. Fundamentals might not be working for Maestro. Knocked him. We're going to try and find the win. Keza. Great shots coming through, looking for the cuts as well. Spell towards the backside. There's your information. Can't quite win it here for Knocked him, but they will be within spitting distance of it.
Certainly will, and they're going to be happy to bleed this for as much as they can. The Maestro still want to push it. Don't want to give them these points. Get on to the next one, and they've done exactly that. Detain left alone. Bombarded from every single angle. Somehow finds Terra just to keep it ticking over for his team, but that will be done. Scrap time for Maestro over to P1. 2 players of Knocked him are already here.
Hard one to find many points on. You can find a break. Start to move out the cuts. You can get something going with Keza. Doing well as well. There's 4 dead. There's the time that you could potentially get on the board. 20 seconds is all that's needed now for Knocked him. 15 seconds now starting to tick up. The pressure is going to start coming in. Maestro will find the kills, but they have to be desperate. They have to be haphazard in these pushes, and it just makes it that all more difficult. 10 seconds away for Knocked him for the win.
They're going for this as well. You can see Maestro, they're about to hit full side. One player to stop the clock for a few seconds. Detain onto the point. Looking for him as well. These players are playing the life. Nile is just gunning everything that is in front of him. But they have not got this point. They have not ended the game here yet. And it's a bit of a fight in the middle of the air vent. And Maestro are going to have to leave this. Nile pushing it out. It should be overtime.
Should be. Looking like P2 rotations in. It's really only going to be Terra who's in a position to shut this down. Actually, he does have company from Maestro. Going to find one from the front. Break will come in. The spawns will be out for Knocked him. D10's in a good position, but his team very much spawning out Bricey. Good break coming in from Maestro. D10 going to try and do it all on his own. 1, 2. His third is on the outside of the map. He gets wiped out as well. That should be the game. Knocked him. Secure it in. 3-1 victory for them. Getting things up and running here in Challenges in Europe for Season 3. Good job.
Dominant towards the end there, Nocturne. I mean, it just looked like everywhere they were going, they were gunning over and over again. It wasn't when it wasn't Detain, it was Nile overwatching. And when it wasn't that, it was Killy and Keza just really winning the gunfights everywhere they needed to. And they were playing at a high tempo.
That's 6-star, right? I mean, how many times do we see it? It's just so fast. Really good job, though, from Noctem. They find the kills where they need to. Again, look, Maestro's putting their damage down, but he's still losing by 100 points. Definitely some work needed from Team Maestro as a squad to try and figure out what's going on there, because if you've got somebody dropping those kind of numbers and you're losing by hundreds of points, something not going right. Noctem Esports, so give them all of the credit in the world. Fantastic performance. Came out the gates absolutely firing, and when you're seeing teams do well from 2 to 3 on the hills on this map, you're usually winning the game. It is so crucial to do that. D10 was, as I said, I'm watching them on the main stage. He was in there. They beat a couple of good teams back at Champs back in the day. Remember that?
Yeah, doing very well, and yeah, it just looked like a little bit of a different caliber in that game. Knocked them everywhere they went. They were just filling the kill feed. They were making the kills. And it was just looked like Maestro just couldn't kind of reach that level.
Yeah, it was tough. They were just struggling to keep up in terms of the engagement, in terms of the breaks. They didn't really have many rotations to speak of. I think the second one over towards P3 was the only time it felt like they had a solid setup. And that's where they got the majority of their points, right?
Yeah. And it's just solid setups. And again, things like this from Detain, 26 and 15 towards the end. The rest of the team get the kills as well, and he played it patient, and that's all they needed. Just get this one out there, and yeah, for Nocturne, that's a big win.
Yep, solid. very, very solid. Maybe gets their campaign up and running. Looking good in the hard points, though. Comfortable map 1, comfortable map number 3, and a 3-1 win on control with a nail-biter of a round to solidify it. Certain Shrine might need some work, but irrelevant of that, they will be happy with that performance. A 3-1 victory is nothing to be sniffed at in any stage of Elite Challengers. Let's see how they go as the season goes on. But on the other side of things, Bracy Ultimate getting themselves a win as well. They're back up and running. Curious to see what they do for the rest of the night, if they have another game at least anyway, or what they're going to be doing next week as well. It should be an interesting fold-up for the rest of the tour.
It certainly should. Some great wins from these teams so far in the Elite, but we are going to go to a quick break. We will be back as soon as all the rest of the matches in our first slot are finished, ready for our second slot in just a little while. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite in Europe. Our second slot is ready to go, but it has been an exciting first half. Thrills, spills, upsets, and more. This is how the groups are looking, Ton.
Yeah, the groups are looking a little bit different on the right-hand side. We'll cover that in just a second, but only EU bouncing back in our initial game on, obviously, our primary stage. But in Group B, you would see that Clutch Rain War have lost a game. They lost it to Funhouse, who are sitting 0-2. Again, I don't know what's happening with some of these results. Sometimes teams aren't just showing up. And now for Clutch Rain War, they've got to go up against 5 Media Clan in our main game on broadcast price. Tough night for them if they go on to lose this one as well. 5 Media Clan 3-0 this stage so far. Very much the team to beat at this moment in time in Group B.
Yeah, having a great time. I mean, they did look really good in the end of season last time around and at the major. So maybe 5 Media Clan looking to go flawless. And you are right, this is a very big game for them, of course, seeing how they can do. But this is how it will play out. We start off on 6-star again. Everybody jumping on that map today for Hardpoint. High-Rise Search and Destroy is next. Then Karachi Control, Vista Hardpoint, and Karachi Search and Destroy to round it out.
Yeah, should be an interesting series. Very fast-paced to kick things off. High-Rise Search and Destroy to slow things down. Karachi Control doing similar. Vista, my favorite half-point map at this moment in time. Karachi Search and Destroy to close us out. I'm really not sure which way this game goes because, honestly, I was thinking, yeah, okay, this should be a very, very close one. But if Clutch Rain have just lost out to the Funhouse, all respect to those guys, solid competitors and have been in challengers for quite some time. You're talking about like Dizzy, Wardy, etc. They lost 3-2 in a map number 5. Now you got to go in against the team who are sitting at 3-0 in the group. You've got to lock back in.
Well, we'll see who blinks first into this one as Harry tries to get some work, but Yakko always being pretty good all the way through the Challenger Elites, and we'll be looking to do that even more here as they just get some of the time onto P1, and both teams will keep hurling themselves at this until we get round to about the time to rotate, which is about now.
Yeah, want to make sure you lock down these P2 spawns. We've talked about it time and time again. That's a good time to get a bit of a wipe here for 5 Media. Harry trying his best just to try and hold this back spawn down all on his own. Not going to be able to do it. There's one more player who did spawn here. He's dead to rights as well. Lovely rotation from 5 Media. Soaking up a bit of this final time. They're going to get, well, the majority of it. Journey doesn't get out, but the job is done. P2 secured.
They're looking for this now as well, though. You can see so many of them already over, and Super is going on a route. This could be devastating. Got to time it right, though. So many bullets. And he's not going to get any of them there. Maybe a little bit overzealous. It looks like Clutch Rain War are trying to get into the point, but it is no good. It's done enough damage to distract them. Only Bant alive.
Yeah, they have to do enough to at least turn around. He may not find a kill, but the damage is done via distraction. Now we can hold down this right-hand side. You can see Yakko on the 3-spree. He's going to fall eventually, but here comes the push now from Clutch Rain War. They're going to filter through. They're going to find the kills. Renko's there. Oh my goodness, how's he snapped onto the 3rd? Then to get his pants pulled down, and all of a sudden 5 Media have got 20 more seconds on the board. All about this fight for the P3, but that's devastating. No scrap time, and Spawn's not secured for the next hill either.
Renko doing so much work there. You can see in our wonderful picture-in-picture replay system, just holding them off completely.
They've lost rotation.
And Clutch Rain X War are being hammered. This is not a great time for them. They are being beaten in every aspect. The Super can't get through the glass. Will eventually go down. But it is 83-12.
Oh, it's just a disaster so far. Trying to break the spawns from the back. It was a bit difficult to try and find this push. Vance will trade out his own teammate. Super will be there as well. Spawns close enough for 5 Media. They should be able to get themselves in here, but Clutch Rain in a good position just to slow this down.
Everybody's in as well. They're reinforcing faster. Tunisia reinforce. 5 Media Clan will get the points back into it. Clutch Rain X War only got 3 so far, but they're standing on there for the contest. Nade will be flying through in. Yakko with that little bit of a flank again, but unfortunately his teammates don't get as many of the good trades as they would have liked, so the team is still trying to get into these final few points.
They may only have 15 points on the board, but I actually really want to give a shout out to Clutch Rain War there. They've done a really good job at limiting what 5 Media were going to get a hold of. Yes, okay, they will still get themselves 20 points or so, but we've seen teams get full 60s on that hill. Damage limitation, well, okay, may well just be completely negated because you're being out-rotated over towards next as well. Clutch Rain still only with 15 points. This still, though, could have been a lot worse than it already is.
Oh, Renko eventually will go down. It's a great position to hold it as well, but too many bodies, too many bullets, but Yakko still being a problem. just keeps on moving, not giving them any room to breathe. And Clutch Rain X War still really struggling to get into this game.
Cruise missile in the back pocket now. Cobra sitting at 3-9. That's really not like him. It is a 100-point lead. And then some. And we aren't even into the second rotation on 6-star. That says quite a lot. Harry will be able to get one back. There's nobody seemingly winning gunfights right now. 5 Media are running through Clutch Rain War.
Well, this is really, really one-sided. Eventually, Harry makes himself known, gets 2. There'll be some scrap time here for Clutch Rain, but they need more than scrap time now. Surely not. Denza stays alive, but the rest of his team have got into Vapor. He finds a second, but it's all going to be 5 Media Clan. They are now setting up on P1.
15-5 from Super. Everybody frying on the 5 Media Clan side. And when you go into a 6-star, if you're losing gunfights consistently, you're going to lose the game. It's so fast-paced. You just need to be there for the trades, and they just haven't been. Yakko there again. It's always seemingly a couple of kills without answer from 5 Media. But is this a position potentially for Clutch Rain now? You got 30 seconds remaining on this hill. You need to stop them getting as much time as they are, but they're getting flanked consistently. Yakko is here, finds another. This is a whitewash so far, Brycey. Clutch Rain managed to get 21 points in one rotation.
That is devastating. There's no real other way to break this one down. 5 Media Clan are destroying Clutch Rain X War on this map right now. They will get scrap time again here, Clutch Rain, but that's all they're going to get. They don't have the rotation. Can they make a miraculous break here into this point and try to steer this ship in a better direction?
They are getting absolutely worked. They need to try and find something. You put some excuse towards online, whatever. Maybe not playing on the day, but the boys are getting bodied here. 5 Media are just having their way. This is incredible. It's dominant against one of the teams that we've been calling out potentially as winners here. The challenger's elite. Journey's locking it down all on his own. Eventually, Denza will be there to the rescue. But this is what, 30 seconds remaining on this hill. You've got to be thinking about rotation. They will get a kind spawn out, so Bance will be able to help them, but they're not going to get many more of this 25 seconds. It's only a team nade that might help them do so. P3 rotation starting to come in. You've got some scrap time. You need to find every single second from here on out. You are 130 behind.
Super just making a bit of a move here, but maybe a little bit of overheating. Yakko, that's a long-range gunfight he doesn't want to take. Reinforcements flooding in for Clutch Rain X War, and Renko is going to be there as well. They are putting the pressure on before this one pops. Here it comes. Cruise missile as well. Information in abundance. Thread the needle, get the kill. They are on the point. It is a wipe. Clutch Rain X War, they get nothing.
50 seconds to play for here. This could be a 200-point game at this stage with the way that things have been going for Clutch Rain War. Super trying to lock down the middle of the map, isn't able to find anything. Eventually, Clutch Rain seem to be just getting themselves into a bit of a rhythm. But I was going to ask the question, is it too late? It's far too late, right? I mean, 30 seconds to go here on P3. You're going to find the break from the front. They did well at doing so on the last rotation. You need to make it count. You need to find something with it.
It's been devastating every single time. You think maybe there's something for Clutch Rain, but this is now such a deficit. It is so far behind. They will have to rotate early for these hills to lock them in, while also playing for the scrap time. They can't even afford to bleed a little bit on these hills.
3 hills in a row. If you can find 20 points, if you're 5 Media, you win the game. Nice and easy. Should be relatively simple from them. At this stage now, Bance can't find a push there all on his own. Nobody else finding it. Do the push on the other side. Harry is trying. Can't get through. 5 Media have just set the pace, and Clutch Rain War can do absolutely nothing about this now. They broke 200 points. Clutch Rain yet to hit 100.
Cobra just being careful, trying to find the kills he needs to. They need to hit a different gear completely. But they are trading difficult. Here we go. A little bit of a kill feed going on here for Clutch Rain X War. They will get back into the point. 27 seconds. If they can hold this, they'll at least get out of the 100-point club, which might just be the silver lining they need on this map, because nothing has been going their way.
Damage limitation at this stage would be a monumental comeback. We've casted over a couple of big hardpoint comebacks, Brycey. I think this could be the biggest one if they do manage to do it. I think as bad as it got was 130, 140 points. And Media now in control, heading over towards P1. They're in a decent spot to chip away at that 250-point mark that they need to hit. They are 29 seconds away and counting.
Still going to try and make a hit. Super staying alive as well. Knows he's got reinforcements from teammates, and the Clutch Rain have to be the team that makes the move. There is no doing half measures anymore. You have to go. You have to rip this out of the clutches of 5 Media Clan. Yakko looking for even more kills. He knows it's going to be easier because they will be separate. There is no more stacking, no more time. It's panic mode. Hit the burners, hit the weapons, and go. Unfortunately, 5 Media Clan are eating them alive every step of the way.
They can win it here. 22 seconds still remaining. They can win it here very easily. This is going to be the game.
I just don't see anything here. Clutch Rain, X-War have been destroyed on this first map of Hardpoint. 5 Media Clan run away with it in a dominant performance. Like I said before, the benefit, you know, you get out of the 100-point club. That's about it.
Absolutely dismantled them from the get-go. I mean, what was it? It was less than 21 points after the first rotation. I think it was more so sitting around 15 or 16. They got a few points as we popped into P1 the second time around. Look, 5 Media Clan will do that to other teams, don't get me wrong. But to do the Clutch Rain War, who've already lost the game tonight, they've got to be feeling down on themselves. Absolutely bodied them. 31-11 coming in from Super. Everybody sharing the load in terms of the Hilltime 5 Media Clan. Firing on all cylinders there. Fantastic job coming out from them. Nearly 100-point club. One of the best teams that we have here in Europe. That was a whitewash.
So I have a question. Oh, okay. I feel like I don't know which way to go on it either. So the 100-point club, right? Infamous thing, started back in Black Ops 2, right? Is the 100-point club under 100 points, or is it 100 points and under?
I think it's under 100.
It's under 100, right? That's what I was thinking. So technically they made it out, but they are on 100 points. It's just slightly confusing. I thought I'd clarify.
Yeah, I would say under 100. I think that's fair. I don't know what I feel as if, because Colton is telling us in our area that that's the official stat line, it has to be under 100.
Well, I mean, theoretically, we could just ask Shane, who I'm fairly certain came up with it.
He did invent it. Remember that? Absolutely, my word.
Yeah. So we can always go. We can just DM him just to make sure. But it was a curious one because I said you get out of the 100-point club and you're on 100 points. It may be a bit weird for some of the fans who are watching for the first time.
Oh, remember when they did that? Oh my god, that looks bad.
Let's not walk down memory lane. Let's look at this chasm that is on this game flow chart.
Oh, yeah, that's tough viewing. If you're a Clutch Rain Team War fan, that was a smoke show. High-Rise Search and Destroy are going to be coming up next. Karachi Control will follow it. If the rest of the games go that way, I don't think we'll see Vista or Karachi to close out things in 4 and 5. That was not what I was expecting. Look, I did think this map, okay, you think of the teams and how they're set up and the way that they play. I did think that 5 Media Clan will probably come out to get swinging with a map 1 win, but 250 to 100? No.
Yeah, that was not expected. But I mean, you did actually kind of allude to it before we went live. You said, hey, they've just lost a game. And that's something we were expecting either. So maybe they're just off the pace as well. But speaking of off the pace, we get a chance to jump into another game with another different tempo. This is our second slot 22 esports versus the Funhouse. And this is looking like towards the end of the Hardpoint ton.
Close game between these two. Funhouse are the team who got a hold of the win. Up against Team War Clutch Rain. They're in a good spot here though. Unless they can find the break. There's one player gone. Where's the spawn's going to be? Dizzy does get taken down. Zappy is there, not just for 1, but for 2, 3 in a row. Doesn't find the 4th. Looks like a good hold here though for 22 esports. You do very well to win it from here, Funhouse.
Well, very difficult push into it now, and you can see they're going to try and make it. The last few seconds, the last hurrah. Jump into the point, and the trades flow through. At the moment, the Funhouse are in, but they are going to be outnumbered. It is also going to be a long spawn for them. Resi, a 1v1. It isn't going to win it, and that'll be 22 esports taking map number 1 ton.
Well, there you go. That's going to make that series interesting. Vision Search and Destroy coming up between these two teams. I believe Funhouse actually, as we go into the Search and Destroy, winning the final map 6-4 up against Team War Clutch Rain. So Search and Destroy seems to be a bit of a forte for the boys here. Wardy, Dizzy, Chunk and Resi, very, very solid squad. As mentioned before, guys who've been around for quite some time in challenges. We're going to get caught out there by 22 esports side of things now for now. So, going to work on something over towards B. Zappy will absolutely not have a trophy system yet.
I was going to say, it's not a great position to be in, actually, on B on defense in the first round, but doesn't matter. Teammates come swarming through, and they are now massively outnumbered. The point I was about to make is technically, you know, if you can find where that player on B is holding, you do have the ability to rain nades on them in that first round. They never got the chance.
Smoke just created a little bit of chaos. Yeah, here you can see Overlay has actually made his way through the middle of the street from the back palace spawn and just caught the player off guard in the middle of the smoke.
Wow, that's how it works. No trophies, smokes become even more fun. Let's see how they do on the attack, though. 22 esports. Maybe some B pressure. They've already sent a few here with one player playing the hook. Just watching this A street, trying to watch a little bit of any flank that hits through. There is technically an open route through middle of the map here. Funhouse won't know this.
Shots coming in from Resi. Slow this one down at least for 22 esports on the attack. A tough one now. Oh, Body massively over challenging that. It's caught off guard, but Resi now put himself in position. Very, very difficult to now break through this. He can try and find the push through DVD. Yeah, can't challenge that angle whatsoever. Bomb in a very precarious spot. Gonna have to go a different way if you're 22 esports.
Gotta be careful, and Chunk is really in a horrible position and will be taken out. Trophy down as well. But where do they go? Without bomb, do they rotate here and go for B, considering they've got to go here anyway?
It's difficult. You feel as if you have a bit of control. The smoke down there, though, is... I'm not sure if it was a distraction coming in from 22 esports or if that was from Funhouse, but either way, Bomb's going to go down to B. Good position now if you're 22 esports. 2-0 is beckoning, especially if you're going to find that first kill. Dizzy now in a 1 versus 3.
Outrageous repositioning. Dizzy looking for the first, not going to get it. No opportunities. 22 esports are looking pretty good on the search and destroy. And if you want to keep up with how that one is going, it's on Bravo, on Challengers right now. Maybe put it into another screen. Maybe just get it up next to each other. You can keep an eye. But it doesn't matter because our primary game is on the way and already we've got a win ton.
Well, there you go. 5 Media starting off where they left it. Into the search and destroy. Renko into second. Good movement. Good shots. Had some backup as well. I didn't get to see much of it, but looked like a fairly comfortable round.
Wow.
2 for Renko, 2 for Super. No problem.
Staring down the barrel of both our primary and secondary game. Looking a similar kind of way. Let's see, though. Attack here for 5 Media Clan. Windows broken. Out towards B. Trophies out. Very important. Now into the second round. Super. Still going to catch something in the teeth. Got to be careful. Bant is going to be here.
Crossover with each other, but Bant knows it's going to be one above. We'll find the first one. We'll just try and dip out yet. Knows the challenge was going to come through. He's probably dead to rights. How on earth has he survived so long? Done very well to do so. Dead's now in a position to try and get aggressive, but does he know he has the bomb in this position? 5 Media are looking for it. They will find the pick there as well. Nice and patient from them. They had to be. They didn't have the bomb. Cobra now left on his own journey. Absolutely spitting. 5 Media cruising right now.
That just looks so comfortable. I thought after Bants maybe got that first blood, they could pull them apart a little bit, but it wasn't going to happen. They just kept finding the kills over and over again, and no trades coming in was the biggest issue. Sometimes if you can break it down a little bit, they run out of options, but at no point did 5 Media Clan seem at all bothered they didn't have the bomb.
I suppose, like, you know, when you've got map positioning, you haven't left the bomb, like, in a more advanced position. It is behind you. It is closer to your spawn, so I suppose you don't have to worry about it as much. Push now going to come through from Clutch Rain over towards AA Yako. Delusional challenging across the map, you would imagine. Did he hear something?
It was a hard hold, though.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hoping to find it right and gonna get away with it as well. Denzel will find the first blood on the Yako. I said it's a hard hold. He was down in bottom blue. Journey, though, looking for the repeat, but isn't going to get it. Harry will take him out. And these are the trades you want. Clutch Rain staying alive and letting teammates pick it up.
I think that was maybe slightly overzealous from Journey. Super will find one of the cross. Now they know exactly where he is. That bomb is heading over towards B. Oh, he's just dipped in at the right time. Finds the shots on the Bance. Can't do much else. I would have loved to have seen that gunfight from Bance's POV, if I'm honest with you, because that looked horrible.
It did. I mean, everybody must have just been shooting feet. Fortunately, Cobra come into it and just put one bullet in. I wasn't going to be entirely certain who was going to win it. It looked like Bance had the first shots, but the fact that he died seems to me that he would lose. But we'll see. Right now, though, Clutch Rain X4, they're going to be happy for that round back on the board. 5 Media Clan still going to be feeling pretty good about it. What can they do on their attack?
Trying to steady the ship round. 3-2 is a lot worse than 2-1 down. Good shots coming up from Cobra. That's what we've come to expect from him. But Bance is going to get caught off guard. Cobra does find a second. We're going to line up a third up top. Propane not going to happen. Yakko will be able to find him. Now, Harry and Denza are paired up together here. So can they make something work? Can they hunt together? Or are they just going to try and solo run it? Good shots coming in from Harry, as you would expect. Decent ones were answered back from on the side of Journey. 2 versus 2 still.
This is all timing, and I think Denza got some information they didn't have. I don't know if 5 Media Clan saw him. They haven't really reacted to it. This is crazy timing, and it's just gone back to a 1 versus 1. Journey versus Denza. Denza with the rival 9 down long B. He'll want to get into it. The Journey, this is all about trying to work out, can I get this bomb down? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, sometimes a little bit of bad luck. Clutch Rain X4 will get the round ton.
Yeah, and that's just a bit of a problem there for Journey towards the end. The fact that Denza knows whereabouts he kind of is, Journey doesn't have a clue where Denza is in that situation. They haven't got a clue. He kind of played the flank. It made the difference. You can see him spotted here. He's back on down from there. That gives them the information. Harry's over. Now Denza knows he can play around this area of the map. Really good job coming in from Clutch Rain to stabilitating kind of rounds. They need them. They need to be able to try and find a win here. Bounce back after what was a terrible map number 1.
Let's see now. Nade's already echoing down B's long. Lucifer, aka Harry, trying to have a bit of a gunfight with Rencourt. It's always a bit dangerous. Yakko's found himself caught. Run down the side. Get all the way back into spawn. And both teams playing a little bit hesitant, but it will be first blood for Clutch Rain X4.
Another one that's going to help them on their way. Did Harry see anybody there? Did he see him? Did he see him? He still hasn't. Rencourt going to catch timing. Yeah, lovely. Oh, can't quite get the shots into Denza. Shot from a couple of different directions as well, but the information has been gained. Yakko's there on the other side, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of 5 Media.
Clutch Rain X4 digging the heels in. They want a favorable trade. They can get one, they'll feel more confident, but slowly but surely they're going to run out of places. Oh, the smoke means Denza has to commit. When he goes for it, checks the bomb.
It's been bedded.
Another smoke.
Oh my god, this is hell on earth. If you're a COD player, you hate to see it. Bance is going to be down left in the 1 versus 2. Gets taken down. They're on the bomb. They smoke down from either side, if we are right here into certain rules. Causes absolute chaos in the site, and at that stage, it's a 50-50. Even with 5 Media having the numbers, whoever finds that first kill probably wins the round.
It was just insanity. We
Chaos.
all know what chaos that smoke can be. As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, both sides will be unhappy. Obviously, it looks like Clutch Rain X4 put another smoke in for the chaos. Yeah, because they went back to back in the site. They decided to smoke it out and try their best. Just didn't have the numbers to trade it. Bance tried to get away.
5 Media find themselves back into the lead there. See, we didn't get to see any of the game between Clutch Rain and Team War and Funhouse, but looking over some of the statistics that are coming up on my screen through through Twitter. That's a tough loss as well. Can they bounce back here? They are finding themselves 1 round behind and find themselves with an advantage here. Now in round number 6.
Everybody just being a bit careful. Clutch Rain X War have not really pushed up. 5 Media Clan now have a little bit of control around the B site. They won't want him to commit until they're happy. Bance will get the first shot onto Yakko, though. Rencor will get it back on the Denzer, and he flies out. Rencor brings it back now, and he is alone because his teammates have died. But an outrageous challenge.
3 spree. 30 seconds to go on the attack. You stick with your twist here. Do you go for it?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm surprised we went all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's really backed himself up here just with the time that he's got remaining. This is going to be so tough. You have to catch a timing. Doesn't get it. It's a big spin from Harry. Clutch Rain War will find the round 3-piece all of a sudden.
I was going to say, I was surprised. I mean, the problem is that if you commit to B, you know that there's many angles they can check that bomb from if they're pushed up the map. Now, in hindsight, with the fact that we can see, obviously we knew they weren't far up. He did have the opportunity, but A is always dangerous, I feel. I feel like it's obviously the more dangerous site. Well, you very rarely see a plant at A. It's just a wide open area. And obviously he was hoping they had kind of shifted their attention towards B.
Wasn't necessarily as efficient as he possibly could have been. And he had to be a lot faster if he did want to win the round. That's why I was thinking, is he maybe just trying to play his life for the 3 spree, which, you know, it's a stretch at it, but yeah, in that situation, you need to be a lot faster. But irrelevant of that, it is still 3 apiece. That's not necessarily the best trophy from Bance, but that smoke will work out nicely, and he's going to use the smoke. Get himself into an awkward little position. There is no way they read this. Bance now making the plays with the smokes, gets on out, finds the first kill. Wonderful play.
It's tricky. There's just no way to really predict that play. And it gets them back into a 3 versus 2. And again, he's going to find another player, but it will be traded out this time. Cobra in a 1 versus 2. Throwing bullets down range. 38 seconds in a dream. He wants the bomb, which is downstairs as well. 5 Media Clan doing what they probably should do, keeping close to each other.
No bomb for Cobra. Searching around, taking a couple of bullets. 46 HP, has to be careful. The challenger's just inevitably going to come in. There's so little that he can do here. He would do so well to manage to find the round. He's probably going to get this bomb down, though. Yakko now on his way. Even if he does, he should be dead to rights, and it is. There you go. Yakko will clean things up. And his 4th kill of the game. Defuse coming in. 5 Media driving seat once again.
It's always going to be difficult, especially when you lose that bomb in any position. Having to go get it, it kind of interrupts the flow. He would have liked to have it a little bit earlier. 5 Media Clan, 4-3 now in a very tight search and destroy. And now will be Clutch Rain X War on the defense.
It's lovely from Bance, right? See the smoke go down in the site. 5 Media don't want anything to do with it. Unfortunately, they've got everything to do with Bance's intentions. Found himself a 2nd as well, but could not get the round for his team. So 2 for naught for Bance, but still a very close game. Nobody really with a huge advantage here. 5 Media just with a single round. Bance may well get caught out here, but Rengo stopped watching it at that exact same time, but he may well have a big flank on his hands. Did they hear that?
I don't know. Smash the door open. I don't see anybody turn. Bance will have a flank. Bomb is going down already. And while 5 Media Clan do have the bomb down, they are not going to have the advantage in numbers for very long. Bender knows where he is. And Clutch Rain have just pulled them apart. 5 Media Clan really don't have many options.
It's just that flank from Bance, right? Big difference maker.
I don't know where he is.
How yeah, they're not going for it. Yakko is quite happy to sit tight here. Not going to happen for him yet. Just trying to hold a corner. Eventually do collapse into it. I wonder if they were maybe worried about a smoke going down and some chaos without everybody around, and that's why they didn't want to push in, but it would have taken something quite monumental to lose that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was calculated. They knew he would have to check bombs, so they kind of spread out and said, look, we got to find him. And then once they realize, hey, if he's not going somewhere obvious to check bomb, he has to be in sight. Has to be. They're all going to move at the same time. Got a mini-map. Just at that point, they were coming off propane as well. It wouldn't have been a good trade for him.
This feels like a huge search and destroy, this. Think if Cutray and War go behind 2-0 to Dagger. One apiece, the series can go either way. Just looking in the previous series, I kind of half mentioned it. They got Neslo there. Most of the search and destroys and the control smoked in the squad in the hard points, and then very close S&Ds lose the control, lose the series. Should see the state of the KDs and the stats, Pricey. I mean, they outslayed them massively and couldn't get the win. Right now, they're struggling though.
That's sometimes the problem, and Super wants to thread this needle on the Cobra, but he's wary of giving this position away. Has to be certain. Has waited. Can he kill Cobra? No! He goes for it eventually in the end. Throws bullets into Bants as well. Now has to back off completely. Super Bully upset with that. Could have had two.
I would have expected the player up top Propane to maybe challenge for that kid over the top, but Harry chooses to be passive and then finds himself a kill over on the other side of the map. Renko will answer back with a kill into Denza. Jenny going to go and check this one. 25 seconds. Cutray and War are running out of time.
Oh, Cobra almost finds Renko, but they will have to get into this. 3 versus 3. 17 seconds left to go. 5 Media Clan will just want to just make this time go away. Here comes the check. Super dives in and says, all right, I'll take both. Just the clock was so against them.
I feel as if both two teams are really struggling to get some control over this B site. Bullets had been put in on the other side, yet the MCW might have been buffed. It does not kill in 2. But they're really struggling to get control of this B site, and that is creating problems, especially when you get towards the last stages of rounds. You've got to then rush it. You're struggling when, you know, you're taking your time. Maybe a different game plan if they get another opportunity to do it. Fine Media now 1 round away from the win and a 2-0 lead, which will be massive against Cutray now.
Oh, everybody smoke out. Everybody run through. It is going to be chaos now. Point blank gunfight. Denza will find the first. And to find another one. Super will get one back on the Cobra. Everybody has made a bit of a trick play through that middle of the map. It can be very much a roll the dice moment.
Next kill's massive. We'll pretty much secure the round. For Cutray, if they can find it. If 5 Media can tie things up, things then start to get very, very nervy. Super is in a tremendous position here.
I wonder though, they did see Rencor underneath and it hasn't been since, so they might back off of this. I think that's what's happened. Cutray and X-War, because they saw Rencor, kind of gave Super's position away.
I think they might have seen Super, to be honest with you. Yeah, they're going to catch him off guard or not. Oh my goodness. Rencor, though, still not with a lot of time. No bomb. It's not an impossible round to win, but it's not a likely one.
There's a huge fight. Huge kill. He's going to get traded out, though. We're going to round 11. Madness.
Crazy game. Back and forth, we've had some of the shots from Super. My word. He's just got a bit of bad timing. I think they might have seen him when he was back towards the left-hand side window. When he did find a crossover towards back office, maybe they maybe seen him. Allowed the team to spin around, but here we go. Round 11. It is going to be the attacking side for Cutray, and it feels like they've struggled a little bit on these attacking rounds. 5 Media, how confident are you feeling?
Oh, that's a lot of hit markers. First blood. It could be the difference in this one. Bants almost gets caught. Still gets away. There's a flank coming in. Journey has gone long. He should find the first blood here. Players all around him.
Didn't see him when he's right. Didn't see him when he's right.
Doesn't matter. Stays alive. Should go down now. It does. 2 versus 3.
That could have been a free round if he finds 2 there. And that could have been the map. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. Bants picks Yako. They got aggressive. I don't think they'd be expecting everybody else to be pushing this, though. They know Cobra's back here. Renko will find him. and they knew where Bance was. They know where the bomb is, and they're 2-0 up. 5 Media. Fantastic round. So well played. Commanding position in this series. Now,
yeah, unreal. You got to give credit to Journey as well. They were not expecting him to play that boldly all the way through. Super also having an incredible game. 12-6 there in the end. And I will admit something right now. I do have the other stream up on the other screen. I only flicked over to it. They're also in a round 11 ton.
oh my word. I mean, hopefully we can get over there for that one, but I that's a tough one though for the side of Clutch Rain. But again, as you kind of point out, huge props for the big flank coming through, especially in the final round. And such an important game between these two teams to then just hit the flank. And yeah, okay, find one, but it immediately forces them back. He could have found 2. If he found Cobra, it just solidifies the round pretty much straight from there. But everybody else played it so well on 5 Media. Kind of circle around towards the end, make the effort, but a huge game from Super. 12-6 from him. A nice little rubber stamp on that game. 2-0 down though if you're Clutch Rain team. Well, you need to turn this round.
Well, we will certainly find out if they can do that for Clutch Rain X War. Not having the greatest of day. 5 Media Clan have got it, but on our secondary stream as well, it does feel like a mirror of this one. We're into a round 11 ton with the Funhouse and 22 Sports.
Side of 22 Esports. Nobody over towards B though, but time is ticking. This is one that really could go some kind of distance. Smoke down. We don't have long. Let's see what we can do. Push gonna start coming in. Zappy's just in a prime position. Gets going to Dizzy. Lancer back. Expecting the push to come on through. It's not going to come quite yet. This bomb is going to go down. What if 22 Esports got to retake this?
Here they go. It's a full stack. It's every single way. Lampy is looking for the person back broken. There is a very close fight. Renetti banging. Finds it. Advantage to them now. Crawl versus Resi. And it's going to be a trade as it will be Lab who comes in. And now a 2 versus 1. 29 seconds left on the clock. Dizzy will have to fight every single direction. For 22 Esports, they just need to time this correctly. He's been stunned. Still has a grenade. It's not going to be enough. And the trade is in. And it will be 22 Esports. They've taken the S&D 6-5. They go up 2-0 in the series, but in nail-biting fashion.
It's just about that flank from Lampy, right? He finds one all the way back broken, can then make the push. 22 Esports find them themselves 2-0 up now against Funhouse, who's just beat Clutch Rain team. What, honestly, these groups are all over the place at this moment. Who knows who end up getting into the playoffs and going on. And we've got a lot of Call of Duty to play until we do get there, but been a cracker of a night so far in these games. We've had some crazy results and still potentially have more to play, but both these two teams in our primary games on Alpha and Bravo, both 2-0 up. Who is going to be able to close it out? Oh, we haven't had one yet, so is a reverse sweep potentially on the cards here?
You had to throw that into it as well.
We go along on right.
We haven't seen it yet, but I don't know. This is feeling like both primary and secondary could be 3-0s. For Clutch Rain X War, they've not been having the best of times today. Really not the way their campaign wants to go. On the other side of it, 22 Esports taking that S&D does make them feel a little bit in the driving seat. And I guess as we jump over to that second screen to see that one start up, we'll have to find out.
I believe we're on the same map for both these two teams, so could be talking about stuff. Maybe I am. It happens a lot. Karachi. We have played high-rise control a couple of times today. Maybe it's just ingrained into me. 22 Esports, though. Can you get the 3-0 against Funhouse? That would be a nice little scalp to take. If you will very much take that. That's a really good aggressive push going to come through. 4 dead already. Stack something. Force them into their spawn. This could be the attacking round you need already.
Really trying to get a tick on the way or straight away. Looking for it, and that's a big kill by Dizzy. And Wardy gets one as well. Got to be a bit careful. They've over-pushed for this. Could have had a very easy B lock.
It's frustrating though, because like you want to slow them down, because if you don't push up, you don't get the so-called spawn trap. Then all of a sudden they're gonna have an easy route through. They can just get the nades on. Trophy's only blocking 2 now, so you can typically everybody's running 3 trophies per team. You can block what 6 separate projectiles. I mean, it might not matter if you're just firing like this straight though. Zappy 4-1 finds himself now in a good position, making everybody dead. Onto A we go, attacking on 2 fronts again.
Try to get this ticket away as well. That's going to be huge. B is secured.
Good shots.
Yeah, Overlay just staying alive. That second tick is coming through. Trophy down just in time. They're going to get a flank going in as well. Crawler's going into the spawn. Overlay is staying alive. He knows he's going to be pushed. Oh, the Renetti. He thought he had killed him. He moved away, but Wardy's going to get a team kill. And Crawl
Big flank.
is here to pick it up on the flank. There's one. Will turn. Knows more are coming. There's the second no. Chunk over the top. Wardy gets one as well. The second tick is in, but the Funhouse are fighting back.
That's huge from Chunk. Finds 2. Wardy now pushed up through B's side. Of course, whilst all of that was going on, 22 Esports did get a hold of B as well. Even if they go on to lose this round of control, they are sitting at 5 ticks. If you do want to continue to watch this game, it is over on the YouTube channel, obviously on Bravo. That was a hell of a start, though, from 22 Esports. But we're going to go in the primary game, Brycey. 2-0 up for 5 Media. And how are they going to be feeling heading on to Karachi?
Well, probably not great, considering they just lost a couple of players, but they are still into this A point. 1 tick captured, and Dender is playing his life massively with no help. Eventually, it stays alive. Reinforcements for Clutch Rain do flood in.
A little bit of control here. Pressure coming in over towards A, but the elephant in the room is B. Very, very difficult to take a hold of, mind you. Harry's dominating over towards Red like this. It comes a little bit easier. 3 kills. Nearly breaks it open on his own. A is pretty much gone. I think 5 Media have choked that one up, but trying to put the pressure on over towards Red. Have no control. Could do with a bit more. Cobra finds 2. It just feels as if Clutch Rain are keeping that pressure on.
For it as well, and Harry trying to thread the needle. He's going to eventually fall. A is easy. B is definitely not.
That's
and
big.
That's the entire reason why Journey will now be looking to push up, cause some problems. Probably rather have an MCW than a Rival 9 in this position, but we'll just keep playing his life as long as possible.
Mind you, we've seen how the Rival 9 was shooting yesterday. You never know. Which would you rather have? Renko now can just rotate himself over, slow them down. Big challenge coming through, though. Cobra, he'll find 1 with the help of his teammates. Super now needs to slow this down. 1 would be okay. 2 would be fantastic. Surviving would be brilliant. Can't manage to do it. 3 kills going to come on through for Clutch Rain. While huge moment. Cobra slides around the corner, and Renko has dealt with 3 players on at the point. This might be the round.
Yeah, I think this is the round. Cobra with a 5 streak already. We'll be looking for at least 1 more off of this one. Harry watching mid as well. There's the first. There's not going to be the second, but it might be too little too late. Rocketing up now, this last one. And while they've got a couple of kills, only going to be the last one alive and can't get in. And Clutch Rain X-War will take that first round with the control.
They win that attacking side basically off the back of just really well orchestrated challenges. You see 1 player push up with the Rival 9. We spoke of it at the time. You'd rather have your MCW in that spot. Doesn't, finds 1 kill, but the pressure comes in pretty much immediately. It's a fantastic challenge that comes on through to Renko to break open Red. And from there, they just pick them apart. That's as good as Clutch Rain War have looked all day long. Cobra, 6 spree for him. He'll lock in the cruise missile. Super at 11 and 4. I'm not too sure if he would have locked anything in himself. But either way, Clutch Rain definitely do have a hold of that cruise missile, and that definitely will help them.
Looking to make a bit of a push here, but has been cut down already. 5 Media Clan will want to answer this one straight back. It's going to be difficult, though. They basically just fell to 1 wipe, and when that happens, there's not an awful lot you can do. Are they going to try now go for straight for B here? That is the common tactic. If you get a wipe like that, you try to get over to B early. Realistically, that means if they don't succeed in this, they won't even have the clock stopped.
So you have to make it count. Yeah, Harry's going to get cut down, going over. Yeah, very well played. They set themselves up, but just didn't over push, you know, like didn't push into the site too early. They would have got caught on the cross. They're waiting for Clutch Rain to put themselves back in a position. They catch them coming back in like fish in a barrel. Nice and easy. 2 ticks already in. 3 ticks about to be down. Unless Clutch Rain can find a break yet.
Oh, they're just trying to stay alive for long enough. They have done, and Super and Journey go to work. Super, no health, no matter. They are going for this one now. It might be back-to-back attacking wins as they just run straight for Super's actually just going to try and get the cut as well. Cobra's going to be waiting for him. Actually, Cobra's going to be calling in his cruise missile. They're just jumping into the point. It gets 3, one of his own teammates, but they're still in here, and it's going to be saved, but not enough. Rencor.
Oh, my.
What are these rounds?
Oh, they wasted the cruise as well. I mean, they lose B that early. For me, you choke it to a certain degree. You weren't in a good position to retake over towards A. The cruise missile might help. It nearly did. Found a teammate and 2 others. It's one of those moments. How much do you value the cruise missile? Cobra uses it. Maybe see, he'll be like, I'll just get another one. It's fine. It's no problem whatsoever. 16-5 from Super. He's been frying this series.
He has really been their standout player. Well, Clutch Next were probably feeling pretty happy about a minute and a half ago. No longer back to all square. A lot of pressure coming through. Super 17-5 will now fall. Echo though, opportunity to shut it down and will fall to Denza. But more bodies piling through. Journey's going to be unhappy with that gunfight, but will fall. The most important thing here for 5 Media Clan is hold B.
I don't think 5 Media have anything in their arsenal in terms of cruise missiles, etc. So that's not going to get called in. Denza now starting to try and work on something over towards the B side. Big gunfight's going to actually be won by Bance towards that back spawn side. So that's going to make 5 Media have to think about where they're pushing, but they are going to have a look at it anyway. Lucifer going to drop, as is Cobra. Big gunfight wins coming in from 5 Media, trying to get some sort of control, but Denza and Bance answering back. That should be A based on this next gunfight, which is not going to go Bance's way. Super is doing everything he can.
Just frustrating. I mean, Contra Next War just keep having to throw bodies back at A to try and lock it out. Cobra's actually fighting for his own spawn position. Eventually, we'll get the kill onto Rencor. And you can feel them coiled like a spring here. They're ready. If 5 Media Clan are not careful, they are going to lose control of this. They've got people to flank. Bance is found too as well. Dent is now flying in. He knows reinforcements aren't coming quickly. And Lucifer jumps in, gets another kill. Rencor to the rescue, but Bance is going to be here as well. And it's just absolute chaos. But Contra Next War are in.
21-12 on the lives point as well. Defense is not the strong point for either one of these two teams. You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta challenge. If you're Yakko, you gotta be able to find something. Super will find one through the wall, so it will slow the ticks down. It's not going to slow them down enough. That's 3 back-to-back-to-back attacking rounds won by both these two teams. But Cluttrain, the ones with the 2. 5 Media, you have to find an attack. Then you're gonna have to win a 5th round. Who knows which way this one goes still, especially with the defenses being so floppy, I want to say. Let's see if they can find anything here. 5 Media. Oh, is this the start of the comeback for Cluttrain War?
Wow. Cluttrain Next War have done it again. 5 Media Clan will have their own attempt at it. This is not usual by any stretch of the imagination. Let's find out. Right now, you can see them moving. And the Bance will be at least here, but the problem is 5 Media Clan are committing 3 bodies to this. Does Bance get the right timing? No. Down he falls. There is reinforcement here. Harry will find a trade for him, slowing down this push as well, and Rencor will win it. They're going straight into B-Ton.
Get a little bit of control. Bance is going to be here very, very quickly. The reinforcements not far away. It's looking like it's probably just going to be a bit of a distraction to allow a easier route through towards the A side.
Oh.
Okay.
Looks like there's a few issues, but doesn't matter. There was we were actually just getting a little bit of an update on some of the incredible stats here. Super's on a 2.5 KD.
Not anymore.
That is unprecedented, unheard of, and quite frankly ridiculous.
Yeah, he's playing crazy, and the fact that his team were actually down 2-1 there, Brycey, as well. I scratching my head quite literally. Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there, actually. We'll figure out what's going on in just a second. There is another game going on Bravo, so we maybe can cover what's going on there. But realistically speaking, both two teams winning the attacks quite easily, finding form in that sense of getting hold of B very, very simply. I mean, Karachi, if you are going to speak of it, yes, okay, defense is more preferred, you would say, but it's probably the least preferred, I want to say, from out of the control maps we've got. You know, I would say you probably, I mean, we could probably pull the stats up somewhere, but statistically, I would imagine that attacks are won more on Karachi than they are on any other control map. So, not too surprising at the end of the day. Let's see if one of these two teams can take it away. I presume we'll be restarting at 2-1 from Cluttrain, but we'll see how things go in that one. But we've got a Bravo game to watch, I believe. Yeah,
we do. I believe that control is currently ongoing. The Funhouse, I can actually give you a bit of an update. The Funhouse.
Here we go. You're just watching.
2-0 against 22 Esports. 22 Esports have that great start on the control. We're going to jump over. Should have a very good time, but haven't had so far.
Well, Funhouse 2-0 up and cruising here, looking to extend the series themselves. Oh, great shots coming from Chunk through the wall as well. And this would be for the 3-0 win. I believe they actually went on to be Clutch Rain Team War on this map specifically. Pressure coming in from Turn 2 Esports over towards the B side. There's a potential open door to try and walk through and try and get around by.
Still trying to. Difficult now. Not a lot of lives, not a lot of wiggle room. They get the first tick. Resi, though, jumps back into it, and they're going to have to go into this. Turn 2 Esports need to win some gunfights. They aren't winning any of them. Lampy up top, but no, there's no safety net there, unfortunately. Overlay will get in with 4.4 seconds to go, but looks up at the wrong time, and down they fall. And Funhouse, what a wacky name, what a wacky time. They are going to win that 3-0.
And there you go. That's going to be them back into that series. It feels like we're going in the same direction in this one as well. The control very, very evenly poised. I don't know. You wouldn't put it past Clutch Rain Team War to bring this one back against 5 Media. I presume we're going to be going back in. But it's 2-1 side of things. It is an attacking round for the side of 5 Media. Colors have changed, sadly, but we'll get that sorted out either way. Yeah, I think for 5 Media now, can you manage to find something? Can you turn this one around? I'll be going on map number 4.
I'll soon find out we are right. That just took me a second of wondering what was going on. It's like, oh,
my brain isn't working now. Yeah, it's hurting it.
That's okay. The problem is going to be 5 Media Clan cannot really even get out of their spawn. They've got a little bit spawn trap there. You can already see they're getting that market spawn, which is not what you want on this map. Yakko's going to try and get out himself. Can't even really get onto A yet. They do not have control. They're on it, but
there now.
it's
Yeah,
surrounded.
They're just surrounded, aren't they? They can't manage to find anything. Cobra Bance answering back. It's been a very, very slow round for 5 Media. They get themselves on the point. They do stop the time. They need to make this work.
Journey just absolutely trying to make himself one with the wall. You know Clutch Rain X War are going to swing for this. They will be looking to knock him out of this point, even with that second tick coming through. Renko will find one on. Harry Super gets another one. They're just broken them. Even with this flank coming in, Dender's going to be up top, and he's trying to thread the needle on the Journey. Can't get it. And eventually will fall.
That's a disaster.
This game will be extended.
And they know where Bance is. Look, Journey's on his way over to help out. There you go. We'll clear out that one play. If he could have kept your head down for a second longer. They've got a free route to be here.
Oh, God, they're in again. This is a huge gunfight. Huge gunfight. Super's managed to win it. They're now into this point. The first bit is locked off. There are reinforcements flooding through. Clutch Rain X War. Well, they are here to begin with. It's going to be difficult for them. That's a 3 wipe. They're just going to put more bodies into the point. The first ticket B is done, Ton.
Rancor finding the shot. I hope to God Harry was weak there. Or Devs, we need a word. Big gunfight going on the flank, though. Denza's going to find it. That's absolutely massive. They can start to collapse.
They're going to get into it as well. There's no way he's going to be able to kill all 3 of them. He is going to get taken down just before they can lock it. Clutch Rain X War do not have that many lives. They only have 9. So this is now back against the wall.
Oh, find 2. Pressure's on. Getting the close spawns. Super's gonna find 1. Cobra's the only one left alive. They only need 1. Take Clutch Rain more. Only have 6. Now 5 lives remaining.
Hard into the point. Trophies going up. Everybody's in. They just got to go for it, and they just stacked it completely. Clutch Rain X War.
Don't win. It was 5 Media who won it. The names are wrong.
The names are wrong. Ignore that. Ignore what your eyes are telling you. They stacked it. They got into the point. They had bodies. And it's terrifying. The worst part of that about that is, if you've ever played, it always surprises you with a 4 stack in the point how fast it moves.
I'm curious. Did they just continue here?
Because, well, everybody's won the attack, right?
Yeah,
so
well, that's it. Everyone
ticks.
has the same amount of ticks. So it would have gone down to kills. Seems like we're playing. Clutch Rain War on the attacking side. 5 Media on the defense. I'm trying my best with these colors. I'm trying so hard. It's so difficult, but that's a 3-man wipe. It's such a great start. These attacking rounds have been so free-flowing. 5 Media need to try and defend.
Denza moving now. All the way round. All the way round. This is huge. Super is going to be watching, and the timing is unbelievable. Denza has slipped the net completely. He is in enemy territory. He is on B. And for Clutch and X-War, this is everything they need now. Dancing about, waiting for reinforcements. Cannot do any more. Eventually falling as they do pile through.
That's big.
5 Media Clan keep themselves alive.
Yeah, Cobra just going to try and shut down the players who are trying to push towards the spawn. They do know one player is missing, though. You've got to be a little bit careful. There he is. Can't quite hunt him down. Here comes Super to try and win it, though, and he will do. Force him back in the spawn. Denza needs to stay alive here. Needs to find something. Now you're going to start getting pinned. Harry's the only one who can answer back, but still plenty of time.
Got to be a bit careful. If you're 5 Media Clan, you have lost it from this place before. You get wiped, and you're in trouble. There's 2. Contrary next war will probably now be pushing hard to get towards B, and that's a huge gunfight for Yakko. At least cuts off one area of reinforcement.
Denza's on a bit of a tear here, though. Since the restart, sitting at 10 and 7. You can see them starting to turtle up over towards the B side now. Stuns starting to come in. He will have players on his flank as well. They're just trying to get him out. But you can see that he's actually given up the position there. Journey needs to win this gunfight now. Will get cut down. Denza still on the flank. You need to stop him getting inside the point. Renko, you need to do something about this right now. Denza's having a blinder.
Everywhere he goes. Oh, no! He stopped shooting because of his teammate! That is a nightmare! He stopped shooting to not cut through his teammate and gets cut through instead, and that could just ruin everything for them.
This is the final round. Just to remind you, Contrary War are finding themselves 2-0 down in this series. Ignore the scoreboard. 5 Media 2-0 up, but this is the last round of the control. That's a disaster. Denza will fall to Harry's grenade. Journey will force his way out. Probably didn't need to, but the trade will come on through now. Trying to put a little bit more pressure on these next couple of kills are crucial.
Oh, Yakko gets away clean as well.
Oh, Journey's just found a huge one on Denza, who had such a good start, but he slowed right down, and so have Clutch Rain because of it. Yakko finds another. It feels hopeless right now. 34 seconds.
They're just dancing on them. Continuously dancing on them. Benefit being, though, Bance has somehow slipped through. And if they win these kills now, this round flips. Super worried. Has been stunned. 5 Media Clan are not here in numbers. They're losing the gunfights. Renker will find one, but only one. They dive out to look for it. He finds a second. That is unbelievable. And now he dives into it. He's looking for Bance. Still with the grenade. Still with teammates. Bance finds a teammate onto his kill to Rencor. He's got 3, but not the 4th. But the trade comes in. Rencor, the hero.
He's the hero that solidified the series for 5 Media Clan. They managed to find the win at 3-0-1 against Clutch Rain. Ignore what you're seeing. It's 3-0 to 5. Big performance from them. Big result. What a terrible day for Clutch Rain Teamwork.
They've got to feel sick, Ton. They've got to feel sick. That was almost a lock-in. Rencor had a teammate with him, but he shouldn't have found those kills. He shouldn't have stayed alive. No. He shouldn't have given the opportunity. That is unbelievable. They had it. They got through.
And every single round went the attacking side apart from the 5th one. Every single round. The team with the most kills gets given the defense. And I suppose, like, you know, we don't know what was going on in terms of how things are going to work in terms of kills, but they started playing it out. So you just go from there. And, well, of course, I think if you're Clutch Rain Team more, you're on the attack. You've just won back-to-back. Yeah, okay, let's go again. No problem whatsoever. Can't get it done. Just staggered push after staggered push after staggered push. It felt as if they were panicking maybe a little bit. Denza made a couple of really good plays to get around on the flank. But then as soon as that stopped working, as soon as 5 Media started to realize what was going on, it just turned on its head very, very quickly. There you go. That would be 5 Media 3-0 in their game. But we've got another one going on, Brycey.
We certainly do. Let's jump over to our secondary stream. If you are just watching, 22 Esports are currently in lead 2-1 in the series. But it's looking like Funhouse are having a fun time on the hardpoint.
That was almost too easy, Brycey. 40 now. Trying to get things going. His little foray in the CDL, didn't he? Oh, a couple of runouts. Not able to do much here, though. And that's going to be a complete lockdown by 22 Esports. Rotation's going to be coming in, though. Funhouse should be here to contest this. Overlay. I'm going to do something in the game at 16 and 13. Chunk now. What can he do to slow this down? savvy as ever, but Overlay will be there to pick it up. Wardy with another. In control of P3.
Oh, over there. That's a huge kill on the Wardy. Trying to open this up a little bit. Dizzy has to get out of there. They're trying to put the squeeze on here, 22 Esports, but they're a bit slow. They're not really getting as much in as they would like to. Eventually taking a bit of control. Bearing in mind, Funhouse will have the better spawn for this. They will continuously be able to throw more bodies at it. And if they win the gunfights, they will take control.
It's a really good time for Funhouse, though, right? 20 seconds to go. Rotation looking good, though, for the side of 22 Esports. We'll get some control over towards the middle of the map as well. So Flank going to be coming in for their scrap time. As Dizzy and Co trying to set up and move through boxes to try and find the break nice and early. Abby will be dealt with on the flank. But they're not going to be enough from Dizzy to do anything here. Set up for 22 Esports. Not looking too bad. You got one player watching the flank, but you're going to find two in just a second. Look at that timing, by the way. I don't know if you're watching the minimap, but
I did.
Gross.
They've gone past. They're not going to know about this flank. Chunk looking for an easy kill. Everybody everywhere. There we go. Wardy's been found now, but he tries to dive in. He's going to fall down as well. 22 Esports. Resi is trying to just slow down this detriment, but can they hold on? You see the reinforcements are flooding in. Funhouse are close, and that just means they're going to be in trouble as 22 Esports are going to be pushed out of this point ton.
Overlay gets taken down inside the garage. That's really, really tough. Just a bit of bad timing for both two teams, but ultimately it is Funhouse. The ones who came out on top inside the point right now is 22 Esports. The kill feed. Which way is it going to go? Dizzy, Resi combining well. There's a 4-man down. There's 15 more seconds. There is one further step towards a map number 5 between these two teams. Dizzy is probably going to get cleared out here, but his team are already over towards the point. If you're 22 Esports, you need a good hold somewhere.
There we go. For 22 Esports, this is very important to grab control. Chunk flying about. He's going to fall to Overlay. Is he just waiting to see where the push comes through? But a double chow. It's a very good bit of teamwork there from 22 Esports. The Funhouse will now attempt to split the map. They're going to go for a pinch. They've got bridge. They've got one side. Wardy will get that first blood into this attack. A little bit compressed here from 22 Esports as they come off the respawn. Get through. Wardy not able to slip the net.
Wow, I mean, this has been dominant as well. You've got to be careful not to feed any kill streaks over. Overlay setting at 4. He's 26 and 17. Lampy not far behind him at 24 and 19. Crew can find one just to slow down this push. It's been a wonderful hold considering the hill that it is. That is a lot of time that you pick up if you're 22 Esports. A good 30 seconds or so. Might even be touching 40 right now. They might even just take over the game.
Oh, Lampy staying alive. Overlay getting another kill. They take the lead. 22 Esports are in the lead here at the moment. Crawl gets the first blood. There's a team kill. Wardy kills Dizzy. They're on this point, and Resi's going to fall as well. Funhouse don't feel it anymore. It's going to be a little bit of nerves now breaking through the psyche.
This has been a 60 to 70 point swing. And a very quick one at that. Chunk now going into the hard point, trying to find something. Crew will be there to shut him down. You can absolutely win it here if you're 22 Esports. And they're in prime position to do so.
Crawl flies off the point to get him. Lampy with a little bit of a flank. Finds one. Wants to stay alive for as long as possible. Gets the second. That is outrageous. And now the Funhouse are in just the worst position. They have to fly at the point. It is bodies thrown on the line. No man's land has been made. Lampy commits. Here the cruise missile onto the stairs. He finds two. And that means that 22 Esports should be able to break back in. But it's still held by Funhouse.
It's all about the rotation, though, that's going to be coming in. 4 seconds is all that is needed now for 22 Esports. Funhouse have to get there. They can't get there.
And that's going to be it. 22 Esports, they're on the point. They've got the win. They take down the Funhouse. They were behind, but they really rallied in the last few minutes of that game. Unbelievable.
As good of a hold as I've seen at P5. Incredible work at the Bridge Hill. They locked down maybe 40 or 45 seconds, maybe even pushing 50 there to not close out the game, put themselves back in the lead after they fell so far behind. Fantastic end to the game. We had some crackers tonight, my God.
Certainly have, and this is how it ended up on the scoreboard. You can see Overlay 30 and 20, Lampy 33 and 21.
Big
damage just flying about from them. You'd think, based on that scoreboard, that it was all one side on 22 Esports, but no, they rally from behind, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think it probably gives some credit towards Funhouse, making the most of what they can. whenever it is presented their way, but Overlay and Lampy absolutely took over towards the end of that game. Positive 10 for Overlay, solid positive 12 coming in on the other side of things for Lampy. That's going to mix things up quite a bit today. The groups are going to look extremely different as to what they did. At least Group B is. I mean, God knows what that looks like now, because I mean, that's 2 losses today for Team More Clutch Rain. I mean, that is a disaster for them. They lost to Funhouse. 22 Esports just beat Funhouse. 5 Media now just go through and claim themselves as the best team in Group B. 4-0 now. But it's starting to get very, very tight. Funhouse really could have done with that result.
They really could. We've been told Maestro and Revived is the only game ongoing. That is in a Game 5. Everything else is Final 4 today. Let's have a quick rundown, of course, of Exceptional and Revived is still going out. Sorry, Maestro and Revived is still going out. But realistically, this is not what we were really expecting, Ton.
No, I think... I'm really looking forward to actually seeing Exceptional in the game. They're sitting in 3-0 right now, beating Omit 3-0 themselves in that way. I think that's going to be a super interesting storyline. We're going to get to see them hopefully next week. On the other side of things, though, 5 Media are looking fantastic. Notorious looking pretty good there as well, sitting at 3-1, losing to Clutch Train War, but ever since then have rallied. Obviously going on to beat 22 Esports, Funhouse, and Rihanna Perdre, however the hell you say it. Well, probably won't have to nail that down much longer because they're 0-4, so hopefully we don't have to worry about that in the playoffs. But irrelevant of that, some of these groups, some of the positions, especially when you're looking at Noctem, Revived have got to find a win against Maestro Season, you would think. Absolutely have to, because if they go to 1-3, then all of a sudden there's a huge fight for 4th. 22 Esports in a pretty good position now, but we'll have some difficult games coming up. Funhouse have got an opportunity to maybe run forward if they can. It'll be a big fight for those final top 4 places.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think this has to be one of the most entertaining first weeks we've had of the Elite Series, just because it's been a little bit less predictable than we usually would think. And it does mean that as we head in towards week 2, well, I'm expecting more upsets. I'm expecting maybe a different look towards it. And it also means who knows who makes playoffs, Ton.
It's really hard to decipher at this stage. I mean, look, you've got a couple of teams at both stages. Like, I think Team More Clutch Train will be fine. They'll find a couple of results from something. They only need, what, 1 more win and they should be good. But other than that, for me, it's been the nature of the results. Not so much the actual result and how the games went in terms of which teams won. But 5 Media 3-0 in Clutch Train Team War. Clutch Train Team War losing their previous game. Going 0-2 on the night. Omit losing 3-0 to Exceptional. It's been a crazy, crazy first week here in Europe.
It certainly has, but it is the end of our time in Europe for this week of the Challengers Elite Series. But all is not lost, because North America is just over the horizon like a sleeping giant of Call of Duty. They won't be far away, and you can catch all the action in the same place in just an hour's time, not only here on Challengers, but on Challengers Bravo as well. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
To be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing like a part of this. I set the flames to get bigger like an arsonist, and I have to work up until I might have no part in it. And you can get down or lay down, leave them calling you evil, or leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage, I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with, I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized, I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Welcome back to North American Challengers and the Challengers Elite Season 3, the third and final season for our squads to earn glory and maybe a little bit of money. That's the two things that are on the line. Nothing else, just those two things. But as we start to go through this one, we had an interesting first day. Now we start to get close towards what we consider to be the end of the group stage. A pivotal day for a handful of teams as we look over the group results from yesterday, Jay.
Yeah, unless you're Syndicate, who are sitting nice and comfortable on both sides of the groups at 2-0. We'll be able to see both of them in action today. And then obviously Lure, that's one of those squads who just turned up yesterday. They came out versus FaZe Black, were able to walk away with a clean 3-0. Even though the first two maps were really, really close, almost down to the wire, when they got to the control, they were able to clutch on up to secure that one and take down the Titans in FaZe Black. So RCDs finds himself a new roster and challenges, and it's been working out so far.
Yeah, and again, that's the only real move that had happened here for Lore Gaming. These two, the grand finalists from Toronto, both looked like they were going to be kind of vying for the top position in their group. Although, to be fair, that Group A is pretty heavily stacked. So yeah, it's a big matchup, like you mentioned. Goliaths tackling each other in the first game back since that Toronto point. But with that, you know, you still have the 2-0 from Lore Gaming, the 2-0 from Singapore Midnight in Group A. Over in Group B, though, Singapore Syndicate also 2-0, and Fourth Space 2-0. So we're going to get a battle here in the second slot of matches between Syndicate and Fourth Space, what will be likely undefeated teams. But to start things off, Amit Brooklyn going on against SGP Midnight. This is a Group A matchup, and our double dose of Rio to kick us off here. Amit Brooklyn 1-1 off the start. Singapore Midnight looking to retain that perfect record to now.
Yeah, when I looked up the numbers yesterday from Midnight, like, Donnie Temp was going absolutely off. Positive 30 in both series that he played yesterday. Puts up 90 kills. He was just absolutely going insane yesterday. 1.4 in both of those series. Capsule had his moments as well with another 1.4. So you can just tell with this new roster, somehow, some way, Donnie Temp always seems to figure it out. And with that MCW buff, oh, he's loving it even more now.
I mean, really, his flexibility has been a staple of what his worth has been over the last, we'll say 3 years. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen Donnie just run nothing but SMG. Like, we have to go way back to, like, Black Ops 4 since when that happened. But, yeah, his flexibility has been great and definitely feels like someone who could definitely still be an asset in the future. As that match, obviously, you saw, had a bit of a lobby reset, so we'll jump involved with the Houston Spartans taking on In Control. The Spartans over in Group B, a 1-1 start. After their first day of action. In Control, we talked about them in Treaty 1 in Group B. They desperately need to find a win today if they want to have a chance to stave off relegation, as they both look like they're the weakest two teams in this group. Yeah,
and In Control, they needed to show improvements in hardcore. We saw it yesterday. They almost got a 100-point club in match number 1. Even in their second series, they fall short. If you are the Spartans, you want to take care of this easy work that is in front of you. But unfortunately, right now, you still find yourself down in this map number 1. Still 18 seconds here, though, at this P2 HP. In control of the spawn over towards new. So you don't really have to be too aggressive, and that's why Hollow's playing this angle.
Welcome to casting In Control Gaming, by the way, Jay.
There it is.
Been doing this for 5 years. It's so hard to say In Controlville. Just so goofy. But, yeah, like you mentioned, a great start for them. And to be fair, as much as, you know, we looked at this In Control team yesterday and we kind of talked about the expectations as slim as they may be, they did have a couple of moments that were super impressive. And now it's just down to how much work were you able to put in over the course of the last 24 hours to get yourself set up to possibly find a surprise. Because, candidly speaking, 0-2 with just one head-to-head matchup versus Treaty 1, you're going to have to surprise somebody if you want to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they gave us the biggest surprise as well yesterday, getting full sailed on map number 2. The only team that was up 5-0 in Search and Destroy, and unfortunately you still lose the map, so hopefully they were able to completely forget about that going into today, and so far they have kept this P3 scrappy. Houston Spartans, they're trying to at least contest this from the front end, jumping up on the side of the balcony. Finally, they're going to be able to walk away with the final 10 seconds, but at least if you're in control, you win the rotation over towards new, so you're going to set out.
Now it's just down to being able to hold it. We saw this a couple of times yesterday for In Control where they would get the early rotation but then get broken maybe a little bit too quickly. But so far, Gus doing a really good job just zoning out the exits from Old. So that'll make life a little bit easier here in the first 20 seconds for In Control on the hard point. Fire, a little bit of a slower start for him here in this map number 1, trying to get things going. But he just dives into a 1v3, oddly enough. The Houston Spartans playing from security, not really there to assist. And with the pickup from In Control, it's not just the first 20. They're looking at the first 30, maybe even 40 seconds here on this hard point.
Yeah, this might be all their time right here. Unless the Spartans can chain a couple kills together and Fire at least can make connector, he's going to at least find one. So now here's your attack. They're going to be able to execute that break for now. With 20 seconds left, still some good time here because now with this new update on Six Star, that new hill is going to be right next door to you at that middle map. You already have players early off that rotation. But in control, they said screw the rotation. We're just going to push to out and then push to connect to try to break the new.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Yeah, absolutely flawless hard point from In Control. And yeah, a couple of good exit kills again. So it gives them a chance on this rotation, but just when it's required for Houston to step up, they do. 3 kills in the feed. Gus only able to find 1, kind of trailing away from the exit. And yeah, good stuff here from Houston, kind of playing recovery after what was a pretty much perfect hard point for In Control. Now it's just down to what does the break look like for IMC.
Yeah, and Gus hits his long route, so he can potentially find a double. No, Glowfrosty effective with the trades, and now you just have to find the rest of the players on In Control or roaming around the middle of the map with those rival 9s, but back and forth pinstripe kill feed. The hill is currently going to be contested, but it's still a good chunk of time here at P1. If you are the Spartans, you can slay, hold down this hill, and win the rotation over towards next because they are dominating that kill feed currently.
Well, back and forth for a moment. It's up for Glowfrosty, who continues to put this streak together 5 in a row, looking for a very crucial mid-map cruise missile if he can find the way to get the 6. Steps away, gets the regen. Now it's just down to finding where the next engagement's going to come from. He's also responsible for the scrap time here, so he's got to finesse just a touch. There's the cross, and Gus is right there waiting for him. So the shutdown is in, and now all of a sudden, hold on, In Control, they've got numbers here from the front, plus a nade kill. There's only 2 Spartans that are left inside the hard point. Wiz does well for the first. Fire trying to follow up. Proximal spawns get the Spartans back in there, and there will be at least a little bit of neutral time with now all of a sudden the Spartans holding numbers as they re-break into the hill.
Yeah, they hold the numbers because they still hold on to the spawn, so trading effectively works out to perfection. Now you can start to hit that rotation, have a couple players going a little bit of a route, and Wiz just continuing the dominance that he was showing us yesterday with that rival 9. Which makes it look easy. Now there's still a lot of time here remaining at this P2 HP, but early off the rotation, Houston Spartans said, screw that, we're just going to give that one up. We're going to set up full 60 here at the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, one of those moments where Houston, they've done this before. And we saw them playing on Vista where it looked like they had really controlled the macro of the map, but they were allowing teams to find scrap time and keep the game close, which, to be candid, is kind of what's going on right now. Plus a couple of kills here just before the hard point opens up. Sure, the Spartans will spawn close, but they're going to get tested here. Not really a chance to read where In Control's break is coming from, at least not immediately. And the hit through mid looking to be pretty solid. Wiz has to pick this up, but he's got to watch about 3 things at once, and he doesn't even find the first on the hollow. So In Control starting to get their break together. They flip the spawns around, but still the hold is looking good for Spartans.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from the Spartans. They knew that the pressure was coming through the middle of the map. Smart all spawn, unfortunately, does lose that first gunfight, but keep in mind that this is going to be the stream on the Bravo side. So you guys want to continue to see how that ending of the map number 1 will be, just make sure you head on over there because I'm pretty sure our alpha match is ready to rock and roll now.
Should be the case. Again, good match to start off there. And
oh, yeah.
A necessary one, like we mentioned, for the side of In Control. So that, again, is Group B matchup. This is back over towards Group A. Omit Brooklyn at 1-1 so far in the group stage. SGP Midnight, the team that is perfect, and the return of Neptune. Yes, it's been a while since we've seen his name, but he played a couple of cups. He played in Toronto. Results weren't great, but hey, he's getting back into the swing of things. We'll see what he has to offer here on a map that he's going to be required to do some dirty work.
Yeah, this is a good map to spawn into, especially when you're an aggressive player, the way that Neptune is known for. And running around with that Rive 9 could be his best friend on a map like Rio. But Eric Boom also enjoys himself a little bit of Rival 9 action as he's now into the HP. He finds himself on 3 in a row. Great shots to take down Temp, but only 8 health remaining. Gets a little bit of assistance from the teammates for the final couple of seconds, but a great start from over at Brooklyn. You soak up a lot of time there at P1. You win the rotation over towards next. Now you just have to hold on to the first push.
Yeah, I think just kind of taking a moment here early on to tell the story. I mean, what was your evaluation on Neptune when he was playing previous to trying to make the swap over to Halo? Obviously, he played throughout the entirety of the Modern Warfare 2 year, but he hadn't been seen since really Vanguard, where he was playing in the CDL, both with New York and eventually with LAG. What was your kind of evaluation watching Neptune play when he was still in the CDL?
I always thought that Neptune had tremendous talent. What he's able to do is sort of like a Shotzi, a BZ with the movement, a little bit of Hydra as well. So he has that raw skill. It just comes down to sometimes his decision making. Also, being too aggressive at some points in the game can eventually come back to bite him because then you're just completely off timings the rest of the map going forward. He just has to realize, like, when stuff isn't working for him, you can't continuously try to do it. You need to be able to change up your playstyle a little bit, adjust to what's getting thrown at you, and then continue to move forward at that. Just feel like he always is on go mode. Sometimes you just simply need to slow down.
Okay, I think that's kind of what we evaluated as well, watching him in Challengers, both before he went pro and I think, of course, most recently, kind of what he was able to do in the end of Modern Warfare 2. It just felt like that, yeah, he kind of just got a little over-aggressive. Kind of like a 2-reel at certain moments in time where it's just like, brother, you don't have to take that extra gunfight. You can just sit here. You guys have numbers. So we'll see how much Neptune's been able to kind of relearn the game. And now I will say, just kind of talking about it, he did finish top 16 at Toronto, but it was with a roster that does not have the same notoriety that SGP Midnight does. So trying to work their way back into the game is SGP. They do have spawns here to try to fight for this back 20. Just comes down to finding Lunars, who's had a great start to his map. 8-5 after the shutdown, and the scrap time goes to SGP.
Yeah, this has been a perfect hold out of Midnight so far. They were able to hit that early rotation, secure those back spawns. They were down by 50 points, and they're basically almost going to tie it up with all this P3 time. Even with Lunars making the play that he was, just simply staying alive towards the back. It's just unfortunate that the rest of his teammates couldn't find at least the effective trace to spawn the players out. So SGP Midnight still into this game. Now put themselves in a position to chain that P3 to P4 temp. Again, just continuing this hot streak from yesterday. 7 in a row for the Don Don.
He's not missing shots at any regard. Lunars even the next one up, but it's Neptune who finishes off in the damage dealt by Temp. So cruise missile in. He's going to call it. I actually love this call. Get a read on where exactly this hit is going to come from. You got players who are spawning a little bit deeper than you'd like, and it can stave off this hit from the front, and more so, it does find two. So great moment from Temp. Better moment for Midnight overall, and they're going to take the leading girl cushion with back 25 looking good for him.
Yeah, and this is going to be all their time, because now if you're Ome Brooklyn, you have to cut your losses and hit that rotation. And Neptune off the respawn, and at least able to cut down 2 rotators through top mid. What a reaction right there to hit those bullets as well, and he also finds the 3rd kill in a row. So, okay, Neptune, welcome back to Call of Duty. We missed you, my friend.
Yeah, indeed. Great stuff coming through for now. Need Classic to start stepping up, just 3 and 12. On the other side, Assault has been struggling to find engagement. 6 and 7. That is a low number for a main AR, especially considering what Temp is doing at now 15 and 6. Lunar's low HP nearly gets peeled off of a pixel heady, but with the support of Dak, there will be a chance for Bit Brooklyn to try to get through and at least keep this hardpoint neutral for now.
Yeah, trying to keep it neutral, but Classic and Capsule through top bridge side are just being such nuisances. They're not making it easy for them to work the objective. That's now 3, almost 4 dead in the feed, but Assault, you were asking for the engagements. How about you line up 3 for him? As he's going to put himself on the objective now. Obviously not the performance that he wanted to show all year long on the side of LAG up in the pros, but everyone who we've watched him drop down the challengers, they just turned into a different beast.
Yeah, indeed the case. Last 10 seconds going to go the way of Midnight. So Assault finding a couple of kills, but does not amount to the time that Bit Brooklyn would have been hoping for. Slower kind of back couple of hard points here for Eric Boom. He had a great start. Having a trouble kind of getting things back into the mix here, but Bit Brooklyn around him will find the kills they need to at least get in towards this top P1. And wow, with the extra kills around the outside, this is going to lead to a lot of time here on the first hill.
Oh yeah, this is easy because they have not dropped yet. They know they're cutting off every single angle. They're forcing SGP Midnight to push their way up through Eskies. And that's never going to be a recipe for success unless you're winning the trade fights. But Classic's going to start it off. Lunar's able to trade effectively. Lunar's finds a double. Here comes Assault. Is your opportunity to potentially walk away with the scrap time. But the opposing AR on the other side has something to say about it. Donnie Kemp is securing the time now for Midnight.
Yeah, really good stuff. And a chance not just to get the scrap time, but there's going to be a little bit of time here to try to play across the map. And goodness gracious, Temp is not missing shots, my guy. This is as clean as I've ever seen him play. Classic to the MCW. He's really struggling to get things going. If he's got to pull out, what, is that a 3rd AR? Or at least a 2nd for now. Not great news overall, though, for Classic. And even though the kills from Temp look good, Bit Brooklyn will actually be the team who hold on to the spawns, and with that, also the hard point.
Yeah, that was the biggest play right there before that new hill pops. The fact that they were able to withstand that pressure coming through that backside at Vans. So they secure the spawn. You spawn Midnight all the way across the map, and now you're forced to win some insane gunfights. And Classic opens up with a double. Now you have pressure from the front. You're at least attempting Temp to work around the back end, but he gets easily read. That's 3 dead in defeat. Omid Brooklyn still holding.
Yeah, looking really solid, and of course the read from the front is not just good, but you also have Dak making a bit of a route around the back through boxes. He has not been seen yet. Timing not great, but it is at least picked up. SGP can at least hold to this front ramp position, trying to find a way to get this break in, but it's not coming through. Assault now all of a sudden on 5 in a row. So those low engagements through the first set of hills has now been completely combated. 17 and 11 with a minute 15 in the hard point.
Yeah, this has been fantastic plays from Moment Brooklyn so far. When they just climb back into this game, it was scrappy at P5. You get a lot of P one time, you chain it to P2. Now you have yourself a little bit of lead, but you need to find a successful break this time around at this P3 HP, because this is how Midnight were able to get back into the game, and at least they work their way all the way around the backside. They find every single kill. They secure the back spawns and executes the break, and now you just got to soak up that hill time.
Dangerous moment here for Syndicate, having to fight not just against the hold, but also that cruise missile in the future. Weird door pop. Assault still able to connect through it, leaving just one left alive. And how about Adam Assault? 21 and 11. The patience really paying off for him. And with 20 seconds looking like it's going to be a given guarantee, Amit Brooklyn will be really close to breaking past the 200-point mark in these last two hills.
And they already have players off the rotation, so Midnight, you're just a couple steps behind. And you're allowing Omen Brooklyn to walk away with this game or get pretty damn close. They're going to be able to breach that 190-point mark. Full 60 here is obviously going to secure the game for them, but if you're Midnight, you still have to worry about that cruise missile. You do have a couple players, though, at least attempting the break through the old. Lunars finds one. Eric Boom with the second. That's already 3 dead in defeat. Omen Brooklyn again just flipping that switch and holding on to a great setup.
Yeah, this has been absolutely perfect for Amit Brooklyn. And the read towards where this last possible break attempt is already well underhand. Dak now all of a sudden on 4 in a row. It just feels like any given moment, any given player can pop off, and that will be just about it. Dak able to get to 5. Eric Boom also on 7 in a row. It's just everyone streaking here in these last 3 hills. And SGP Midnight, who were looking pretty solid through P5 into P1, all of a sudden see the game just completely swing out of hand. Have to break, have to rotate. Needs to be perfect.
Oh, they need to find a trade on the Lunars, and that's going to lead to a 4 dead. So the final 15 could be yours. Hopefully you got a couple trophy systems to keep you alive on this point. Because Omen Brooklyn, with the lead that they have, they still can put themselves in a position to challenge every single junk time. As they're going to send 3 players over to the ult for the final 5. This is where the cruise missile is now going to get invested. Midnight have to be aware of it, at least put themselves in a position to play the exits.
Well, it's just one of those moments where you feel like the wind is out of the sails. A couple of good kills here, though. Assault tried to transfer over. Didn't trust that Classic was, or pardon me, that Neptune was on that secondary challenge, so things will change. And it does force out Eric Boom's cruise missile here. Dak able to find one. The cruise missile will not fully land, but Dak realizes that there is pressure over towards the U-Haul. A couple of the pot shots, a couple of the hit markers, deals the damage, and let Brooklyn, at least for now, stay in the hard point. And still have a chance to win on here. It feels unlikely considering how mixed this hard point could be. But Assault does find one. Classic up and over. Okay, that will work. And SGP Midnight will get the scrap time, and they'll have the rotation early over to P1.
Now you just need to put a couple of players in towards top mid. Stack it, because you're going to have Omen Brooklyn still contesting over towards this old HP. Not going to be able to get any time. Here comes our 3rd rotation of hard points. Midnight going to be a little bit late to the party. That's why Capsule's going to play this corner. He's able to find a double Midnight current control of this middle hill.
Yeah, looking really solid here. Definitely doing what needs to be done. But can you bunker down for the next hit on the way? First answer, no. Lunars jumps in. Classic is tagged by a nade, and Assault finds a kill behind that. Classic just trying to finesse. Not able to get the regen off, leaving Temp by himself. And as he drops, SGP Midnight likely not going to get back to this hard point in time. And nope, not with those kills. So, wow, I mean, that's one of those maps that you feel like, holy smokes, we've got ourselves a ball game here. And then all of a sudden, Amit Brooklyn put 5-1, the 2 right into their favor. And that just blows the game pretty much wide open from there.
Yeah, that was insane plays from Omen Brooklyn in the second half of this game. Talking about a very difficult situation to withstand that early cruise missile call in at that P4 HP. You get through that. You get to the P5, you keep it scrappy, you walk away with the majority of the time. Now you don't have to worry about a cruise missile, and also the guns are starting to get a little bit more warmed up because, what was it, Assault started 6 and 7? He ends the game 30 and 16. You were asking for the engagements, he gave you 46 of them. Just absolutely takes over with that main AR. Almost double positive. 2 minutes and 20 seconds in hell with 24 non-traded kills. All right, world champ, I see you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great stuff coming through. I mean, that was it's like you said, 6 and 7 start. Like, it's just the pickup, unbelievable. And of course, we kind of cast or bless him in a way, talking about it for a moment. Then all of a sudden, as Assault starts to pop off, the rest of the team starts to come with them. So, yeah, great stuff coming through. A good, I mean, again, the first hills, rotation and a half, just as tight as you've ever seen on Rio. but it really starts right as we get back to that second set of hills. 1 to 2 to 3. A bit Brooklyn just perfect on rotation, not allowing breaks. And I think it's just the timing of the kills on the rotation in particular that gave them so much freedom to set up these aggressive holds.
Yeah, and thankfully, if you are Midnight, at least in the beginning of the game, it was Donnie Temp who kept you in it. Everyone else, they were a little bit late to the party, especially Classic, who, like you said, was going between the Robo 9, going to the MCW. Just couldn't really get comfortable into this map, number 1. So now that you fall short here, you're forcing yourself to respond into the search and destroy, where at least when I look back to the numbers yesterday for both their series, that's the only map that they lost in both series. They won every single respawn. So with the new team, there's going to be some new problems and some new things that you have to work on, especially in search and destroy. Hopefully they're able to fix it going into today.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. Again, not a lot of turnaround, but it's going to be a requirement here. The search and destroy, the high-rise control. And we've seen a lot of high-rise control. We've seen very little Karachi control so far this season. And then also the Vista hardpoint still awaits us if we need it, which if we stay as tight as we get, feels like we very well at least will get 4. But yeah, that's one of those things that, we're dealing with 2 teams that are vying for top position. 1-1 for Mid Brooklyn. You're really hoping to get that second win quickly and not have to fight for your life in the last couple of the games as we look over what is the last moments of this hard point between the Houston Spartans and In Control. And once again, In Control still battling, still finding a way to keep themselves into these games. That's a clean break, still 47. They could actually just win the game right here.
Oh yeah, this is good plays. This is down to the wire. We're always expecting to use the Spartans, who were our Elite Stage 2 champions through the NA side, to come out swinging, especially versus some of these routes who we sort of had low in all the groups. In Control, they are giving them a run for their money. They are spawning using Spartans all the way out across the map. Nades are hitting, but nothing is going to at least open up with that first initial kill. And In Control looking like they're going to steal map 1.
Well, the break is in. 10 seconds to fight for. Exit kills are good, plus the bump out here from Wiz. Gus is, and this is not where you want to be spawning right now if you're In Control.
No.
You get headies here if you're the Spartans. Hercules able to get 1. He's having himself a great map, 29 and 25. Give him 30. And that's a single-handed break, plus the final kill for the new guy up for In Control. So, wow. I mean, we're just getting surprised all over the place right now because flat out, this Houston Spartans team is your Season 2 champs. They had looked clean throughout pretty much the entirety of Season 2, but they've had a couple of games go the wire, and now all of a sudden you see map 1 fall short to an In Control team that's at the bottom of the group. So, not great news here for Houston as they load into the search, and let's be honest, we saw In Control go up 5-0 yesterday against what I would argue to be a better search and destroy team. Of course, they didn't finish it off, but hey, this is still a decent search team, all things told.
Yeah, they have it figured out, so hopefully they can put themselves in a position to potentially go up 2-0. But that's going to be smart, finding the first blood. Great movement out of Wiz to simply play his life. He sets up fire for the double. Now it's Mercury's left in a 1v4. He's able to take down 1, but that's just way too much pressure right there on that attacking round from the Spartans through B Street, through bottom pit. They overwhelmed everyone on the defensive side through that side of the map and won all the engagements to secure the round. You can always expect great things when you're watching Wiz, especially in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. See what we get next here for this team. Again, this is a Bravo matchup, but Wiz off to a hot start. Fire the same. Both players sitting on streaks. It doesn't look like they've felled yet. Scoreboard, of course, really making their
It helps
job
us every time.
difficult.
Yep, thank you.
But here we go. Wiz up and over right into B. No trophy system down for him here, at least not that I could tell. But no nades being thrown over the top of B. Everything's throwing above him or just short of him. So with fire down low, this is a 3-man stack aggressively set up for this B defense.
Yeah, I love this setup. For every team that is watching, for every single player that is watching, if you're looking for a money setup on defense for high rise, you want to stack over towards B Street and bottom pit. You want to have someone in Glow Frosty just calling out information through bottom blue because you have all your bases covered as long as Wiz stays alive in his position.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, it's just down to does In Control get a read and how many players are stacked up over here. Fire, timing, great. Gonna find kill number 5, turns, so can't get a lockdown onto Hollow in time. Follow-up, wow, really good fight from Hollow. So he gets 2 isolated. Feels, felt like Wiz was just trying to force that for the extra kill working towards that cruise missile, but that gets called off, or at least caught off. And now, all of a sudden, Hollow may have a chance to plant here. Does he get a read onto Spart? No, not necessarily, but he's going to re-wrap around, and that's where Glowfrosty will see him and deal with him. So, okay, tight moment there for a moment, but everything works out okay for the defense after the first 2 kills go their way.
Yep, another first blood right there for the Spartans. You had Wiz inside that B site, just being a nuisance with that Rival 9. Once he finds that first kill, you saw it control instantly try to play for that response. But that's when you allow players like Fire to take that angle through bottom pit, find a double before falling, then leaving Hollow left in the 1v4. Sometimes you just outthink yourself, because he gave himself an opportunity there. You're finding the initial 2 kills. If you just jump into that B side, potentially work the bomb plane, you stand a better chance. But that time starts to get away from you. Decisions start to go out of the window. Unfortunately, he fell short in a moment.
Wiz trying to watch the crossover towards the alley. I believe he did see one, and that will be enough for Spart to pop up, find the kill, and Wiz's Semtex will also land right on top of Prada. So the Spartans not coming out slow at all here on the Search and Destroy on High Rise. As round number 4 looking pretty good for them. Wiz caught at mid-map, though. Pistol win from Hercules. Stun is through. Regen is decent, but not enough as Spart will finalize the kill. And Gus up top, dealing with too many Spartans, will give Houston a 4-0 lead. And with that, again, that'll be over on the Bravo channel as our main match is just about ready to go here. So we'll jump on board with that one as soon as we get it on stream. Ready to go.
And if you're in control, you're just hoping that you could be the potential team to complete a full Saturday. Because that High Rise Search and Destroy, Houston Spartans looking like they were going to be able to at least close it out in 6-0. But back to the main one we go. Over at Alpha with Omid Brooklyn versus SGP Midnight. Omid Brooklyn, an insane map number 1, especially out of Assault and Eric Boom, are going to be able to get that objective down, force SGP Midnight to find a successful 4v4 retake.
Well, nades landing on both sides here. Neptune able to turn that into a first blood. Retake still required. Eric off the regen in an awkward spot here at Eskies. No one can really look over the top of the bomb, so he has to check it. He gets caught again, this time on the railing. Lunar's following up, and no, absolutely nothing there. Flawless team wipe for SGP. Everyone getting away with 1 kill. And we're just going to wait a little longer for some of these trophies to get charged up, and then we'll defuse and get on our way with round number 2.
Yeah, that's why the round became so easy for SGP Midnight, because they knew in round number 1, if you try to instantly put that bomb down towards B, I know you don't have any trophies to keep you guys covered. So you open up with that first blood out of a Semtex from Neptune. Then you're able to catch Eric Boom on the movement to put himself in a position to check the bomb. Not able to get on out, and then SGP just fly on, take control of top mid, find the final couple of kills to secure the first round.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious to see what kind of tempo this SGP Midnight team wants to play on. I think that just looking at it, it feels like a team, especially in Search, that was going to want to play aggressive. I mean, Caps is one of the more aggressive players we've had in the CDL. Neptune is not shy. And the same can be said for any time we've seen Classic in a Search. He just kind of is Mr. Do-It-All. So it looks like there will be at least aggression set up here for the side of the Midnight. Initial first blood gets countered and then added onto as Classic takes down Dak. Eric Boom also pushed off his angle. And you would think this would lead to a plant, but SGP waiting to see if there's going to be a second contest. And Lunars has snuck into sight. Oh my goodness. This could be so deadly for Lunars. Tempto sneaking down Eskies. Now all of a sudden, Lunars, how icy are ya? Pops up, finds the first, has to transfer over, but does not expect Classic on the right side stairs. And SGP Midnight will use their numbers to win the round.
Yeah, that's great plays right there. Also in the 3v4. SGP Midnight, they send both of their SMG players aggressively up to that B site. Capsule falls short, but that's when the AR is able to set up a little bit of a crossfire over towards that bridge area. Temp finds the first, and then Classic on the exit finds the second. But yeah, no, that's a little bit of spectator glitch right there. If you are sitting in, Capsule shoes, and you're watching Donnie 10%, oh, to your right, what are you talking about? I didn't see him. It didn't matter, though. 1v3, easy round for SGP.
All right, 2-0 up, and nothing slowing down here. Neptune on the corner, a little bit of damage back and forth. Capsule able to make sure he stays safe as Dak was kind of caught by himself. Eric Boom, just as the bomb carrier, didn't look like he committed with Dak to playing up top. He was still kind of floating on a heady, and Dak just gets punished. And now all of a sudden, SGP are going to take an aggressive route, see if they can isolate someone on the flank.
Yeah, but you don't want to be too aggressive here because you don't really need to make a play. You found that opening kill. You have to force them to work that objective, and you still have the numbers in your favor. So let's just use the buddy system to play for early info, throw a shoulder, gain it, and now give the comp to your teammates. We got to put the focus on street.
Well, Eric will get one. Trades are still abound, though. And Eric is isolated, but still wins a huge 1v1 versus Neptune. So the bomb stays in hand. They know Classic is coming around the back. Is Eric going to get the timing? Sure does. A couple of tags here. Follow-up from Lunars is good to make good on the damage. And Capsule will maybe left in a 1v2. Now, he does have the ability to defend the bomb. And if he could get the bomb carrier off, there is a very good chance he could still clutch this round up. Eric's going to go for the plant. Cap's not going to check it. Does he challenge the exit? He does. Finds the first one for free. And Lunars, does he want to challenge? Sure does. But Cap says, get out of my face. 4 for Caps in a row. 5-1 start and a 3-0 Midnight lead.
That's great plays right there out of Cap. To play it patient, to also use that MCW. But this is like the perfect timing right there to peek onto the site. He catches Eric Boom with the bomb in hand, and he knows that in a 2v1, you have to be playing the buddy system and times it to perfection in that gunfight versus Lunars. 4 in a row right there for Capsule. He picks up the ace. That's now 3-0 in the map so far for SGP Midnight. The pacing and the tone so far that they're setting in this game has been very difficult for Omid Brooklyn to contest so far.
Yeah, man, that's just unreal. Caps plays that perfectly, though. I mean, let's be honest. Chaos all around the extremity of the map. Just play over the top of the bomb, stuns, nades, starting to come through. Caps chasing a kill, but this time Eric Boom is there to keep Dak safe, at least initially. But Neptune right behind it comes in unexpectedly through U-Haul, and that will be enough to turn the tides again in the face of a first blood SGP 3v1 situation. Lunars, dead silence at the ready as he takes the long route through whatever doors are open. But unfortunately for him, the bomb is not going to be. It's rewrapping over towards A, and Midnight have cleared it.
Yeah, he's going to get that info now. Just can you put yourself in a position to potentially catch one as this bomb is going down or catch the timing. Unfortunately, you're going to run into the primo tent, but that MCW buff just makes everything look like a sniper or a shotgun at times. Still a manageable play now with 35 seconds left in the 1v2.
It's just, how do you deal with Neptune down low here? That's the real question. Yeah, it's just not a spot that you would expect him to be at. So, wow, that's another first blood turned around, not just countered, but built upon. From a 3v4 to a 3v2 to a 3v1 that quickly for the side of SGP Midnight. So great stuff from them out of the Search and Destroy, and that's impressive considering how recently this roster was formed.
Yeah, and how recent they have been performing in Search and Destroy so far in the last 2 elite matches. They have fallen short 6-4 in both of those. But so far, the tone has just been way too much to handle for Omid Brooklyn. You need to try to slow down Capsule and Neptune, who are trading effectively, using that buddy system to the best of their ability, and just opening up these rounds with either first bloods or effective trades. But now, if you are Omid Brooklyn, you finally make a different play call. Let's try to show a little bit of presence over towards A. Try to pull the defense from Midnight on that side of the map. Not a rotation comes in at B, but Neptune gets the info.
100%. Well, Dak, chance to plant. 4v3. SGP not going to have a chance, not even to contest the bomb plant, but they don't even have a look on the exits initially. They have a couple of nades left, though, on this retake attempt. But Omid Brooklyn have just bounced back and said, come on into our web. And now all of a sudden, Midnight are a little bit stuck inside the middle of the map. Nice play from Lunars to come back forward, find a second with the pistol. And with that, first round gets tallied from Omid Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's big plays right there from Omid Brooklyn to show early presence over towards A, hit that rotation back to B, and catch that timing onto Neptune. If you're Neptune in that situation, all you simply want to do is throw a shoulder. You don't really have to commit to a gunfight through top mid. Try to open up with that first blood. Just gaining that info for your team, allowing a team push to come in, which allowed them to be successful in their first defensive round. It's just when you get picked off first, there's so many angles that Omid Brooklyn already have accounted for. Just got to continue to hold down your lanes, and they can finally put one on the board.
Yeah. Well, Dak up top. Going to have a look at Classic, who doesn't take a lot of damage and has to back off the angle. Capsule there to save any further push through. And the read from Caps is great. Still elongated 1v1. Caps able to finesse for at least a trade out for the 1-1 trade. But still, Amit not giving up this bridge control. And with Assault finding 2, now it's just down to how many can Temp get here by surprise. First one's free. The next two are going to probably come at a little bit of a steeper cost. Wow. I mean, Temp is throwing laser beams out today, my guy. Assault's taken 1.5 million damage. I swear Temp hasn't missed a bullet since we've watched him shoot a weapon yet.
The guy's just on point. Same way he was yesterday. Trying to continue that today now to potentially clutch up in the 1v3. A big shoulder, though, comes in from Assault. I don't know if he was able to spot him, though, so Temp is going to be able to get that timing. They just keep on getting away from him.
Oh, but he's going to see the wrap back over to A. He's going to wait a little bit longer, and then he's going to get a chance to set up this post plant. Oh, but it's not a wrap to A. It's a wrap back up through bridge. And Assault, yeah, that will likely be about it. Even if he didn't find it, the second player right around the corner. I love the idea. I mean, you see him wrapping out. You say, well, you know, I would say not even 50-50 chance they go A. It's probably like 70-30. You don't normally expect a two-man re-wrap back to A, but the call from Brooklyn is good, and they get their second round tallied.
Yeah, and that's the adjustments again on the defensive side. They said that SGP Midnight, they've been dominating through top mid, at least finding effective trades. If we can put ourselves in a position to win those trade fights, we're going to stand a great chance of potentially coming back in this one. Say 3-stack over towards bridge. Put themselves in a numbers advantage, and Assault was able to find 3 on a round. So he's not really a beginning guy. He's more of a late bloomer. He's starting to turn up at the end of these games.
Oh, no, I love it. Well, Neptune at 4 and 3 will get the regen off to hold this position on the mid sign. Assault trying to hunt out kills, but this is a bold peek. I mean, what? I mean, we're not even going to throw nades or stun from Eskies. We're just going to run into U-Haul like that with an AR? Okay. Neptune pops up, finds more. Way more than more. Pistol, yeah, he's just dealing damage, stopping the regen from coming through. And Neptune, this is what we see from him. He just wants blood when he feels it in the water. Sharks are circling, and SGP Midnight up now 5-2 on map point.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what Assault was doing on that round.
I have no idea, guy.
We have bridge control. You are an AR player. There's no reason why we should be sliding through mid-U. Especially not checking left and right on your corners. Just got to slow down and allow your SMGs to work up first. Because you found yourself on 3 in a row, but just give up your life for free, and that now leads to you being down 2-5. Game point here for SGP Midnight to try to tie the series up.
Been convincing pretty much from start to finish to this point. And SGP Midnight looking to stay aggressive. Dak gets over towards the U-Haul. Will they remember that Eric Boom watched this cross last time? It sure looks that way. Midnight will not try to chase down the elimination. Dak will reset by re-wrapping all the way back in towards his back staircase. Eric Boom throwing shots. That pushes Neptune off from any early plant, but he also catches a nade, and everything will reset. We're still 4v4.
Now, if you are home at Brooklyn, you just can't bite on the bait. There's a rotation coming in from Midnight. Donnie Temp, who was the island player on this side of the map, was just giving the info to his team. There's only one player here, and he's playing it really deep. So the objective is going to get down. 45 seconds for home at Brooklyn to try to retake to stay alive.
It's going to be a 3-man flank hit. Classic watching 2 things at once here. And he hasn't seen anything yet. First contact good, though. Takes down Eric Boom, looking for Sanctuary deeper through gate. That's not going to work out. And now the post plant for SGP will re-clear out this backside garage and set everything up behind the white van here. And this is just taking too long from Brooklyn. You've got a long wrap from Dak. Assault can do nothing besides just try to scout the site. That's a pixel peek from Temp that he does lose, but damage had been dealt. Dak now has to go quickly, and the timing's not there. Trying to clear out that back dumpster. Capsule able to find the kill, and SGP will clean things up. A very convincing search and destroy, 6-2.
Yeah, they dominated that search and destroy, man. Nomad Brooklyn, they were trying to fight their way back in, but it was just way too much aggression early on into this game from SGP Midnight, and then towards the later half, it was the mid-round adjustments. The info getting gained by the rest of your teammates. The fact that Temp was a sole man over towards A gives the comment they're playing it so deep, we can bring the objective back because stuns and nades are coming over the top at B site. There's definitely more players on that side of the map than there are at A. So you get the objective down. Classic finds the first blood on the flank. But then the next level play that we didn't really see a lot yesterday in Search and Destroy was SGP Midnight, instead of holding their side and realizing, like, that's where the pressure was coming in because the comm comes in from Classic, they push through and they take the opposing side. They find that one-on-one, that 2-on-1 gunfight on their side of the spawn, and then they put their focus on the backside, just stalling out the game clock. Great plays, great mid-round adjustments from Midnight to tie the series up.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it is one of those moments where you look again at the recency of this team and you say, wow, I mean, I'm impressed. That is as clean as you get. The mid-round calling is perfect. And I think the thing about it is, like, you've got Classic, who's always been a strong search and destroy player. Temp, who's really stepped up in the last couple of years of being kind of more of that leader IGL style. And then Neptune and Capsador are happy to take comms and just run at people. So it definitely feels that there's a bit of aggression built in to how SGP Midnight want to play, especially in Search and Destroy, and it worked out nicely for them. Again, aggressive play calling, really good mid-round adaptations and split-second decision-making, and it just kind of felt like a bit Brooklyn. Yeah, they made a couple of mistakes as well. I mean, you look at kind of Dak kind of making a couple of solo plays that maybe he wasn't able to. Same thing for Assault, you know, and for SGP Midnight, you punish those mistakes, but I think just as a game plan is concerned, I love what I'm seeing from Midnight on their Search.
Oh, yeah, especially if you're going to continuously play a map like Rio, where you can allow those SMGs to be who they want to be. Just when you find yourself on a little bit of bigger search and destroy maps, that's when those individual plays or those effective trades might come back to bite you. But the aggression was the key to success, at least in this map number 2, so going to try to continue that going into map number 3, because they at least came out swinging early on in map number 1. At least
Absolutely.
It was Donnie Temp. He was finding a majority of those kills. Now that the gun's a little bit more warmed up, Classic and Neptune really at least put on a great performance when they needed to in that search and destroy. Now you got to try to chain it into this high rise, because screw the rivals. We need some MCWs in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those things, you know, not to kind of immediately turn around and, you know, kind of, you know, cry wolf a little bit too soon. But with maps like this, I actually put a lot of attention to this SGP team, because I will say that the one thing, and we've talked about this a couple of times, it's no secret to those that are avid watchers of Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Classic has, I think, he's needed to prove that he can be flexible and respawn. I think that's the biggest part about it. There are definitely maps where he's popped off, and it's just like, yeah, this is what we need to see. But it doesn't really always come through consistently, and I feel like that happens when we often see him having to play another AR. Or sometimes he's the only SMG with 3 ARs behind him, and he's like just making plays that he's not really maybe able to. So it's just one of those things that I kind of put a lot of attention to see how Classic is going to fare here on this particular roster as we look into 5-0 tally from the Houston Spartans here in the Search and Destroy. And with first blood from Spark, looks like this may be a 6-0 here. So what is that, 12 rounds in a row that In Control would have lost to their Search and Destroy that we've seen on broadcast essentially?
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough, but it is a 2v2 now. Spart is able to find Mercules, though. Puts them back in the advantage position in the 2v1 versus Prada, who's sitting at 1-5 so far on the map. Great jump spots right there from Spart. And I'm pretty sure Spart just took over in that map number 2. Every single time we watched it, at least when we jumped into it for a little bit, he was getting multiple first blood after first blood, a couple 2 pieces here. So just another call where Sparty gets it done in Search and Destroy, able to tie this series up, but into the Control we go between both these teams. In Control on the attacking side, only have one segment currently at B, but a lot of map control to go with it.
Okay, a couple of kills are good. Fire is able to find one, at least to stave off this hit that's looking to make a play over through Rugs, possibly to A. And while they're searching out the kills, In Control will just pause the clock and get to work capturing B. But good focus here for the Spartans. Just not trying to give up too much, cover their bases. And it's going to come at the cost of a 2-minute defense of A, but at least you've neutralized some of that early life lead.
Yeah. He also neutralized that map control as well, but true. Now that time gets extended, if you are in control, this is where you have to capitalize on this moment. Try to be aggressive up through the OE. Gus and Prada at least combined for 2. So they're still trying to take a little bit more ground. We just haven't accounted for everyone yet. Fire through the flank is able to catch one. Now the rest of the Houston Spartans come off spawn. Now you just got to put your focus on the overextension, because that's currently where In Control, trying to apply that pressure.
Yeah. Oh, Hollow, good first win. Doesn't find the second. Mercules looking for the trade, but very wisely holds off. No reason to give away this position over to Sports Cafe, and that's why. Or is it? Thought he had that gunfight one every day of the week and twice on Sunday. A couple of shots get thrown into the dumpster, and Glow Frosty finds the kill, but at least for In Control, they stave off the humiliation for a moment, and they do get Hollow a chance to touch at A, but the battle back is good, as you see the replay in the top right picture-in-picture.
Yeah, that's a slammage. That's Glow Frosty just winning an insane fight with that MCW in hand. That buff has been treating a lot of these players in challenges very, very nicely so far. But in control, just trying to at least potentially take 2 respawns versus the Spartans. A lot of map control, again, in their favor. You have Hollow working his way all around a deep overextension around back blue. He's just hoping that the rest of his teammates can find a couple kills in the middle of the map, and so far the whole kill feed has been white.
Yeah, but Sparty finds the key kill to make sure that the offense cannot just stretch over towards A. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Prada chases down with the kill. Wiz able to find the response, and now all of a sudden it is deep spawns for In Control. And with 17 seconds of the clock, it would have to be Gus to get an entry in. Mercules does open up some space around the back. And if he sneaks in through Rugs here, Fire hasn't. Oh, now he's seen him. A couple of attacks come through. Mercules has to try to take the gunfight. Does force the team kill, but the defense will mitigate the damage and stave off the rotation in towards A, only giving away 3 ticks in the process.
Yeah, I thought In Control, they gave themselves opportunity after opportunity. You have a lot of that mid-map control in your attacking rounds. Is exactly what you want. But I thought once they found that double and Hollow was working his deep pinch, he was just a little bit too slow on potentially blocking that gas spawn, swanning him out towards blue side, and setting up that proper pitch on the A point. Just allowed the players from the Spartans to come off the respawn, throw their stuns, throw their nades towards the left side of the street, then find a couple of kills to get themselves out of that setup. As now they secure their first defense, only allowing 3 seconds to get away from them. And I love this play out of the Spartans. An early A aggressive push. Just hopefully no one dies in this cross.
Yeah, and so far so good. Trophy system gets down, plus an extra kill from Wiz. He's going to be the cutoff man here as the clock is only being stopped and progress is only being made by Glowfrosty. But Wiz fresh off the regen. Long range shots to Gus. 1 bullet away from finding the kill. Now Glowfrosty has to try to hope and predict the right angle on the contest. He does at least get the first tick of progress at A, but nothing further as the Spartans will default off spawn and moving towards B.
You will absolutely take that. Your early A initial push works out to perfection, at least in this segment. So now if you capture B, you're going to be able to have that going forward for the rest of the map. But remember, guys, this is going to be on the Bravo stream. If you guys want to continue to follow along in this series, just make sure you swap on over to spot on that one because Alpha is ready to go again.
Pop for it. Got a good battle going on here between these 2 squads to this point. And as we look into the high-rise control, it will be a bit Brooklyn on the offense first. And they've actually already gotten the first tick at A with Assault working on a second. Nades are starting to land. Cutoff from Omit Brooklyn deep is actually keeping SGP away from this zone. Second tick does not fully get captured, though. So there is at least a response, a bit of depletion. But as soon as Lunars finds 2, Dax says, okay, and he'll finish off the second tick and get working on the third.
Oh, and that's great shots as well to take down Neptune. So continuously finding kills around the map is going to relieve a little bit of pressure at this 8 point. And they're actually able to extend the time here. Usually do not find success early on the objective side at the more difficult point. But when you're shooting like this, it's going to look pretty easy. Every single kill in the feed in favor of Omit Brooklyn. The stack is going to be in at B. Dak is starting to put himself in a position to get a couple spawn kills, but unfortunately does fall short of earning that cruise missile as the second segment is done.
Yeah, and Lunars on 4, trying to stave off anyone contesting, especially on that little tightrope walk up the wall. And now he's on 5. And with that, wow, only 6 lives lost in the first round on offense to get all 6 ticks captured. That is an amazing start for Omit Brooklyn.
And I think you called it to perfection, my friend. When you said I was really curious about seeing SGP minute on a map like High Rise where you're forcing a lot of aggressive SMG players to run that MCW, they are currently not having a good time. And if you're not having a good time, especially on the defensive side, you're not going to have a good time overall on a map like High Rise. So you need those players to start to shoot a little bit. Because Lunar's sitting at 5-0, did not even fall in that round number 1. You have set yourself up for a victory here if you are Omit Brooklyn walking away with this defense here.
100%. Especially if you can get a cruise missile for Lunars. He's hoping to get it with a frag. Not going to happen. First one good for 10. For Neptune, not going to happen. How does Dak win that? And Lunars will follow up to make sure there's no trade onto him. So there's the cruise missile. Only 1 life lost so far for Omit Brooklyn on defense. It is already 30 seconds toasted off this map for the SGP attack.
Yeah, and as long as you're Omit Brooklyn, you're trading effectively, you're going to put yourself in a great situation, potentially to go up 2-0 here, but Time is now going to get paused at that A objective. Eric Boom trying to catch a flank, trying to catch the timing through backside. Blue is able to find one in Donnie Temp at the same time Assault finds the second. So where are the last two players to account for so you can put them in a little bit of a trap?
Now, Salt goes 1 for 1. Capsule keeps things at least open for SGP to get out of the spawn. Lunars, pistol out, trying to get a read on where this contestant went. And you'll find him on the site. And wow, this is some patience here from Lunars. It pays off nicely. It is a virtue after all. Doesn't want to force the challenge, reads the second contestant, and now all of a sudden SGP Midnight have to sprint their way over to one zone or the other. It likely would have to be B, and a couple of the kills may have just given them vacancy to do that.
Oh, and they also sniff out the kill onto Eric Boom, who was trying to be the safety net at that B point. Now you have to invest that cruise missile because you don't want to allow these segments to get away from you. You also want to force SCP Midnight to put themselves in a different positioning. Allows your teammates now off the respawn to work their way out of the base. Still trying to contest over at this B. Objective, Eric Boom with the pistol is able to line it up, even with the MCW. One segment gets away from them, but Old Mid Brooklyn looking like they're trying to do everything they can to almost go flawless on the defense, but that's job well done. 2-0.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through. And this is quick. I mean, legitimately. Sure, there's obviously a chance that you have to see another round, but with the convincing tick tally at the moment, you just feel like this is an unlosable map. I shouldn't say these things out loud. Let's be honest. That's prime for a potential caster curse.
That's fine. I'm here for it, Alan.
Yeah, I feel you.
But all right, SGP Midnight now back on the defensive side have to figure it out. And based on what we saw, at least in the beginning of when we jumped into it in round number 1, it seemed that Old Mid Brooklyn had a very, very successful break-off, and you can already tell that the teamwork is on point. They dominate with the pressure over towards B Street. Eric Boom wins his one-on-one over towards A, so they're just scattered all around the map. Midnight got to iron up and find a couple kills.
Well, it's not coming through here, Jay. Hate to break it to you. 11-6 for Dak. I'm sure everyone's stat lines look good right now, though, for Mid Brooklyn, let's be honest. Lunars 10-2? Are you joking? Third death will get put together, though. SGP will recover defensively, but a long road ahead of them here, not just in this round, but also for the rest of the map.
And this is the opportunity that they have to take full advantage of now because they found a clean 4 dead. You have all of Old Mid Brooklyn trapped in towards the backside of their spawn, and just need your ARs and also your SMGs who are being aggressive in the moment to find a couple kills. Just keep them away from these objectives because there's still only 35 seconds left. They eventually have to work one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Woo. My God.
Trades keep things open here. Neptune playing just on the scaffolding.
Oh!
What a read from Assault. Holy smokes. And Eric Boom even wants the better of Temp. It finds him through the wall bang. Classic's nade does land, keeps the zone neutral for a small time, but the follow-up kills from it are so good that Lunars will jump onto the point. First pick is going to get locked here, and there are more members nearby to try to stack this. Now it's a 3-man stack. Neptune trying to play the backside staircase. Does get red. Now the hit through mid. Classic gets the first on the contest. Help from the staircase, but Lunars on 3 in a row. Keeps the play alive, slides over, trophy system goes down, and with help starting to support this play, looks like there's going to be an extra 60 seconds here.
They should be able to extend this time. Just got to find a couple of players jumping over through bottom pit. Now that time gets extended, and we're basically evened up in the lives remaining, but paid attention to the kill feed. Midnight found the perfect situation to be aggressive on the map off of that 4 dead. Just now, if you are Old Mid Brooklyn, you got to take your time working out of your base because all you really need is one opportunity. Because you saw how when they found that one opportunity, how hectic it got for Midnight.
It's not a lot of lives, so you have to be smart about how you play this for SGP. Classic at 6-15. Temp trying to find a router on the back, timing not good. Classic follows up. Maybe a chance for a double, but getting caught. Good help from Neptune. Wow, comes in and just saves the day. And we've got a small life advantage here for SGP as they just need 30 seconds to kill off the clock, and Temp will make life a little bit more difficult for a mid out of spawn.
Yeah, just don't let them out. Like, just cover all your bases. There's 3 windows, there's 1 underground door, but they can't win any of the gunfights. So, Old Mid Brooklyn giving themselves another opportunity. Temp through the middle of the map, though, trying to be the aggressive ISO man. Finds at least one. Capsule takes down another. No more respawns for both sides.
Got to sprint, got to get there. Lunars will have a chance to touch it off the clock. Neptune, good timing, good patience. Turns around, trying to find the player on the zone. And with that, it just turns into a pistol battle wall, which Lunars was able to win. So now it's actually a full-on 1v1. Teb gets the stun off. Follow-up from Lunars. He still has a stun to play with, but the nade from Teb gets him low, and the immediate bounce in to try to get the challenge works out. Keeping Midnight alive, if only just barely.
Yeah, but at least they completed those captures over at B, so they guaranteed themselves 2 defenses in a row here. Going into this round number 4. Teb, though, like you said, with that hit marker out of the nade, plays it aggressive, knowing that he has the advantage. They would secure the one-on-one to keep his team alive. But now back on the attacking side they go. It's just going to be very difficult when you're not able to keep up in the slang. Donnie Teb sitting at 14 and 13. When we looked at Classic, he wasn't really having a good time. Curious to see what Neptune and Capsule are also doing, because just simply getting outslayed in control is never a recipe for success.
Caps up top. Has to be the pivot point for this offense, you think? Can he get an elimination, open the door for the rest of the troops to fly on forward? No. Lunar shuts that down. Couple of trades. At least keeps SGP in the mix. But Neptune is really the only player, and now he is the only player that can actually do something here, and he gets shut down. So Amit Brooklyn, their defense has just been so good at reading where these rogue players have been. They shut them down quickly. And for Midnight off spawn, 1 kill allows them on towards A, but it's going to feel pretty desperate here.
And those is one of those situations where Neptune found himself in a very great situation, at least in the positioning that he had. Just when everyone dies around him, he doesn't decide to play his life. He decides to full-on send it. So now off the respawn, you're forcing yourself into another very difficult situation. But that first segment is going to be done here at A. Slowly but surely working on the second, but the stuns and nades, everything hitting for Omid Brooklyn as they find 3 in the feed. Neptune as well is going to fall. And now all of Midnight back in the spawn.
I mean, it really is one of those moments where, like, Amit Brooklyn just feels like they know where SGP are at almost every given moment in time, right? I mean, a couple of members try to make a play for Midnight. They try to sneak through, and it's just immediately resisted by Amit Brooklyn. Really solid high-rise control here from every form of it from Amit Brooklyn. 15 seconds on the clock. Dak tracking, shooting, finding kills. I'll be really curious to see what the actual scoreboard looks like, because I imagine that there are some unreal stat lines. Not just Luna's 24 and 8, but Eric's had a good map. Assault's had a great map. He's just 20 and 21, so 21st kill comes through, he'll go even. But wow, Lunars is in takeover mode, that map.
Yeah, what was it? The first initial 2 rounds, he was 10 and 2, so he only died 1 time per round. He was dominating with that main AR in hand, playing his life when he needed to, finding a couple clutch kills around the map to allow his teammates out. But Omid, they just got the job done. I feel like every time we also watch LAG play that in the CDL and we watch Assault on that map, they always love themselves a little bit of high rise. So just continuing that dominance here as they dominate overall with all the MCWs in hand.
Smacked them. Legitimately smacked them. I mean, that 6-tick capture on the first offense, only dropping, I think, 6 lives? Hello? It's not often you see that happen. So, yeah, good stuff from Brooklyn. Respawn's looking super polished. Great news for them overall. That includes what we saw yesterday from them. And I think it was a Vista for map number 4, if I'm not mistaken, as we look over the KDs. Yeah, 24 and 8. I mean, that's a ridiculous KD for a control.
Yeah. It's easy when, you know, on the opposing side, there's only 1 player who goes positive.
Well, true.
That's tough, and I think the difference of the game was the fact that every time SGP and Midnight found a couple kills, they were instantly responded with great trades out of Omid Brooklyn. When they found themselves a clean 2 to 3 dead, they did not shy away from the moment. They capitalized on it every single time. They watching every single cut, throwing nades at cuts, just not allowing SGP Midnight to have any breathing room off of the respawn. Just way too much to handle. Just like it was in map number 1. Just the AR presence was obviously there for Omid Brooklyn, not really there for Midnight.
Gotta shake that one off. I mean, hey, and that's the other part about it. We talked about this a lot yesterday. We talked about this all through the year. We'll continue to talk about it for years to come. Newly formed rosters are likely going to struggle when it comes to map 3s.
Yep.
It's just, it feels, and you know more than I do, but it does feel like control is always, or that map 3 mode, whatever it is always the last thing to be talked about. When you're forming a new team, you always want to focus on the modes that obviously have 2 playthroughs in a best of 5 series. You're always focusing on Hardpoint, you're always focusing on Search, it feels like, before you jump into that map 3.
And as you can see, you need to put a little bit of work in on that if you are at Midnight, because control is very, very simple. You just need to make sure you're the team that's not going 2 to 3 dead at the same exact time. If you're the last player up, there's no reason why you should go out there and try to make a hero play. Pop a miraculous 2-piece to allow your teammates to come all spawn. No, just hold your position, because that positioning that you're holding allows you now to give your teammates off the respawn opportunities to work that objective again. That's the biggest thing Midnight need to focus on going forward, is just not all dropping at the same time.
Indeed. Well, we do have the follow-up and the finalization of the control on our Bravo matchup. They played Invasion here, and Houston Spartans, after a 6-0 beatdown on the Search and Destroy, looking at the replay and where we currently stand, it looks like offensively they just need this last tick at B, and it definitely feels like a GG. Unless In Control could find a way to hold off, and, I mean, again, these boys are fighting. Backs against the wall, though, to be sure. 7v7, 27 seconds on the clock. And really all it takes is who wins this next set of gunfights to win the round.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. Gus at least starts off the first one, but Wiz somehow, some way, is able to sneak his way underneath through bottom. Broken. He's able to find a double. No more respawns here for the Spartans, but as long as Wiz puts himself in this positioning, still an opportunity for them.
Yeah, Wiz off the reload. Good help from Glowfrost and Spart. And yeah, that looks like it will be about in.
Yeah.
Fire joining on to the point. And even though the nade does come in, it comes in a little bit too late. Yeah, I would have been curious to see how that one kind of, you know, came together, because an early capture on the A zone we don't see often on any level, challengers or CDL. So that offense comes through for Houston Spartans, and they take the map 3-1 with a real hard point to follow for them. And it is just peculiar to see the Houston Spartans, not just in their first map, but also what they played yesterday. Just a couple of really tight hard points that just looked like they should be in control. They were outslaying opponents yesterday, but their objective focus has been a little bit amiss. I think especially on maps like 6-Star and Vista that we watched them play on yesterday.
I feel like that's what we get to see, though, out of the SMGs. Because, like I said yesterday, when they are filling themselves, you're pushing cuts that you're not really supposed to push, because you know where the spawns are coming in. You're trying to still be that aggressive SMG, up and personal, up in your face, just making it very difficult for the players off of the respawn. Which you were talking about it yesterday, just struggling with the Houston Spartans when they came down to these HP specifically. Every single game has went down to the wire. It's not like they're blowing out teams or getting blown out. It's always a very, very close finish towards the very end. They have just falling short and a couple more opportunities to close out these games. But the Search and Destroy, you can always rely on them to hit the bounce back, the control. They will always be one of those teams who show that teamwork dominance there, because they were one of those rosters who don't make a roster change. So you can always guarantee themselves to at least always put them in a series.
Okay, so that's kind of what we have across the tubes that are still ongoing. Again, the other matches that I'm just kind of, you know, keeping an eye on as best as we possibly can. I think the T1G and fourth space game that's currently going on right now is an interesting one here in this block, just because that feels like maybe a map or matchup rather that T1G could win. And I think in some arguments that's a matchup that they have to win. They kind of have to go 2 for 2, I think, in the first 2 days. They've got In Control on their second match later today, which is going to be a must-win, it feels like, for both of those two teams if the results stand, as we're currently seeing at least a tally for In Control. I don't know if we have a look on Breaking Point to see if there is any updates on that Treaty 1 game at the moment. It looks like it may have already been completed, and it was 3-0 for 4 space. So Treaty 1 find themselves 0-3. Now you have to win your matchup versus In Control in your second block, and you have to win your matchup next week if you want to have a chance at playoffs.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough, man. That's going to be tough, because what are they sitting at, 0-3?
0-3, yep.
Yeah, it's not the best start, but at least going against this In Control roster, you can potentially steal one away, but they're not no slouches. We seen them yesterday at least push teams all the way to the wire and Search and Destroy. Today, so far, they have been able to answer the call in the respawn game mode. You just got to try to figure it out, or at least go into this series versus Houston Spartans and give them a good fight, because you go into that next series, especially pushing the team who just won the championship in the previous elite stage, and the Spartans potentially at the game 5, you're going to give yourself a lot of momentum going forward into that next series.
Other updates, FaZe Black have 3-0'd Acrylic Esports, so they are also 0-3, and that pretty much puts them out of the running, you'd think. I mean, they would have had to win both their matchups today, because they're sitting at the very bottom of their group, having not won anything yet. And then other than that, Lord Gaming, at least at the moment, it looks like they're up 2-0 versus RKNX. So it looks like if that result holds and we have 4 teams at 0-3, we're pretty much set for playoffs.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, but that's kind of what it felt like coming into this group, or these group stages for stage 3 of Elite, was that there was going to be a very clear-cut top 8, and the bottom 4 who came in through qualification definitely felt like they would have had to pull off a miracle to see playoffs, and that definitely looks like that will probably hold here if those results stand.
So back into this alpha stream that we have, and this alpha game between SGP Midnight and Omid Brooklyn. Omid currently up 2-1 in the series, trying to close it out here in 4. SGP trying to force that game number 5. And I couldn't think of a better map for SGP Midnight, because you need your SMGs to actually be running SMGs. No better than a map like Vista.
That's very true. And it does feel like something's in the air right now. I have a feeling Cap's going to have a massive game here. I just feel like this map is going to feel like a playground for him. Eric Boom, the next one in line potentially, but doesn't want the battle. Neptune going to follow up on that intel, does not predict the close corner, and a little bit of a support from Assault will mean that it goes 3 for 1. I meant Brooklyn, great start for them. Cap's the only one left alive. Little wiggle through the foliage, doesn't work out for him. But Neptune actually kind of sneaks into the hard point here after the chase from Brooklyn was all about trying to get that kill on the Caps.
Yeah, I don't know how Neptune gets that spawn. He actually spawns behind him over towards P3 area at the steps, but he takes advantage of that moment, and with that opening kill, allows his teammates to be aggressive through P1, almost out of the game with that time. But now off the rotation at P2, Neptune, this is the situation. This is how you play it. Your teammates are not here to help you. You put yourself in the corner, guarantee yourself a kill, and just continue to play your life, hoping that your teammates can find a couple kills through the middle of that. But Omid Brooklyn, they are dominating on that side.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here from Mid Brooklyn early, but okay. Just as soon as you start to think the trends are building for Mid Brooklyn, SGP Syndicate, or pardon me, Midnight, right in the mix. Clean kill feed, classic. 7-5 start with 3 in a row. Surprised by Lunars, but Caps on the other side makes sure that Mid Brooklyn just have to spawn and try again. This has been a great zone on the back, essentially 40 seconds on the hard point here for Midnight.
Yeah, now the spawns flip. If you are SGP Midnight, this is the perfect opportunity to chain that P2 to P3. Neptune on 4 in a row. Great shoulder to gain that info. Now this is where you show that individual skill, trying to dance with death. Not able to find that one on the Eric Boom. But that's job well done from SGP. To chain that P1 to P2, and now a little bit at P3. Omid Brooklyn still so far away.
Well, kills. Yeah, that's that's one of those that you look at and say, mercy.
I was stunned. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I got stunned, man. That's exactly how the comment is.
Probably should not have happened, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So now all of a sudden, you've kind of have to fight things back if you're SGP Midnight, which to be fair, they've done
That's
really well with.
perfect.
I mean, Eric Boom, a couple of kills, and it just doesn't turn into anything. It's surprising to say. And so Caps, he's off to the races, 10-5. Classic also on 9, and SGP Midnight regained control of the left side of the minimap, and this is going to lead to a really tense rotation here for Met Brooklyn, trying to get over not just to the exit, but also over to the new at 4.
Yeah, that's fantastic plays right at SGP. It was a 2-2 split, 2 through the front, 2 through the back. And they were able to execute on every single one of those kills to flip those spawns right on back, put themselves in another position to potentially chain that P3 now to the P4 with the spawns that they have just secured with those couple of kills. Now Omid Brooklyn have to haul ass all the way through the middle side, and it's just not gonna get any easier trying to get past Capsule and Neptune, who are starting to activate. Also Classic starting to turn up as well.
Yeah, great stuff here for Midnight. Trophy system deleted from Temp. Paying attention to the micro. And he even gets the last bullet into Eric Boom, who was tagged up by Neptune on the other side. Classic now with an MCW in hand, cutting off players at mid. I mean, this has been perfect for SGP Midnight. And it looks like that's not going to stop anytime soon. You've already got players looking at rotation to new. And Amit Brooklyn, they have to challenge us. This game's getting way out of hand, and they're getting punished for it.
This is not looking any prettier. They're trying to hit this junk time. They had the numbers, but they're just not winning the gunfights necessary to lead to those breaks. Now, an 100-point difference in the scoreboard gives Midnight a bunch of opportunities here to hit a couple routes. You don't really have the preferred spawns that you want, but just the plays right there at attempt to stay alive over towards that old HP, gives the back spawns to his teammates. And Classic, I don't know how the hell him and Assault spawn right next to each other, but this hill can definitely be mixy.
Yeah, I'll say. Well, problem is, kills are not coming through at all for Vit Brooklyn. 7-14 for Dak, 8-14 for Assault with no hardpoint time. It just feels like this has been nothing but SGP Midnight from pretty much start to finish, outside of maybe the break off from Mid Brooklyn, which is where the majority of their time so far has come from. So a very poor first set of hills from Mid Brooklyn, trying to work on the scrap and the rotation back into one. And honestly, you do that, you counteract all of the nonsense that happened in the first set of hills.
That's exactly what you need. You need this P5 to P1 chain, and at least they do have a couple players early off their rotation in some great spots to find some kind of success through the middle side of the map. Great read right there out of Assault for the first. Effective trades coming in from Eric Boom. Now you just got to take down the last player in Temp, and this is the opportunity, the turning point of the game where Omen Brooklyn can take advantage.
Absolutely the case. Have to have it, though, in a certain regard. Assault picking it up, 13 and 15. What is it about him and having a slow start but a hot finish? It's happening again. It just feels like as soon as Mid Brooklyn get a read on how the tempo is going, they step right into the mix and they're right back in there. I mean, it kind of says the same thing like the time I said this before was like with the LA Thieves. It's just like they kind of get worked for the first set of hills and then they're like, wait a second, this is how we need to play. And as soon as they say, okay, here we go, everything starts to look a lot more positive. And now all of a sudden, everyone's starting to turn up. How is it that we keep getting this polarity on Vista Hardpoint, Dak on 4, Salt on 4, and all of a sudden Mid Brooklyn are only down about 40 points?
It's just so difficult because you're finding every single kill in the feed, at least all the ones to hold down a majority of this P1 time. You just have not been able to flip those spawns through the backside for Midnight. So if you are Ultimate, right back into this game, there they are. Window rotation over towards P2. You have SGP Midnight trying to execute a breakthrough top mid. Neptune starts it off. Temp with the second. Here we go. A break opportunity.
Yeah, trades go back and forth. Lunars off the regen, trying to stay alive, waiting for help. It's Dak and Assault that are trying to get there, and Lunars doesn't need the help, at least not initially. Good Semtex, though, from Neptune. Zones off the reinforcements, and with that, SGP win another gunfight at mid, and now they've got that same kind of surround that we saw the last time we were here. Good buffer, good zone on rotation to new, and they're still looking very favorably at this back 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're Ultimate Brooklyn now, someone has to try to hit a route. You have to try to flip these spawns. Because if these kills don't go in your favor, you're just going to spawn right over towards that backside once again, and then you're going to find yourself late off the rotation. Capsule on 5 in a row, trying to play his life to secure the cruise, able to find that kill on Eric Boom, so cruise missile is going to be earned. So the 45-point difference, but Ultimate Brooklyn again late to the party off the rotation, need a break.
Yeah. Have to have it here, too. First contact through pillars. Assault finds the win. That should block and make a mess of the spawns here. That's just, no,
man.
Eric Boom falls off the map, and now everything starts to change. Although, have they done their homework? I mean, Assault was the one who found the kill. Have they not counted him? Neptune's starting to look for him in the backside at the restaurant, but Assault has stayed alive, and this is forcing a lot of SGP Midnight to turn and change their focus around, but not only do they find that isolated kill, they also get one from the front. So now, once again, the game feels a bit out of reach here for Mid Brooklyn. Have to win this rotation to 4 and have to go 5-1 as well here, as SGP will be well over 200 points.
And you need to break this hill. Like, you need to break this hill to secure those back spawns completely and try to chain it over towards P4. They have the positionings currently, but still a couple players from Midnight trying to contest through top mid. Temp shoots trophies, Temp shoots bullets at people. He's going to do everything that he possibly can to try to force this game number 5. But Ultimate Brooklyn finally in an opportunity with the spawns. Now I have to worry about the screws.
Cruise missile will not find the kill, but does at least get some information. Long-range shots from Neptune shut down by the AR of Lunars. Capsule up top, looking to dive on into the hard point. And with Temp finding a drill kill through mid, this may be the go call, but it does not successfully come through. And now Eric Boom's on a little bit of a bump out of the hard point. Sees Temp at range, doesn't get the better of him, and with Neptune finding the second, now all of a sudden, yeah, SGP can just dive on into the hard point. Lunars required to go 1v multiple, and he's good for it. You know, that's the thing about Lunars. So many different times we've talked about his ability as an individual player, but in moments like that, he's in a 1v everybody, and he gets 2 and stays in the hard point. That's CDL level gameplay.
That's just beautiful plays, man, to read the pressure coming in, know the pick call before it even has to happen. As he's able to walk away with that remaining dunk time, still keep Ultimate Brooklyn into this game. As now we head back over towards P5, and this is the perfect case scenario. You just need one set of kills to put yourself in the most ideal setup to chain this P5 to that P1.
Yeah, timing though from Mid Brooklyn, trying to check to see where SGP and Midnight are. Doesn't fully work out, at least not initially. Eric Boom on 5 though. Possibility for a key cruise missile to be earned, and it will be with the kill on to Capsule. Follow-up elimination, though, from Neptune. He's trying to go for more, and he does get a second, but still, numbers good for a bit. Brooklyn, and they're still in the hard point.
Don't call it a comeback. Home at Brooklyn doing everything that they need to. Starting to ice up in these final moments of this HP. Still keeping themselves into this game, but a clutch double from Neptune is at least going to relieve that pressure onto the old hill. Final 13 going to be in favor of Midnight, and they also have a lot of mid-map control. Yep, it's about that time to call in that cruise to try to take a little bit back.
And it will work out. Hard point goes neutral for the remaining scrap time. Dak trying to work his way into the mid-cafe. Doesn't fully work out, and as Lunars gets traded, SGP Midnight will have the zone of control that they want. Big win, though, from Eric Boom. Goodness gracious, he's now up to 29 and 26. Temp trying to stall out more Brooklyn rotations in from the back, but he gets figured out, and Amit Brooklyn now have all 4 members up and waiting for the next SGP hit.
And now if you are SGP, let's just stop going one by one. This is not to be easy. Stuns and everything is getting invested over towards that door side. Someone try to hit a route. And it might be this play right here from Classic to open up this avenue of attack, putting down shots through that side window, having everybody absolutely one shot. This is what you said in the SMGs. They find the initial 2. Now they only need 10 seconds to force game 5.
Well, problem is, Midnight. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, need to find one more onto Dak. Eric Boom, not done, though. Oh, my goodness. How does he get 2? Still enough time for Midnight to win here. Temp on 4 in a row.
Oh!
Oh, my goodness. They don't get the last tick, though, to get to 250. Mad dash in. Capsule does beat Amit Brooklyn to the punch. Eric Boom, heroics here late in the hard point. But Temp again, when you need him to show up, he does. Another impressive double, and Midnight will take us to a map 5.
And they just dominated from start to finish of that game when you talk about the rotations. If you are Omit, you want to try to have from P1 to P4 all those statue spawns. That's exactly what you want. It's just when they found a couple of kills, especially in the second half of that game, they were getting them. It's just Midnight were consistently spawning behind that back P3. That's very tough because if you can flip those spawns, then you put yourself in that ideal setup to chain that P2 to the P3. But they were always just playing the catch-up game. SGP Midnight were always staying ahead. They found themselves up by 100, a little bit more than that at a point in this game. Then it just came down to a final couple of moments. Like you said, Temp having another unbelievable performance, 32 and 26, 6K damage. Just missed to do it all for this team, and now they force a game 5.
And the interesting thing about it is it's a high-rise search and destroy where, again, I think the flexibility that a player like Classic can have is going to be, I would say, immense. So that's what's waiting for us here in our primary match. Our secondary match still ongoing, though. We'll jump in to see how things are going here between the Houston Spartans and In Control. And it looks like the Houston Spartans are saying no more nonsense. 207 to 127 to count here on the Rio hardpoint. Mercury's not having a good go of it. Hollow as well, just not where you want to see him. And it looks like Houston Spartans rotating over the floor are also going to have numbers to kind of put maybe the game away here. Unless Prada has something to say about it. No, only gets 1.
Yeah, and they can no longer win it here, so if you are the Spartans, gotta try to soak up this time here at P4. If you are In Control, you gotta contest this all the way to the very end. And Mercules with that double is gonna potentially set up his team to walk away with this scrap time, but Fire just finessing, dancing around that white truck. He's able to find one, that leads to 3 for the Spartans, so the final time is gonna go in favor of them. And then they already have Glowfrosty off the rotation. They're trying to close up the series now.
Just utilizing that leader's advantage the best they possibly can. And that's where the macro of the Spartans really starts to punish you, is when they have a lead like this. Tough to keep, I would say, up with them. You know, you have to rotate quickly. You've got to find quick breaks. And honestly, a couple of kills actually keep the Spartans from actually getting any hard point time here early. So there's a little bit of a lifeline for In Control. And oddly enough, they may be the first team to actually touch this hard point. Sparty on the corner gets 1. Fire in a little bit of trouble, but the Spartans have numbers and the kills are going their way. Prada has to decide, do I try to find another kill or do I wait for help? There's not a lot of time remaining, and he will actually wait for a little bit more assistance.
Yeah, he has to wait for the assistance because you don't want to go in there and give up your life for free. Want to try to set up a team push, but the Houston Spartans have every base being watched as Sparty lines up 3 headshots in a row. He might be hacking, but it's going to be 10 seconds to close out the series.
Looking good for it right here, Spartan. 31 and 19 on 5 in a row. Kill number 6 and the last bullet of the bag there for Spart. A little bit of a victory run, icing on the cake, if you want to call it that, here at map number 4. And the Spartans will win this one 250-143 and a 3-1 map count here versus In Control, which, again, pretty much, I won't say fully eliminates In Control. Again, that's that 1v1 matchup between In Control and T1G. Whoever loses that one will be done and dusted for playoffs. The team that wins would have to also win their one match next week to have a chance at tiebreaker situations. But it does feel a bit out of reach for both of them, as I just feel that there's a pretty general skill gap. I won't say a large one, but just a little bit of one between the veteran rosters that we have from Elites past versus these new teams that are getting their first go.
Yeah, it's just tough, man, for some of these new squads coming in because, like you said, with some of these rosters who especially don't make any roster change, they're going to be some of the toughest to go up against because they have their strats down on point. They have their crossfires, their teamwork aspect, everything clicking on all those maps. And now if you are In Control, now you put yourself in an 0-3 bubble. You need your next match to be victorious, and then like you said, for next week, you need to just try to secure that one for a chance there at playoffs. But the Spartans get it done, man. And that was the best hard point that we've seen them play so far in the last 2 days. Biggest score differential, 250-143. Spart has himself another stellar performance. Spartans just right in the wrongs off of yesterday, losing that, what was it, round 11 versus Force Space? Yeah, 2-1 now.
Also, another update to come through. Emit GG have 3-0'd SGP Syndicate. So that gives Emit GG a 2-1 map count, or pardon me, a series count tally. Same for SGP Syndicate. So that throws that group a bit more up for grabs at the top. As Fourth Space Esports is the only one that still finds themselves undefeated. But a key matchup to finish off their week to come yet. So it should be interesting to see how things will go in that group as we jump into map number 5 between SGP Midnight and Emit Brooklyn. Not to be confused with the Syndicate versus Emit GG. And what for the moment, 4v2 situation, and Lunars has fallen off the map.
Yeah, that's tough. 4v2, you know, he said, all right, we probably didn't stand a chance in this round. Let me just give it to him so we can move on to the next. It's going to lead to Assault in a 1v4. He finally finds that kill on the Neptune. He was playing for that defense to come on in. But left in a 1v3, positioning already known, and SGP Midnight, they are not running at him. They're just trapping, definitely trying to secure this round.
Well, good luck, have fun, Adam. You will see Classic first, but there's help all over the place, so no worries there. And with that, yeah, we didn't get the chance to see why the first bloods happened, but it just looked like map controls immediately gripped away as SGP Midnight got themselves in a very early 4v2.
Yeah, it was Neptune just making one of those plays. He found the initial kill, and then the biggest thing that I saw right there in that round was the fact that he was just going to play his life after finding that kill, because then you're forcing the rest of Omid Brooklyn to worry about you. You have to watch the back of the spawn. You can no longer have your most ideal setup because one player is working his way behind us. So just great play from Neptune to find that initial kill and then play his life for so damn long. That leads to SGP securing the first round, but to the defensive side they go. Omid Brooklyn on the attack, showing all out pressure over towards B Street. First blood in favor of Cap. He's trying to find 2 in a row, getting some bad timing. The nade stun Renetti. It finally gets the job done. He finds a double.
That was sloppy and crazy as a gunfight as you're ever going to see. And I understand it, like, the panic Semtex is only being used to see, like, if I get a stick here, like, that would have been sick, but gets thrown off the map, a bounce back after the regen with the Renetti. Yeah, absolute chaos outside the elevators. And Classic, a little bit more tidy. I mean, you can see it. They take that stun. This is like, take that. Just throwing stuff. Just get out of my face. Get away from me.
That's just like the worst Call of Duty timing, I'm telling you. You can sit there. He was probably watching that angle for 35 seconds, but on the 36th second is when that guy turns the corner as he was investing that stun. Thankfully, he's still able to win the gunfight, so a perfect start sitting at 3-0 for Young Cap. They find themselves up 2-0 in this map number 5. Trying to get a read on what Omid Brooklyn's defensive setup is going to look like, and fortunately, you're looking too much. Eric Boone finds the first.
A couple of attacks from Dak, but his position is now very vulnerable, and good help from Eric Boone coming over to make sure he can get out of there. Neptune trying to force a bit of a red dot chase, and he gets delayed. So good support from Emit Brooklyn, helping each other out there in some weird moments. And with the first 3 kills going their way, it's just Caps left for a 1v4, and he's on 4 in a row, so he is likely just going to sit here and wait the rest of this round out.
But you see Luna's jumping over there. He might have potentially gotten a read that Capsule's not on this left side. He has to be over towards blue. And he's going to be able to spot him and take care of him. So Omid Brooklyn show a little bit of a different look on defenses on high rise. Usually finding a lot of players stacked over towards that B street, but they actually sent 3 players over towards A, and it works out to perfection because Midnight definitely getting caught off guard by that player, not expecting that kind of setup.
Okay. I mean, again, the help was just so good.
Yeah.
I think there's probably 3 assists that were tallied right there without question.
You're just not expecting them to have Crossfire set up at A with 3 different players.
Okay, good round for the Omid Brooklyn defense. Seeing if they can get things going here on the attack. Lunar's just looking for crossers, doesn't see anything. Classic will have free vision from the backside of A windows. Lunars is stunning, making sure no one's playing close at B alley, but it looks like for now the majority of the focus here for Omid Brooklyn is can we work something over towards the underground? And yeah, Omid Brooklyn not going to find the success they were hoping for as Eric Boom gets found for first blood.
Yeah, and Lunars, he was spotting that cross. He spots one player across over to that right window in Classic, so he should have gave the info that the rest of the guys have to be playing over towards B street and bottom pit. So it's unfortunate for them that you walk into the pre-aim of Neptune to that bottom side for another first blood out of that young man. Man advantage in favor of Midnight. Classic throwing his shoulders, gaining the info. Yep, just play your life. Great play.
Hunt is on. Tough gunfight. Tough gunfight. I mean, that is the definition of a head glitch and a half. Dak on the hunt. Pistol battle. This may determine the outcome of the round, and it will. I was going to say, if you win that one, maybe there's a chance to hold off the rest of that defense, going to plant that A, but not to be. And SGP Midnight will take a 3-1 advantage. Good search still.
And that's just the veteranship right there on a Classic. He knows that, all right, it's a one-on-one. We have the man advantage. I'm not going to fully commit on this gunfight. Let me just throw my shoulders, throw a couple shots down, get my teammate to pre-aim over me to find that kill. Just vet play showing in these kind of moments. Up 3-1 now is going to be Syndicate. As they're starting to rally a couple rounds together. I would probably go back to the same exact play that you played in the previous attacking round because you're not expecting another 3-stack over at A site.
Yeah. Well, Dak will find the opener. Slows things down here for SGP Midnight. Likely going to have to play this round out for picks. Just to try to give themselves something to work with. And a stun check does lock Temp into place. So a little bit more information here for the Submit defense, who are still largely comfortable in their current setup.
Yeah, there's no need to move. You have all your bases covered. You know that they're not going to really work for that objective bomb plan over towards A because it's very difficult to do that. So you just got to continuously hold down this power position over towards elevators. That's where Assault now finds himself. He gains info as well onto Capsule. Somehow, some way, is able to find that kill. Did that nade blow up on him or on Cap?
It blew up on him.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was the 3-bullet MCW. It felt like at range.
Oh!
Wait, pardon me? That was the whack-a-mole of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 timings right there. Temp gives himself a chance at this now. With the 1v2 still left in front of him. But no information on where anyone else is positioned and not a lot of time. It's going to see this round likely expire with at least Dak keeping his life without any chance at planning. And yeah, Eric Boom's going to find the kill anyways.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn. Again, strong on the defensive side. I don't know how Temp was able to play peekaboo and find that kill through topside, but
so
once Assault gets that kill onto Capsule by just completely deleting him off the map, that gives them the advantage. As we're going to take a look at it again. The nade hits him right in the face. He gives up the pre-aim, hits a couple hip fires that connect all the way across the map. He doesn't get any better than that, but then I don't understand that one.
What are we looking at right there? All right, here we go. Mid Brooklyn have not found a lot of success on the offensive side. Haven't seen a plan out of them yet. Classic right back to watching over the top at A through the window jump. He also has an angle deep over towards that B-sided window cross. And Dak will be down low. That's where first blood was tallied last time around, but it was on Eric Boom, who's now carrying the bomb. So don't figure he's going to be making any bold challenges, although I say that. And there was a little bit of an aggressive look over towards A. Semtex. I don't know if that fully landed for any damage. but it does stale off this Mid Brooklyn hit for now.
And this is those kind of individual players coming in at Neptune. Trying to one-way smoke a little bit, trying to cheese. Now Capsule is at least able to get the info onto players being aggressive up towards B Street and in B site. He is going to fall, but Temp with the nade evens up the numbers at a 3v3 still.
Yeah. Solid for now. Bomb collected. Good route from Neptune, though. Not going to stop this bomb from being planted, though. Good commitment here from Dak. Smoke will come down. Classic, try to see if he can get a couple of hit markers on the exit. Not to happen. And he is going to go way up top on the tower. Dak trying to get forward on towards the trash can. Not going to happen. And Neptune will find the final 2 kills. Mid Brooklyn still struggling on their offense as Midnight will take the edge back to 2 rounds and a 4-2 tally overall as we get later into the search and destroy.
And that's just an individual play again out of Neptune. The smoke dead center at the middle of the map. Reposition himself to work behind enemy lines, and he's able to find 3 to close out that round. Just sometimes the timing might be good, sometimes it might be bad. And that time it works out to perfection to give Midnight, again, a 2-round lead.
Okay. Offense has been a little bit of a struggle, though, for both teams. A bit Brooklyn feels like this is a must-win round here just to try to keep things tight. Give yourself a chance. Don't have to win 4 rounds in a row. And they are going to play very passively on this opening defense. An initial 2-2 split with nades being tossed, but SGP Midnight stack up at mid. If they decide to cut in through mid here, there is going to be no one here to read it. Stun checks the smoke. Yeah, a little bit of information, but Neptune, this is a lot of clearance, and he even gets a read that Dak is playing down low. That's great information coming through. Late nade, though, for Assault, plus the shots of Eric Boom, still good for first blood.
Oh, and Dak with the shots onto Temp, able to find the second. So now SGP in the 4v2 left to try to clutch on up. Capsule as well is going to fall. That was Classic in a 1v4. Bad timing with the Renetti. Trying to hit the belly flop to get on out, but it's just terrible Call of Duty time. It comes back to bite you. Oh, Mid Brooklyn, 3 rounds now to their name, all on the defensive side.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments where you're just trying to force something. Expectations, I would say, are not that high. And that seemed to have been the case. So, really good stuff here on the defensive side for both sides. But again, the question mark is, can Mid Brooklyn put together a couple of rounds in a row? Have to do that here. Otherwise, we find ourselves on the elusive 5-3 curse.
I think you changed it up right here, though, Alan, if you are them.
I like that.
Like, let's screw blue. That hasn't been working for us on every single attacking round. Let's apply the pressure over towards B Street, and they might be reading my mind because Eric Boom finds that opening kill with the Semtex over the top, shuts down Capsule, their most aggressive player who loves to play around that B site. So finding that one gives you the info that bomb site is going to be open.
Timing here, though, from Neptune. Gets around, gets through, and now if you're Mid Brooklyn, you have to isolate this. And if you're Neptune, you have to know you're being isolated. And you try to keep finding 1v1 wins, and yes, you do. You even have Temp coming over to doesn't need the help. Neptune just finessing the underground tunnels. And after a great first blood, Mid Brooklyn are finding nothing beyond it. Wow, what a bounce back, and what a play from Neptune.
This is what that young man possesses. A little bit of takeover moments when his team needs him to the most. Talk about individual play after individual play. He's had multiple rounds that way. He has found 3, but nothing better than that one there. The first initial gunfight, you get the peek on the door to force him to look down. You find the snap, but then the second kill onto Assault is beautiful and all. But this third one onto Eric Boom, reading the pressure coming in through that backside. Telling you, the guy possesses that raw talent. And when he plays like that, he just makes it look so easy. Game point now for Syndicate.
Tough scenes. What does Syndicate do, though, after having a little bit of trouble in their offensive runs? We're just going to go for the quick plant. It's the same smoke. Neptune going to push through it, looking for Dak down low, but he's not here this time. And uh-oh, now I'm at Brooklyn, have to find a retake. And there's not a lot of information here on where this post plan is for Midnight, so you got to go quickly and start figuring this out if you're at Brooklyn.
And Temp is playing the super deep angle, watching that pinch. At least able to gain info onto 2 players. It's only 25 seconds still left on the game clock. Capsule is shoulder to shoulder, so that's 3 players accounted for. But someone's eventually got to work a defuse.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can just keep throwing bodies to kill the clock here if you're SGP Midnight, and they're doing that very successfully. They do have an idea that Dak is playing from behind. No one's looking over the top of the bomb here, though. Wait a second. Shots from Temp are decent, but it's not enough? Wow. That's not how I saw that going, but the ARs for Midnight, so far away. Classic kind of dives forward, trying to create a more dynamic post plant, but he only gets one, and then all of a sudden this little crossfire setup was so worried about the flank that no one had a good look over the bomb itself.
Yeah, Temp was putting himself in that clutch spot. Like, he was watching the initial flank right off the rip, but when he got overwhelmed with pressure, he was forced to reposition a little bit. And Omid Brooklyn did not shy away from taking away that map control and using it to their full advantage. Able to secure another defensive round, and that's now 4 for them, but this is where it needs to be answered on the attacking side. And all right, a couple teams will come in. What the hell happened? As soon as we know, we'll let you guys know.
Okay. Wow. That looked like SGP Midnight were putting themselves in a 4v4 post plant. You get the first blood. It looked like they had enough members forward to kind of kill off the clock. But the ARs just never get into position to get back over towards Elevator Alley. That's kind of what I was surprised with. When Classic pushes back up and towards Pit, you start to think, well, if there's a guy behind you, let him stay behind you. Just play over towards maybe the backside at Elevator Alley or even get to the elevator itself. I don't know. It just felt like a little bit of a weird setup, trying to kind of hold on to something that was set from the get-go. I just didn't really feel like that mid-round adaptation really kind of ever moved. Or not really mid-round, but mid-post-plant adaptation never moved.
Yeah, that's what it got into right there. You called it to perfection. Now, it had to be the initial round play call, because we're talking about, all right, we get this objective down at B. We're going to put ourselves in a clutch spot to just simply try to win the round. But when it gets to that mid-round adjustment, now your setup is getting contested through that flank area. You're forcing the repositions to come in, but you're still relying on the initial play call that came in off the rip. It needs to be a better mid-round adjustment, and unfortunately for them, they still find themselves into this search and destroy going into round number 10.
Okay. So again, that looks like a lobby reset's coming through. Not really sure why. Maybe someone lagged out or something happened, but we'll kind of, again, let you guys know when we find out. Try to get updates in terms of what has happened in the other games. This is the last game that we're waiting on now, as Lord Gaming had 3-0'd RKNX. We talked about that earlier. Amit GG, the 3-0 versus SGP Syndicate. Yeah, pretty much 3-0s everywhere except for the two games that we're watching. We had the 3-1 versus the Houston Spartans and In Control game. Then obviously this one going 5 here. The matchups that are really interesting coming up now, though, because of that, unfortunately for Acrylic Esports, they have to play Lord Gaming. So they're pretty much done, it feels like.
Well, Chilla, we got to go back to Dance Dance Revolution, my friend.
Well, you know, or OS, whatever he's playing these days on stream. Yeah. T1G and In Control, it's a must-win matchup for both those two teams, and even then, things feel a bit out of reach. And then, who does RKNX play? They play Amit Brooklyn, so the results here could be really important towards RKNX, because if they could face an Amit Brooklyn team that's 1-2 to their 0-3, and then win, that gives them a position to force that tiebreaker situation a little bit closer.
Oh, and if you're Omid Brooklyn, you want to try to avoid that.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully you can find these last couple of rounds here to try to take away this series. As SGP Midnight are still going to be at game point. No trophy systems to work off of the reset. This is so aggressive coming out of Brooklyn.
That's what I was about to say, is that there's no trophy systems here, so this becomes very, very dangerous. So here we go. Neptune up close through smoke. Doesn't lock on towards Dak. First blood is good. Temp trying to step up in through blue, and he may catch timing here to play a bit of a flank, but for a bit Brooklyn, they've got numbers, and they're trying to use them to get on to B.
And they're going to be able to at least put themselves in a successful positioning, but Temp takes advantage of the map control given to him. Aggressively out through blue, is able to even up the numbers, still at a 3v3, but that objective now gets planted. The only difference is from Omid Brooklyn to Midnight is that they're actually playing around the bomb.
Yeah, but it is all three members on the elevator side. There's the first look. Dak has to chow this. And Dak actually gives him the gunfight. Whoa. Surprising to say the least. Here comes Eric Boom. Bold challenge. Wins it. Leaving Classic down by himself. He knows where both players at least remotely are. Saw Assault up top, but where is Eric Boom gone after that challenge? That's the real question. There's the first challenge, and that's the only one that comes through. Amit Brooklyn take the round after the reset, and that puts us into a round 11 situation.
Oh, that's extremely icy right there at home at Brooklyn, but To rewind a little bit to the beginning of that round for the first blood, like Neptune, it's just not necessary to fight through a smoke at bottom blue to open up with the initial gunfight. I know you've been having a stellar map so far, but at these moments in this game, you need to try to slow down that tempo. Because into the round 11 we go. Don't know if SGP were able to earn themselves a couple trophy systems. Probably Tep does, because he did find a couple kills early on. Yep, he's going to be the only player with one, but Classic should earn one as well.
Quick route here from Neptune and Caps down low. Got to remember that Dak has played defense bottom side underground a couple of different times. Neptune, your smoke carrier from the offensive side for Midnight, has used this smoke at mid-map the last couple of rounds. And this time, it's not going to happen for either of these two teams. So a very different look here in this round 11. Lunars just tossing out a frag. Will not connect with anybody. But the smoke out towards B has Eric Boom looking to see if anyone's already on the bomb.
And how does he decide to play this? Because he gains the info that the pressure's going to be over towards B site. But they're just going to decide to give up that bomb plant. Force the retake situation again. But this time a lot more map control, so they're not going to be as slow as they were in their previous defensive round.
Post plan is set up obviously very different, but Lunars gets first blood. That's your key
Side
player
of
up
the
top
window.
on Propane. Yeah. Caps trying to get a read. Sees assault, but can't save a life. Numbers now starting to get together for Mid Brooklyn, but Neptune, other side of the bomb, wins his one. Eric Boom on the hunt. Caps is looking at a door. Got to make a play. Eric Boom going to try to hop for it. Dak gets taken down, and Eric Boom not going to be allowed to defuse. SGP Midnight. The search and destroy, good for both maps in the series. This one a round 11 affair. They stay perfect in their group with a recently built roster. Neptune just joined this team for the Elite. I mean, he's playing great.
That's how you take over right there if you are Neptune. Obviously, in the previous round, you don't want to get first blood through a smoke at bottom blue, but in round 11, 5-5, backs against the wall. You get that bomb down in towards B. You take the map control away from them. And then you saw that Omit, they tried to go for the same exact retake that they found previously when they did with about 25 seconds with 3 players pushing through bottom blue. The only difference on the setup now for SGP Midnight was they had players pushed out already at B Street. Neptune was contesting. But the fact that once it turns into a 4v2, Capsule instantly finds that response, puts himself tucked in towards bottom pit behind the door. You saw that Eric Boom, he was waiting for Cap to re-peek. It's just when Neptune found that second kill and you forced it to a 2v2, you are forcing now them to give up Capsule. We have to try to isolate Neptune, try to work to his defuse. Just couldn't find that kill, and that leads to Neptune calling game.
Clutch stuff, man. Clutch stuff for sure. Small adjustments, major outcomes as we look over the standings. Lord Gaming, SGP Midnight, both at 3-0. And if I'm not mistaken, they're not scheduled to meet each other until the last matchup. So they're going to be good for playoffs already. FaZe Black also kind of puts themselves in a position to essentially avoid having to fight for any tiebreaker situations, although they do have to play SGP and Amit Brooklyn. So there could be an opportunity, but the biggest matchup upcoming would be this RKNX matchup versus Amit Brooklyn. If RKNX can win it and force 2 teams at 1 and 3, they're dealing with a lifeline, but it is going to be a must-win situation for them because you go 0 and 4, you're done. That's just the only way about it.
That's going to be a GG. And if you especially lose to the team that's sitting right above you in the group standings, you're going to have no opportunities to pass them. So a very, very big match on the cards there for RKNX versus Omid Brooklyn. To try to keep their hopes and dreams alive at the playoffs. But that's going to get it done for us in the first stage, Alan. I can't wait for our second set of matches.
Gonna be nuts. Gonna be nuts. Still a lot to go. But for the first time in what feels like maybe 2.5 years, we may have a pretty clear-cut playoff picture after the first week of games here in the group stage for the Elite. We'll see. Still a lot to be figured out, and we'll jump off to a quick break, get everything set up for our second set of matches when we come back on the backside of this break. back, everybody. We are good to go with our second slot of matches. Our focus here will be ForSpace Esports taking on the SGP Syndicate. Pretty pivotal matchup here. ForSpace have really provided in every regard in terms of things you want to see. Still looking really calm and in control. They're at 3-0. Syndicate at 2-1. A win here for Syndicate pretty much gives them a guaranteed playoff spot. And for ForSpace, a win here pretty much guarantees them likely a top seed going into playoffs, which is already pretty much locked for them.
Yeah, so if you're Syndicate, you want to come out swinging, because I was looking at the schedule. Next week, if they do end up losing this series, they will go up against the Spartans, who are our previous champions in the last stage. You want to try to at least secure that playoff spot here by taking down ForSpace, giving yourself an opportunity at that #1 seed next week. They're coming out swinging early on into this P1 HP. Mach finding that double, though, is going to allow that break to come in for ForSpace.
Yeah, looking good for at least the break, like you mentioned, for now. Still a lot to be considered in terms of the rotation, though. Mostly due to the fact that, yeah, okay, their spawns are up. I was going to say Syndicate don't really have full control of the rotation yet, but it looks like they are going to kind of chalk up this last 15 seconds, play for a setup around P2. But with Cruz getting caught at red, there's going to be a spawn in Egypt for Cruz. And now all of a sudden, ForSpace have a chance not just to win the scrap time, they could contest the setup here for Syndicate as well.
They just needed a couple gunfights to go their way before this new hill pops. Now you have to break into the setup of Syndicate. At least for you, you have those close spawns towards the backside. Vivid flies out of the single windows, able to win that one-on-one versus Dark. Now you just got to take care of Gunsy, and the hill is going to be yours. Perfect opportunity for ForSpace to run up that score.
Yeah, looking good for it, at least for now. Just down to Syndicate find any stray kills before all four members could really lock down this upcoming hill, or at least this current upcoming scrap time. Cruz, good first blood. Darkside gets the second. Welly left just kind of in a corner. Well done for him to win the first gunfight, but that's only the first he gets. And now it's just on to Mach. Good read to the window, but he steps out of cover, and Gunsy will get the trade, and with that, Syndicate will get the scrap.
Yeah, this is perfect situation right now for Syndicate, because they still have the spawns over the rotation over towards next. So now if you are at ForSpace, you're forced to try to break over through that top 3-story side. Craze finds the first. Craze switches to the FCW, able to find the second. That's not the ideal thing right there if you are a Syndicate. You were set up with a lot of time still to work with, but you allow a kid to just jump on in, find a double, instantly break your setup, and now you're spawning all the way across the map.
Yeah, not what you want to see at all. Okay, so now a chance to take some firm control here if you're ForSpace. Vivid just going to play in a corner. Looking for something that would be a 1-for-1. Good Semtex check from Dark, but it doesn't land, and he actually just uses that as smoke. The interactions you can see sometimes from Semtex is crazy scenes. Even a little bit of extra damage towards Cruz at mid-map pushes him off, and yeah, that's going to be essentially a full 60 here for the side of ForSpace. They're going to be over the 100-point threshold early.
And Mach was able to get a spawn at least over towards the bridge side. He is going to lose that gunfight. That gives you the indication that Syndicate are not giving up this P3 time for free. They're going to fight for the final 10. Already have a couple players off that rotation, but now Craze on 5 in a row. Trying to isolate this final player on this old hard point. Gets a little bit of assistance from his teammates to simply keep him alive, but now he's going to turn this corner, get some info on the one, and this is where you send it for that final.
Oh, yeah, without question. Well, Craze just looking to find and hunt this last player needed. Cruz in a tough gunfight position, topside bridge. Dark shows himself up top. A couple of tags are in, but now Craze's position is known. And he just needs to keep finessing, and oh, up and over. A little bit of separation between him and Bink. Regen's on the way. Teamwork out, but it doesn't make a difference. Gunsy will drop. This comes down to, does he realize that the player that was hunting him is actually still out of the picture? And honestly, for Syndicate, are we playing hardpoint right now? They were trying to isolate Craze. No one even looked at the hill, and Craze will go for 8, and Mach is still soaking up hardpoint time here. Big misstep for Syndicate.
Yeah, it looked like they were playing TDM. But kills are not going to win you this game, #1. You have to get those objective points. You also have to take care of Craze, who are starting to hit another level. On 9 in a row, 44 seconds to this name. With a 12-3 start, he is literally getting it done in every single category. Another rotation now won by ForSpace, though. Early contestant from the front side out of Syndicate are here to not allow that setup to be fully set up.
Well, have to have it here. After Syndicate missed out on maybe an opportunity over through the last hard point, now they have to fight up against the cruise missile. Gunzi at least gets the opener. Darkside also finds one through red. So yes, the Cruise does find 2 kills, but the players who stay alive for Syndicate can still fight from the high ground positions over towards front red.
Yeah, you want to try to hold on to the map control that you currently have. Also not allow ForceSpace to soak up a lot of this hill time. You have to trade effectively though, and unfortunately that is not the answer, as ForceSpace are able to find 3 in the feed. Final 15 is going to be theirs. And if you are Syndicate, now you're forced to hit that rotation over towards T1, and you currently do not have a lot of the power positions. No one over towards top 3. You have a little bit of Falcon control. You also eliminate that player over towards bridge. Perfect, ideal start right there for Syndicate.
Yeah, but Craze's double off the Semtex gives them a chance to at least keep the hardpoint neutral for a time. Think Cruise trying to work their way into the hardpoint, but Vivid's follow-up is actually just better. And then Welly from the high ground shuts down the opportunity for Dark to rotate back. So just when you start to think that Syndicate's getting something going, doesn't seem to make a difference. 13-5 start for Welly. He's just playing gatekeeper over these hills. 1 second of hardpoint time for him. Craze, meanwhile, 16-6. 60 seconds in the hill, plus more to come here. And ForceSpace have grown a huge opening lead through the first set and this extra hill.
Yeah, and if you are Syndicate, you got to fight for this 20 seconds. You have the spawns over towards Cafe. But you can't give up this time to ForceSpace, and at least they're going to jump in for it now for the final 15. But this setup needs to lead to some great time here at the cafeteria, because this game is starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow, great stuff here for ForceSpace. Vivid up top. Heck of a double. Syndicate in the hard point for now, but Cruz is on his lonesome, and Vivid is on the hunt. Whoa, wait, the shutdowns across the map have been great, and all of a sudden Vivid's kind of stuck on an island. Makes use to get out of dodge, find Cruz, but still Syndicate can support from the front. Trophy systems for Mach. Doesn't expect Gunzi in the tight corner. And all of a sudden, Syndicate, from the grips of depth, have found their ways back in, at least to this hill, and maybe also the game.
Yeah, you see Welly, he's just trying to at least put himself in a position to rotate out early, because it's not going to be easy to break in towards the cafeteria. But Vivid, it's now your opportunity to catch a couple players off the rotation. It's going to get a little bit of assistance here out of Craze. That SMG duo applying the pressure over towards Shunk. They're able to find 2 kills in the feed. Now it's going to turn into a one-on-one gunfight to secure these spawns.
Well, this is Darkside getting overwhelmed. So the rotation looks good for now. But still, question marks in terms of how fast Syndicate are moving over through this market side, because they do have the freedom to work their way in. Trophy Sim gets placed as a touch late. Good information from Welly's stun. Vivid in the hard point. Does he pop up the challenge? Does he feel the pressure to have to step off? For the moment, he's doing a little bit of both. Mach across the map gets one. Welly a second. Challenge on the backside, but Craze. Oh, the timing to pick that one up. Absolutely massive. And SGP Syndicate have to still find a way to break this. This is just too much time left remaining.
Yeah, the bleeding is continuing. ForceSpace flawless off the rotation have yet to be broken on in. But Cruz with that double might give them an opportunity. But Vivid and Welly combine for 2 to at least slow it down for now. Cruz on 5 in a row. If you can pick up this Cruz missile, it could play a big part on a potential comeback here in map number 1. As they're going to take the final 10 seconds. But you see ForceSpace all on your mini-map. You have one player still contesting the hold. You don't want to have those back spawns going into P4. But everyone else set up off the rotation.
Absolutely true. And the thing about it is, if Cruz does earn the missile, you don't want to have to use it as a bailout tool. You want to use it as a rotational win tool. But the problem here is Syndicate, playing around it for too long, will be shut down for the potential of earning the extra resource. And now for Syndicate, you're down 80 points over the top of a Mixie hard point, where ForceSpace, they don't even have to play for the time if they don't want to. They could just play for mid-map control and win the rotation to new and win the game there. So a lot on the table here that Syndicate have to deal with.
Yeah, Syndicate have to soak up this time. Try to trap them in towards the backside of this dumpster hop for as long as they possibly can. Darkside only sitting at 33 HP. I don't know how that nade was able to keep him alive, but the shots are not good enough. Welly gets taken in that first gunfight, but the rest of the teammates now for Syndicate, they find 3 in the feed. They're going to win that rotation over towards next, but it's still an 80-point difference. You have to make up some time.
Not great news here for Syndicate, but at least this upcoming hardpoint is setting up nicely for you. Full 60 puts this right back into a neutral ball game. Do they get the read on where this hit is coming from? Cruz is playing a very small angle, but gets the read towards Vivid. Very clean opener. Semtex and stun just to make sure he can hold his position backside P3. Meanwhile, the hit from the front isn't really even a hit. Mach was the only player here, and as he drops, Cruz continues to finesse around the back. They know Craze is playing over towards this tires position. So this has been a free 30 seconds. Dark continues to find success through red, and hold your horses. Syndicate are putting together a perfect P5.
This has been flawless so far. ForceSpace trying to execute that break by sending 3 players over through the 3-story side. But once that initial push gets shut down, you don't give yourself another opportunity to break in towards that hill. So Syndicate right back into this game. A full 60 hold is only going to allow them to be down by about 25 points. Just have to find a couple kills off the rotation now to P1. A lot of the power spots in favor of ForceSpace, but Big finding that double. Here comes that pinch.
Well, kills are good, at least as an opener. Can you follow up with it? Big from inside the hard point with help from Cruz. Huge moment here for Syndicate. Cruz on 28-19. Still staying down from incoming nades. Regen in. Reinforcements on the way. Welly from top secret, though. Elise takes care of mid lane. Vivid trying to finesse. Over through Barrel Alley. Craze picks it up. Now it's just down to Cruz inside the hard point. He gets this thing back to nearly level turns, but the break for Vivid is good. And keep your eye in rotation. Welly's already over towards P2, but he's got players on the way.
Yeah, his hands are going to be full. Unfortunately, some bad quality time. And Lisa Darkside finding that first one off the roto. Mach instantly there for the response. So you still have the response if you are ForceSpace. But a crucial moment in this game right now for Syndicate to either stay alive or ForceSpace to close it out. So an all-out mix fest. Welly dancing with death. One-on-one versus Darkside in towards the closet. The stun is going to connect. He's going to be able to find that kill. That's 3 in the feed. ForceSpace looking to close it out.
Yeah, and Vivid could just cut off anyone coming through, deal the damage. It's not even going to be needed, though. A hell of an effort for Syndicate, especially mostly from Cruz, if we're being honest. I mean, he put the team on the back there for the moment, but not quite able to get rid of the deficit. It was just such a steep deficit, too. I mean, it was 100 points, essentially, at one point in time. It floated around, I would say, 70 to 80 points on average. And it just looked like ForceSpace again. Tempo around the map so darn good, really, from the get-go. It's just they're playing such good macro hardpoint right now.
And that was the difference, at least early on in the game. That's the only reason why Syndicate lost this map. Number one is the fact that they weren't able to chain that P2 to P3. They dominated at least the initial gunfights. They walked away with about 30 seconds. ForceSpace spawned all the way across the map. You are gifting yourself the proper rotation over towards next to chain that P2 to P3. But then when you lose that first gunfight to Welly, he's able to stall out a little bit of that game clock, allows his teammates to work up the middle of the map. They instantly find the break on the P3 and then hold it for a full 60. That's what gives ForceSpace the opportunities that they had. Craze hitting super long routes to find the initial opening kills, especially at the end at that P1. They were just always ahead. It was just Syndicate were always trying to play catch up. It just was a little bit too late.
Wow. Telling you, man, this ForceSpace team, we weren't sure what we were going to get out of them. Kind of it feels like, just based on the teams they played with at the beginnings of the year and really throughout the year until this team came together, a strange team. I mean, Craze has been a part of a number of squads. Of course, the NYSL Academy team most famously, and also that opening War Gaming team at Boston. But hadn't really found the success in the elites that it looked like he may get just off of what he was able to do at Boston. Welly has been a part of a couple of teams that have just surprised us, generally speaking. He's been a great player. I'd say this has been a great year for him at his comeback year after having only played the first half of the Vanguard season before essentially calling it quits. And then kind of the same situation for the rest of the guys. I mean, Mach is kind of quietly having another great year. This is 2 in a row for him. And this team seems to kind of have things figured out, at least for now. See if that will stay the case, though, as we go to the 6-star Search and Destroy coming up next.
I think the biggest thing for them, though, with this brand new roster is the fact that yesterday they went to 2 Game 5s. One all the way down to the wire in round 11, the second one in a reverse sweep fashion. So all you're doing is gaining chemistry, gaining that momentum. And then when you walked away victorious in both of those series, you're coming in today delusional confident. They started off with their first series versus Treaty 1 Gaming, a clean 3-0. Now they're already up 1-0 in this series. It got very, very scary towards the end, but you saw the graphic for the game flow. The first 5 hills were all in their favor. They walked away with the majority of that hill time. At the end of the first rotation, they were at about 160 points. That's very, very good if you are ForceSpace, especially to play a map like Karachi. And then just in case you go forward to the next hard point, it's Rio. So your SMGs are having an absolute field day in this series.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if they come out 4-0 in the group, that would blow expectations away. Kind of like that Space Fish Taco team. It was the same situation. We were just like, how? I mean, it's so surprising at times, but that's the beauty of North American Challengers. We always get a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of sauce, a little bit of spice. As we, again, have 2 matches going on at once, we'll be keeping an eye on both of them at the same time. This matchup, of course, kind of a highlight and a premier one, but this one is an important one. The RKNX squad going up against Amit Brooklyn. 0-3 for RKNX in the group stage. Amit Brooklyn at 1-2. You win this if you're RKNX. You have a one-and-done matchup to potentially force a tiebreaker situation when you play up against Acrylic next week. So this is a pivotal series, and as we jump to the replay of the last moments of this hard point, we've got a tie game here, Jay.
Oh, they play Acrylic next week? Oh, yeah, RKNX, you need to come out and win this series. Because you could basically make the playoffs today, because Acrylic Esports, they haven't been able to figure it out, but KB finds a couple. Can at least allow his team another opportunity of trying to find a break here, but it's only for the final 15 seconds. They win the rotation over towards next. Home in Brooklyn, it's cool to know you got the final 10. We're more focused on this full 60 here.
100%. I mean, Exotic, that's a great finesse of the old time. He's at 32 and 23. He's having a great game. Eric Boom still having a good day overall, 30 and 23. As Noisy gets stunned for a moment, but the trophy helps him shrug it off a bit quicker than you'd like to see if you're at Brooklyn. Break attempt on the way. Noisy watching the jump up. Double chow comes through. Semtex just to kind of get a little bit of damage dealt, but a trophy system denies it. The hit, though, stalled back. Exotic pushes forward with Noisy, and they find a 3-for-1 wipe. A chance now for RKNX to take the lead, and they do. So fast forward a little bit further after that hold. RKNX have a chance to win the map here. Amit Brooklyn trying to find a way to hold on to this and send it to another hill. Rooper, I talked about this guy. Needed to find himself into the spotlight. He's having himself a good map as well, but back and forth it goes here. RKNX just need 8 points.
They need 8 points. And with those set of kills, that might have just been just enough to call the game. As they come out swinging, they know what is at stake in this series. And that's an early answer.
Huge.
250 to 217. 1-0 in the series versus the team in Omit Brooklyn, who just fell short in their last series. Oh, man, they got to shake off those losses because they can come back to bite them.
Must-win matchup for RKNX, and they're provided, my man. We have yet to see them play at all so far in this group stage. But that little look-in, again, just has you a lot of things to be excited about. KB and Rooper, definitely 2 of the pieces of the puzzle. Exotic, who had previously played with players like Welly, also had a great first map, so good news for RKNX. Into the search and destroy. 4th space. Wow. Find themselves an early advantage here as well. Welly with 3 in the opener and the defuse to come through for a 1-0 tally right here.
That's an absolute breakdown right there. The Syndicate, you found the initial 2 kills. You put into a 4v2. And somehow, someway, you allow Mach and Welly to just walk up with those ARs, take statue control, and win all these gunfights. To clutch up in the first round for 4 space. That might be the story for them so far in this Elite. Just the clutch factor. Round 11 in their first series, they get it done. The reverse sweep in the second series, they get it done. They just got that ice so far in this Elite stage.
Yep. Well, he's kind of just... Yeah, there have been a couple of moments where maybe he hasn't been at top form. A couple of bad maps here or there. But he's been incredible this year. Him, I would say Rex, another player that hasn't seen the league yet, that have definitely put themselves in, I would say, great position stock-wise. Mach, maybe even another one of those players, has had another, again, back-to-back great years to this point, as 4 space are trying to get a plant over at A. I don't know if Mach has read how much defense here is at security, and with that question, I love the rotation back over, either to rewrap the flank or to go to B, and they're going to rewrap the flank.
Oh, yeah, this is going to catch them off guard as well. Darkside, thankfully, he's able to throw that shoulder. He gains the info for his team. And everyone putting their focus on the back end. At the same time, Cruz is able to find the ISO player in Mach for that first blood. And now 4 space in another man disadvantage, forced to try to clutch on up.
Well, I love this. A little rewrap back over to B after the flank rewatch doesn't work. And Craze gets caught by Bink. Just trying to find timing. And, woo, Vivid almost meets the same fate. But 1 kill comes through. He's going to try to hop for the plant. Welly. Oh, my. This is perfect timing. He's now on 4 in a row. Bomb planted. Post-plant setup. And this is going to be a rewrap to where, oh, you've got to go quick. Because Cruz has already hopped over it. a decent idea, but Cruz is going to get the defuse. I guess at least the decent news here for ForSpace, even in the round win, is that, or round loss rather, is that you've got Welly on 4 in a row.
Yeah, you got Welly on 4 in a row, but Syndicate, such a great heads-up play to use the info that you gained early on and realize that there was no one watching over the site. Welly finds a kill through middle map. Vivid plants the bomb and works up to the middle steps. So you just instantly work that defuse. But that's a situation where, like, Craze takes a lot of ground. He throws another shoulder towards mid steps and decides to get aggressive up through top plat. Just want to try to at least hold yourself in a position, especially in a man disadvantage. Try to get that objective down.
Now see how ForSpace decide to set up their defense.
It's a good spot.
Welly is the one to keep an eye on, as he will be playing over towards the B site. A little bit of a recontest later in the round to see if there's anything at mid. The defense will use that late U-Haul control to see if they can watch this crossover towards A, which a nade from Mach has confirmed that there are players over towards A. But this route from Craze, does he get the timing to check immediately to his right? He doesn't see Cruz, and the Spidey senses are tingling. Even the stun just to keep himself a little bit more separated. But well, he still finds the kill, and he's on 5 in a row now.
And you see Bank instantly trying to play for that response to shut down that potential cruise missile coming in, but that objective is going to get down. Bank was not able to track Welly. As now it's still a 3v3 standoff. The players from ForSpace attacking from 2 different angles. They're trying to work this flank a little bit quicker so then eventually Mach can start to move.
Well, Welly battled back. Post plant running out of time now all of a sudden for this retake to come through. Mach held at a moment, but Vivid. Whoa, this is a heck of a route. He's going to jump down in towards the Skybridge. Doesn't quite finish off Dark, but Welly gets his 6th kill. And it's still a chance to win the round. Big mid-map. Gets the first. Tries to step away. Looks for the prediction on Mach. Pistol out. He wins the gunfight. Does he get back to the bomb in time, though? No, he doesn't. Enough time killed with that slight reposition. Gives Syndicate the round, or Midnight the round, rather. But at the same rate, ForSpace do get themselves the cruise missile.
Yeah, Big couldn't track Welly to shut down that cruise missile, but he is able to catch Welly in the most important moment to clutch up on the round. Wins that one-on-one gunfight. Repositioned himself to realize that there's not enough time to find me, and also work that defuse. Syndicate with 2 rounds in a row now. Just making those mid-round adjustments, catching the timing to read the plays coming in from ForSpace.
Yeah.
But now you just have to read of how they're going to use this cruise missile.
Yeah. And I was right. It is Syndicate, not Midnight. I thought I wasn't tripping.
Yes, it is Syndicate.
Okay. Dark, First Blood, Craze, battles off, and back and forth. 2v2 immediately as soon as everyone comes out of spawn, and whoa, Craze and Bink just jumped right past each other, so we're still getting chaos trades. Trying to find the final shots was Gunzy, but Mach will get out of there and get the reset as we have the 1v1 for round number 4.
Yeah, Mach gained the info that Gunzy was instantly there to try to play for that trade. So just going to reposition, get that health back, and then it was able to spot him as well, and is ready for the gunfight. Another clutch round out of ForSpace. Able to tie the game out, an all-out brawl over towards this A side at the statue. I thought Gunzy was going to be in a perfect position, especially with Mach. Only had, what, about 20 to 30 HP remaining to his name. He's able to hit the jump up, rejuvenate his health, spot him again, and then win the one-on-one. But it came down to this right here.
Okay. Chaos trades, the name of the game for round 4. But the confidence and the gall for ForSpace continues to come through as nades are now being exchanged at mid. Nothing really to come of it. And Syndicate are moving pretty quickly to try to get a plan over at A. They're going to commit to it. Gunzy already on for it. Craze. Does he get a shoulder to check it? No, he doesn't. And not even a look at the exit either. It's a cruise missile to get called in to get a tally of where everyone is at. Doesn't hit anything. But the wall bangs from Mach. Perfect. Takes down Dark. Vivid. He's going to hop for the defuse. This is bold. But he's got support around him. I mean, plenty of it. Well, he's going to get one. Mach holds off the Sky Bridge for not 1, but 2 as he earns a 2nd cruise missile. ForSpace frickin' esports. How good has it been?
It doesn't get any better than that, Alan. You invest that cruise missile, you get a read on what the setup is looking like on the side of Syndicate. And then Mach is able to find 3 in those final moments to pick up a cruise missile of his own. So 2 rounds in a row now for Four Space. Successful on the retake scenario. Now take back the advantage in this search or destroy. With that cruise missile in the back pocket, I think you just go B. I think you try to work that side, work over towards the plat, or it's just going to be better because at least on this side, nades and stuns you have to account for.
Well, there is a bit of aggression being shown here by Syndicate. They're going to send 3 players through the B side of the map, and Welly's just taking a nap here on the couches. Doesn't win the first gunfight, though. Is there follow-up trades? Vivid, lots of damage, but can't get a kill. Syndicate trying to get out of here. Craze looking to hunt, but he's missed his window. So Syndicate almost trapped on this flank play. Get the first blood, get out, and now they're trying to re-hit through mid.
Crazy just sitting there like, where the hell did these guys go?
For real.
There was 3 red dots shooting on my mini-map, and somehow, some way, I haven't spotted anyone on the exit. But now that objective is going to go down. Cruz is not going to be able to get the info. Finally, a couple shots do come through, but 4v3, Syndicate have to try to clutch on up.
Yeah. Gunzi tracks down Vivid. That makes this post plant pretty one-dimensional. Yeah, and Craze. Good shots at range to Bink, but he's got to go, and he's got to go quickly. Hopping on for the defuse is Cruz. And, yep, right over the top. They get a read on he's playing through mid. So Syndicate come through. And that's just one of those things, man, where Welly, do you take the shots? Do you try to work some trigger discipline? Because he would have gone unchecked, it looked like, for a moment. But he tries to go for the kill, and it escapes him just for a moment. And the extra player able to help find first blood and get out is so crucial for Syndicate.
Yeah, trigger discipline would have been a better play, but he just had no info of how many players are actually approaching on that flank. So just the unknown factor comes back to bite him. And Syndicate take advantage of it back to tie the game up at 3. But now you are forced to change your offensive look because there's been a lot of success over at that A site. Last time you went, that cruise missile got the successful retake for Four Space. They also have another one in the back of their pocket, so you might have to play this one a little bit slower.
Yeah. Well, Craze right into mid. No trophy system, it looked like, with him. Him and Vivid both going to just try to stack this one up. Cruz gets called, and it will pull Gunzi off from what was his intended initial plan over towards A. Cruz missile gets thrown off the side of the map. And there's question marks now just for Syndicate in terms of where is this defense, because Craze is trying to get late in towards this A site. He will at least survive the cross, if only just barely.
Yeah, but at least you were able to use that cruise missile, not really to find the kill, but to back him off of the site. You allowed your SMG players to take that positioning, but Craze does get picked off. Mock instantly there for the response. And Vivid with this angle is at least able to spot that cross. They have to get a read now that there's no way in hell they're wrapping back towards B. It has to be at A.
Yeah, but the thing is, the bomb is so far forward, and depending on how much space Mock wants to try to look at, he may catch Gunzi on this exit, but no, not going to happen. So Gunzi backs up, finds himself the plant. Question mark still for this Fourth Space defense, but they're about to be answered as the bomb does get planted successfully.
Yeah, I don't know why Mock was rotating over towards B. His teammates should have let him know that there's no way that they could have got past us, but now it's Vivid on the deep pinch. Trying to potentially catch the timing onto Dark, and he's able to spot him for that kill. Gunzi instantly there for the response, 2v2.
And the post plant's moving. This is so much information for Mock. He knows the second player's on the move. Bink was the one that was actually tagged. So, yeah, absolutely perfect. And honestly, that's one of those moments that Vivid just gets, I won't say lucky, but he gets rewarded for taking his time and checking every single look and nook and cranny, because prone in those bushes in front of the security windows could very well be overlooked. But he finds that kill in the dark, and then he gets the read that the post plant starts to move towards Mock. That's so big.
Yeah, that's a big play right there out of Vivid. Single-handedly secures the round right there for Four Space. Once he finds that first kill, he spots both of the players trying to be aggressive on the Mock. He's able to put down shots, also set up a trap. And that leads to a successful round there for Four Space, back in the advantage position. And I would just send it. I think, like, the great play call that they had yesterday on High Rise is that they were always playing together as a unit, even when the aggression was called early on into this round. And you can see it again here as 3 are approaching towards B.
Gunzi playing on the site by himself. This is bold. And it's going to get rewarded for it. Wow, I mean, that's just one of those angles you don't often expect, but he doesn't check the water corner. And with that, Mock pops up and takes not just one, but tallies a second. The big double comes through. Vivid now on the pinch. This force-based search, man, they're so good at bouncing back, even when First Bloods look like they're free. It's just, they're playing so damn well, even in odd man situations.
They're playing in sync, Alan. That's just exactly what it is. Craze knew that the last time that they played this, they lost it in around 11. And that was due to him simply not working that objective. But you get the objective down, or at least force a couple players to try to check over towards that B site. Even though he does get picked off, Mach in the perfect position to watch over his teammate. Able to respond with the double. And then at the same time, Vivid finds 2 of his own. So game point here for Fort Space.
Yeah. 2 cruise missiles earned were so massive for the side of Force Space, but they're getting it done even without cruise missiles to aid them. Lots of stun connections on Dwelly, but he could be anywhere up here with these nades being thrown, so it just shows that there is a bit of defensive consideration. Cruz thought about it, thinks the better of it, and now Vivid is here to help with the Craze watching the cross. Stun for him will land. That's on the bomb site, so he's going to throw a Semtex just to see if it gets a follow-up tag. Hard to say if it does or not, but the defensive nades have stopped Syndicate from going for any early plants.
And now this is a very difficult situation to be in because the timing on this objective can work out to your favor, and it's only going to help better when Cruz is able to find that first kill onto Welly. So bomb now getting planted. You're able to box down Mach from top plat. And now in the 4v3, you just got to hold strong on your setup.
Oh, Craze. This timing through P2. No, not going to work out. Bing comes back to double check it. And it would be Vivid, essentially, the one to make a play. He snuck his way towards the bomb site. That's kill number 5. Not traded immediately. Now off the regen. Not going to get kill number 6, at least not at the moment. Mach able to help, but not enough, as Syndicate will shut down the potential of more streaks and earn themselves the round. And that's one of those things that we say this a lot in Valorant. It's like, you just kill noise and you create doubt. Because Syndicate was trapped. I mean, you had every bit of information if you're a force base, but you don't make any more noise. You survive through the nades, and that gets enough time killed to where Force Base think, well, we don't really know for sure if they've gone B, and that defense splitting up eventually allows Syndicate to find the kills.
Yeah, it just came down to Welly knowing that the pressure was going to be on him at that B site, just trying to catch the timing to shut down that potential bomb planner. Just when he decided to go for that jump, Cruz was ready for that. And then when they find that first kill, then they work the objective. So Syndicate are able to stay alive a little bit longer. 3 stack this time around over towards that A site, and a more split setup here from Force Space. A lot of info gained by Gunsy. He has all of B cut off, so everyone else just watch mid and watch A, and we should be good.
Yeah. 2-2 split for the defense. 4-man hit, though, on the way for Force Space. And
I don't know why Cruz is in that spot.
Checked. That's yeah, true. You've already got a friend watching that cross. Just wanted to make sure maybe no one snuck through, but now that there's action happening over towards the A site, he'll rotate over. And he is here in time to help contest this. 45 seconds on the clock. Who's going to make the first move?
Right now, Force Space don't really have opportunities to hit that rotation back because you have no info on that side of the map. So the play call has to be commit over towards this A side, but you have to send a couple players with at least your bomb carrier to try to keep cover fire down. Dark Side is able to find that first blood through the bottom side of Skybridge. And Cruz with the second on the Craze. This bomb carrier taken care of. Only 20 seconds left. Force Space. Another situation on another 6-star where they're going to around 11.
It feels that way. A little bit of a battle between Welly and Bink there over the top. But goes the way of Syndicate. Both the kill and the round. So round 11. Syndicate hanging around here. Really good look over the top of that defense in particular. I think a lot of it was like, again, the rotational timing was pretty much perfect from Cruz, even though it did feel a little weird he stayed where he was for as long as he did. And more importantly, it's that first blood from Darkside keeping that Skybridge safe. So there is no overwhelming force that Force Space could use. But we're back to the defensive side. 5 plants in 5 offenses for Syndicate. Can they hold a post plant if they get the bomb down, though, again?
This time they're not going to be super aggressive towards one side of the map. Going to spread it out and make sure to cover all their bases because nades are throwing over towards the statue side. They know, at least if you're Force Space, that there's a little bit of pressure on that side of the map. Dark Side throwing shoulder shoots mid side as well. They're just gaining info early on.
Yeah. Well, Craze. He's in a Great spot. And he gets the Reno Dark Side. Great first blood. Plus mid-map control now goes their way. Syndicate making their way over towards A. I love the commitment here in the 3v4 to try to go for the plant. Crazed. Does he see the foot? I think he does. And that will confirm it. Plus the plant also helps, but the island player in Cruz gets shut down, and Crazed tries to jump in maybe a little bit too soon, but the isolation still looks like it's going to be good, and it will be. Vivid and Welly, great maps across the board for them. A round 11 winner, and now ForSpace is up 2-0 in the series. One map away from going flawless in the first week of group stage action.
That's just a perfect setup right there on their defense. You have 2 players stacked over towards A, 2 players through mid. So they had all their bases covered. You're not expecting Syndicate to go back over towards that B side, where they have found a little bit of success on that side of the map. You just allowed Craze to catch a timing through mid side for that opening first blood, but I think the most important kill of the round was the second one. The fact that Welly was sitting in the back of his spawn watching the overextension through that B site. He's able to win that gunfight versus Cruz. Then you already see the bomb goes down. So one player's on that side, and there's no way he's going to plant that bomb by himself, so both players have to be playing around the statue, and ForSpace take full advantage of it. Secure the search and destroy. This time they're on the better end of the 6-5 to go up 2-0 in this series.
Clean stuff, man. Again, it's just, even when things start to get really tight and really tense, we saw a couple moments yesterday where there were a handful of mistakes or maybe just kind of split-second decisions that didn't go their way, but for the most part, things have been really good. 12-4 for Mock. Unreal stuff from him. 9-7 for Vivid, 10-6 for Welly. On the other side, pretty even dispersion across the board, at least for 3 of the 4 players. So really not a bad search whatsoever, but Mock just goes Giga Chad in map number 2 with 12 kills.
Yeah, what did he go on? A 6-3 at one point in the game, and then another 5-3 before earning himself, before picking up his second cruise missile on the map. Had himself an outstanding performance, and they started off this game in a 2v4. So they go all the way to around 11. You're thinking, Syndicate, we should have walked away with this one. Because the initial round that started off, we cannot give up that numbers advantage. Then every time they came down to a one-on-one, it was ForSpace again showing that clutch factor. Besides this one where Mock couldn't successfully secure that defuse. But Vivid had his moments. Welly had his moments. Craze finds the first one in the final round. Everyone having a little bit of a piece of the pie here in this game too.
Yeah. Well, great stuff here from ForSpace through and through. Syndicate fighting, but find themselves down for the slightest of margins through the first 2 maps. Now 0-2 count. Again, not a lot of pressure here, generally, when it comes down to where Syndicate find themselves in the ranking because of their 2-0 start. So if they were to lose both their matches today, they're still likely fine. But it's not a guarantee. That's the other part about it. Oh, I mean, it's one of those situations that based on where our groups are currently standing, that they should likely be good, even with 2 wins. But can they pull the reverse sweep? That's the question. High Rise Control, Rio Hardpoint, and Karachi Search and Destroy is how they would get it done. What are you looking forward to here in this High Rise Control coming up, Jay?
The ARs. Like, we all see it. Every time we spawn into a little bit of high rise, the ARs always put on a show. And even the SMG players who tend to pull out that 3rd or 4th MCW at times, they tend to start to have a good time as well, because the buffs have been doing wonders for both players. We say the Rava 9's the best gun. People with the Rava 9 say the MCW is the best gun, but they both got a buff, so everyone's having fun now.
I'll say. I'm having fun. I'm having fun watching it. So, see how things go with it. I think you're absolutely right. We saw it kind of happen in the high-rise controls we had in the first block of matches as well as we had from yesterday. So, yeah, it should be an interesting one. I think it's really funny that we still are just getting no Karachi control, like, at all. It's just everyone just trying to... I think it's just them trying to play into the MCW buff and not worry about trying to fight rival 9 gunfights in a Karachi. I don't know. It's weird.
It's because Karachi, out of all the control maps that we have, can sometimes be the most random. At least the most consistent on both sides of the field on defense and attacking rounds. Maps like Invasion, maps like High Rise, usually want to just stand strong on defense. If you can take a couple ticks away on the attacking side, that's job well done. But Karachi, you can win both sides, so teams just don't even want to give the opposite team that opportunity.
Here's a look over. Wow, what's going on with RKNX and Amit Brooklyn? 250-217. We saw the replay, kind of a comeback effort there for RKNX, and then a 6-3 search and destroy. So they find themselves up 2-0 with Invasion Control around the corner. And what's going on with Amit Brooklyn today? I mean, that's a super big surprise, as I guess we do have to look back over towards the last round of their search and destroy. Noisy at 6 and 6. Hard to say what anyone else is doing because scoreboards are scoreboards. But Amit Brooklyn are getting worked right now today.
Yeah, they're not having fun today. And so far, obviously, in the series, we already know who is victorious. But how do RKNX close out in this 4v4? Just like a perfect setup. You have one player going on a deep route, Exotic putting down shots through mid steps, but this is all going to fall into the hands of KB, who's worked his way behind enemy lines.
Got a perfect look at it, legitimately. And you still have Rooper on the corner that needs to be dealt with. This is about as dynamic of a 2v2 post plan as you can get. And how about Rooper for both? Wow. Again, we've yet to watch any actual live gameplay of a full series for RKNX.
No.
So they're 0-3. Hard to say like what their map count looks like, or what I guess not their map count, but like what the tallies of like their actual map scores have been. At least at broad strokes.
It might not even come into play though, Alan, because I was just looking who they got to play next week. They got to play FaZe Black. On the opposite side for Omid Brooklyn, they got to play Acrylic Esports. So it's gonna be tough if you are RKNX. Hopefully, if you win this series, especially in the 3-0, you can change that momentum next week. But FaZe Black are not no pushovers.
Yeah. Well, we say RKNX plays Acrylic for their last match next week.
I'm looking at it right now. It says that they play FaZe Black. Oh no, that happened. Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
They play Acrylic for their fifth and final group stage match.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you're feeling good if you're RKNX then. We need to close out the series in 3.
Absolutely. And for Amit Brooklyn, who find themselves with just the one win right now,
They
may
play
find
FaZe
themselves-
Black.
They play FaZe Black.
Yeah, that's what it is. I had it mixed up. Okay. Yeah, so Omid Brooklyn, you want to respond here. You want to try to complete the reverse sweep.
Well, we talked about we haven't seen any Karachi control, Jay. Look where we're at. And look how things are starting off for Noisy. 5-2 start. All of A is gone. B is nearly completed for a first tick. KB follows up on Eric Boom, so no pinch here for Amit Brooklyn on their defense, but Rooper trying to make a surprise play to pop up over through the trash alley. Doesn't work out. So that little bit of progress still needed here at B. Next wave of kills also need to come through, but Noisy, he confirms the tick here before Amit Brooklyn can get in to get their defense going. And now Exotic gets a double through the back alley. Oh no, now the stack is on. That might be the round. What is happening with this Amit Brooklyn team?
Yeah, that might be a GG. The stack is here for RKNX. All it took was one opportunity, and they take full advantage of it. Who cares if you start 0-3? When you flip the switch like this, you still give yourself opportunities to potentially make the playoffs. Up 2-0 in this series? Like, what happened in their first 3 series? I'm really curious. I wish we would have got to watch them a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. You got to keep in mind that this Amit Brooklyn team almost didn't make it through their qualifying run to get back into the elite. They lost to T1G, which was a surprise. It's Juju's squad. And then they had to go into Scott's Tots, which, to be fair, that was a matchup that they should have won, considering the names. But it was still one of those moments where it got kind of scary there for a moment for Amit Brooklyn. So maybe showing signs of that lack of confidence that was kind of persistent across their elite qualifier. But back over to our main broadcast for Space on the offense. Getting some work done here at B, but it's late in the round, and they will only get the first tick of progress. So good defensive start here for Syndicate.
Yeah, I thought they gave themselves a good opportunity with 4 seconds left. They were able to put the game clock at a pause. But it's just too many nades, and the trophy system update comes back to bite them because they only had 1 trophy player on that B objective. Everyone from Syndicate invests the stun first, and you throw the nades over the top to eliminate that pressure, not allow that second segment to get complete. And now if you are 4 spacers going on the defensive side, you need to have the same exact response here.
Only 1 tick leaves a wide open gap here for Syndicate to take some early control in this map 3. And actually, Syndicate, even though they only need 2 ticks to kind of take an advantage, they're looking to break off over towards A. Craze should get here to deal with Cruz, no worries. Plus a little bit of depletion on the progress. And off spawn, Syndicate are just going back to A? This is a puzzling break-off right here, Jay. I'm not going to lie. When a team only gets 1 tick against you, feels like, why don't we just play our normal break-off towards B? And now all of a sudden, you're down to 60 seconds. You've only gotten 2 kills, and you're stuck in spawn? What is this?
Yeah, you just don't give yourself any opportunities when you're consistently trying to push over towards that blue side. Because the work in A segment is very difficult. You don't really have to worry about the propane now, but it still sometimes plays the factor. We're more focused on trying to get out of your spawn,
Brother.
but Vivid with the movement, not able to find that final kill onto Bink, but that's 3 dead in the feed. Force Space dominating in the map control aspect. Everyone slaying with the best. Welly working his way behind enemy lines. And now there's only 30 seconds left. Syndicate still have nothing.
Grace gets naded and chased down. Syndicate making their way over towards B. Vivid right here to meet him, and Mach will follow up through the middle of the map for not 1 but 2. What is that play call? There's only 1 tick done at B. I just feel like you need to go and get the guaranteed tick progress and say thank you for the free advantage. And now all of a sudden you're down.
Yeah, I
Big.
completely agree with you, Alan. I completely agree. You cannot waste all your reinforcements to consistently try to fight your way out towards blue, not even attempt to wrap back through the backside of the windows to contest these guys on the B Street side over towards elevators. It's just not the recipe for success, especially on a map like High Rise. So now you're currently down by 1 segment. If you are Force Space, you did everything you could to just have an absolute shutout on that defensive round. Now, can we have a little bit of a better start off here on their next attack?
Yeah, I don't get this at all. And the thing about it is, like, as much as you're watching the arrows continue to go A, go A, go A, number 2 in white is just sitting top propane calling all of this out.
Yep.
And that's Welly. He's just like, they're going A again. Guess what? They're going A again. I think that's a huge miscall.
Now you got to right the wrongs for it, though, and have another stellar defense. And try to set up a potential shutout here. And not allowing Force Space to get any segments done over at B. Great trade so far around that kill feed. Still a lot of map control in favor of Force Space. Just because they have this B Street control, they are always going to give themselves an opportunity to work the objective.
Dark able to take care of Welly's threat towards B alley. Down to 48 seconds. And, well, Craze, a little bit of help from Vivid. They'll jump over towards A, but SGP still with good mid-map control will make sure this clock keeps on ticking. Craze back through mid-map, cut off by Gunzy. Trade out for Welly. That should be enough to get a look over towards this B zone, but he's by himself, and Welly's just going to try to make a play here and hope his teammates behind him can get out of spawn and possibly get onto the B zone. Good first from Welly. Slips away. Deals with Bink. Let him frickin' know. Kills behind this. And now you've got Force Space on the B zone.
They're on the B zone, and now you have 2 players also trying to put themselves in position to catch a couple spawners. Craze only able to take down 1, but Welly on 4 in a row. Learns from his mistake in the search and destroy on the trigger discipline. He's able to find the first, makes it 5, trying to go for the 6. Mach, you gotta give that one to your teammate. But that second segment is done at B. Should be able to get this freebie to earn the cruise. Force Space hitting that different level. That clutch factor that they always find somehow, some way in the series.
I am just absolutely perplexed right now. Welly finessing best he can. Extra 60 seconds are added. 20 plays 13. Not done. Our Force Space. Now you got 2 members on the zone. Mach looking to take players out of the windows. Nades largely dealt with by trophies, but not fully. Cray still playing forward. A couple members in front. He's only able to find, I think, 1 kill in the process, but still 17 plays 11. Lots of time on the clock still.
Yeah, a lot of time for Force Space to work with. Also a lot of map control to go with it. Just cannot allow Syndicate to find a couple kills in sync. Darkside finds Vivid. Gunzy is able to find Craze. Mach just trying to stay alive through top helipad. He is going to reposition himself. But Syndicate, they're doing great on their defensive setup so far.
This has just been one of those rounds that just keeps on providing chaos. Well, he's going to call in the cruise. Force Space want this offense. Don't need it, but want it. Good info. Bending it over towards elevator. Doesn't quite reach, but again, the incineration is so good. Vivid. Not quite able to follow up on the second. That's a 3-for-1 exchange. Last player left is Cruz, and now you can get 2 players on at least. Trophy system is fresh, and that may be enough. They're just trying to avoid the rest of the Semtex pushing through, and they will confirm the round. And Force Space, a chance to 3-0 with 1 more good defense.
Just perfect plays out of Force Space. Great teamwork to find all 4 kills in sync. Realize the opportunity at hand. You send 2 players into the spawn to earn themselves a cruise missile. Just always being aggressive behind enemy lines. can lead to a lot of success, especially in control. But now in the back pocket of Force Space, oh, they invested that cruise missile, so they're no longer going to have it here, but they were able to shut out Syndicate from earning any segments last go around with the way that they've been able to slay, so just need it for one more round.
Yeah. Well, can there be some heroics here for Syndicate? Need it. Have to have it. A little finesse play through the underground. Dark does get a look at Craze, but no trigger discipline. Now he's caught by... Whoa, no, he's not. Say he's caught by Mach, but kill comes through, but doesn't make a difference largely in the end as Force Space's defenders that were playing forward come back to find the kills. Bink also touched the zone, so they're aware that there are players through A. And Force Space deal with it nicely. 27 plays 26, 55 seconds on the clock.
And now they at least know that we have to play for a little bit of B street control. That's where Cruz now finds himself over toward the top side of elevators before he does fall. And now the rest of Syndicate just trading effectively, not allowing Force Space to put themselves in that setup, to put them in the trap. And Craze, even with the AR in hand, is able to shoot like that. Single-handedly shuts down that push on Syndicate.
Clean so far. Craze up top. Now dropping over to try to control this B alleyway, but Bink beats him. Syndicate back over towards the B zone with Gunzi on for now. They've taken the life lead as well. This could be big and try to get the extra 60 and maybe an advantage. But Welly, he's just going to get top heli control. Mach finds Cruz at range. Now they can turn all their defensive focus back over towards the zone, but they don't see Gunzi laying prone on the site itself. Trying to follow up his Mach, and the pistol will work out, plus an extra kill from Vivid through the elevator alley. Cruz scouts him, but too late. And Vivid and Mach will likely put this thing a little bit more out of reach. Trophy systems are down, and Syndicate are stuck in spawn. Craze holding them a little while longer, has killed the clock, and the last mad dash gets red on this desperate push to A. It's just absolutely cannon fodder into the mix, and that will do it. 3-1 in the control, 3-0 in the series, and you've got your group leaders in Force Space now perfect at a 4-0 tally through 4 games.
What was it? Day 1, they go to 2, game 5. Day 2, they said, nah, I don't want to be here for that long. Let's just complete both series in a clean 3-0. Unbelievable performance from them. For the last 2 days, they show that they have that clutch. They show that they know what to do in certain teamwork aspects, especially in control. That now puts them flawless so far in this stage at 4-0. They have yet to drop anything. If they've been able to get it done to complete a reverse sweep, they've been able to get it done to come back into a series as well, and obviously to close out series the way that they have been today. Playing 3-0s, Force Space was just playing out of their minds. The biggest difference for me today is a little bit more teamwork aspect in that search and destroy. The 6-star adjustments are definitely in. Great on the defensive side. You had players dropping cruises left and right. Everything was just going right for Force Space today.
Unreal, man. I mean, legitimately unreal. Wow. 23 and 15 for Vivid. 22 kills there for Welly. It's just, what a series those two guys just had. And this is how it unfolded. Tight affair on the Karachi hardpoint. Same can be said after a bit of a bounce back from Syndicate on the 6-star search and destroy. Could not take the round 11, but here in the high-rise control, it was all Force Space through and through. So they find themselves very comfortably at the top of the group. And, well, an update of what's going on in our Bravo matchup. Oh, my goodness, Jay. And a 3-0 on the control and a 3-0 for RKNX. So what that means is we do have a little bit of drama going into our final day of matches next week, because the group standings will have a tie at a 1-3 tally. Amit Brooklyn, even if they win their series, they would have to hope that Acrylic Esports beat RKNX. Otherwise, both teams will be at 2-3, and that will be a tiebreaker win going the way of RKNX thanks to the head-to-head. The only thing that's still up in the air right now is Midnight playing up against FaZe Black, and technically there could be a world where there is a 3-way tie at 2-3 if FaZe Black lose that series to SGP Midnight.
Man, that Group A is insane. Like, I thought it was going to be a clear-cut favorite. Omid, Brooklyn, FaZe Black, SGP Midnight, and Lower Gaming. I thought when we saw that side, those would be the 4 squads walking away. But RKNX, with their backs completely against the wall, needed 1 series underneath their belt, and it's nothing better than taking a team that's right above you in the standings. Because like you said, they got that head-to-head over them. They have a I guess you could say an easy matchup next week versus Acrylic Esports, who have yet to find any success all throughout this elite stage. So you're feeling fantastic if you are Arcane next, to give yourself hopes and dreams of making it into the playoffs. And if you're Ole Miss Brooklyn, what happened? What happened today?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. How things can change so quickly. Never want to rule anybody out, man. Never do. But wow, at certain points, you start to look and say, yeah, shouldn't have even gotten to that point at all, it felt like. So with that, we come to a very quick conclusion for the first time maybe ever here in the North American Challengers Elite season. Unreal stuff here, Jay. I think that the overall arching and kind of reactionary points that we have is that this four space team looks unbelievably good. Same can be said for how SGP Midnight played in their first series, especially considering how controlled their search and destroy was.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that that's a new roster as well. These guys somehow, some way have been able to figure out search and destroy very, very quickly to go up against some of these teams who have been a roster ever since the major at Toronto. And now they're sitting at flawless. Obviously, what? They're going up against FaZe Black currently for a potential 4-0. Like, Donnie Tep is getting it done so far in this stage. And then in the opposing side for four space, 4-0 start. Insanely icy games. They just look better and better every time we see them.
Well, that takes us to a very quick conclusion here and our final moments of our first week of action in Season 3 of the Challengers Elite. We're back next week with our final game of the group stage, and then on Thursday, our first day of the double elimination playoff bracket for the final time before we start looking at cups and, of course, Challengers Champs. We'll catch you guys next week with the EU and more North American group stage, though. Until that point, see you this weekend for more CDL. Bye-bye.
Of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow under lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can part in this. I set the flames to get bitter like an arsonist, and if I wake up and tell them I had no part in it, hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smooth, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. You feel me?
Wow!
Feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up.